Data must be credible and must be accurate. Promotes data integrity and confidentiality. Confidentiality of the trial participants must be maintained throughout the study and even after the study, and ensures human subject protection that safeguards the right, dignity, and well-being of the trial participants, placing their welfare about the international in their interest of the science and society of concern gain of all clinical trials. So, who is responsible for GCP compliance? Number one, the sponsor. Number two, clinical investigator, independent ethics committee or IRG, contract research organization, research nurses, medical monitors, clinical research coordinators, clinical research associates, data managers, and statisticians, and ultimately information technology staffs. So all these are stakeholders, and all they are certain roles in different places. So they are responsible to comply with the GCP guidelines during the clinical trial. And I say GCP, this is latest development that will be dealt by the subsequent speakers. So I am quitting. So take home message is ICH GCP is an universal, and because the clinical trial is conducted over the human subjects, so we must be very much particular, and we must be very much responsible during the clinical trial conduction. So GCP is universal, and ICH GCP guidelines are accepted and enforced in virtually every country conducting clinical trial, and they represent a truly global commitment to ethical science. Participant protection and paramount importance. Every principle, every procedure, and every safeguard in GCP exists to ensure that people who are volunteer or take part in the clinical trials are treated with dignity, kept safe, and fully informed. And GCP is evolving because science is evolving or changing. So from November to all AI-driven trials, GCP continues to evolve in response to the technological innovations, global health challenges, and our depending understanding of the research ethics. And ultimately, your role matters, whether you are a student or you are a clinician or a researcher, you are a custodian of GCP, and understanding, upholding this principle is both for your professional obligation and your ethical entity and your responsibility. So with this, I thank you all for your patient hearing. So I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Ramnarayan Maiti, sir, for your nice presentation. It is a curtain-raising presentation of this whole GCP workshop. This is the 5th GCP workshop. It is organized by the MIdnapore Medical College Department of Pharmacology. Professor Maiti is the organizing chairman of this workshop. Now, we should move on to our next topic, that is ICH GCP E6 R3 in the era of artificial intelligence. And it will be delivered by our next speaker, Dr. Balaram Ghosh, who is the Associate Professor of Pharmacology of Midnapur Medical College and Hospital. And Dr. Ghosh holds multiple advanced qualifications, including MD, DM in clinical pharmacology. He will be dealing with the next topic of our workshop.
Okay. So Professor Maiti was elaborately discuss about the ICH, how it's come and everything. But the whole story of Professor Maiti was nearly in the beginning of the 2000s era. So now we are in the 2026. So now the platform is changing. The coming of the new science developments day by day. So what we are now here, we are in the era of E6 R3. R means revision. So actually the ICH E6 R3 reaches the step 4 in the 2025. What is R? R means revisions. And what is step 4? Step 1 is the drafting the things, and then you are given to your public platform. That is the step 2. Step 3 is accumulating all the information, the review, revised. That is the step 3. And step 4, now the filtering everything you are giving as a rule, as a regulations. That is step 4. So the ICH E6, that is mean deals with the GCP in now revision 3. This is the document history. E6 was first coming in our scenario 1995. E6 again have some changes have been done. In the first time 1995, they're going up to step 2. They released for the public consultation, but not corrected it. In E6 in 1996, they're coming up to the step 4, and then with the 3 ICH regulatory bodies. What are the 3 ICH regulatory bodies? They are our FDA, that is the United States. Second one is the Australia. And third one is the European Union. Still now, after the 3, there are a lot of members throughout the world, but including the China, Brazil, Argentina, every state is there. But our status still in this GCP E6 platform as an observer. Like Australia, like Russia, we are the India, nothing but we are the observer for the E6. We still not get the there are some complaint about our display, but from the backside it's good. So the Indian platform, Indian status still now as an observer. That is not still they get the membership, but the 3 pillar is our FDA, that is the United States. Second one is the European Union, and now come to the next E6R1. This is then come into the 1996. That is revision 1. Again, they have done the revision 2 in 2016. That is after again they do all the things like step 4 pattern. And now 2023, E6R3 come for the step 2, and ultimately step 4 was done at the 6th January 2025. And now what the clinical trial and GCP guidelines have been taken, it is the E6R3 platform. So what is the background of the good clinical practice coming repeatedly revisions and the coming in this step? because they reached the step 2 in 2023, there are so many public consultation was done. There are so many reviews, so many comment on the various part. Because as the science is advanced, so many consultation is coming day by day. So they first done a concept of paper and they do a business plan that is approved in 2019. And that reflection come with the public consultation, mainly focused on the transparency. They do the E6 R3. Actually, in E8, there's another platform is E8. They only dealt with our study, design, and conduct. This taken into E6, and they given the name of this QBD, that is quality by design. So before there was a two platform, E6 and E8. So E8 was integrating into the E6, and they given the name QBD, that is quality by design, and that is integrating into the E6. So now we are telling E6, E8 is as a E6. So the E6 from 1996, E6 revision 2 in 2016, and then E6 2025, mainly focused on good clinical practice. The development process, firstly, they do the gap analysis, but the gap is there. They do the article, they do the responsible for our clinical trial transformation initiative, that is CTII, clinical trial transformation initiative. And then regional stakeholder engagement, that is public consultation. In the background of ICH guidelines, they have checked. The meeting, they engaged the stakeholders, that is the sponsors, the pharmaceutical company, the developer, and overall they increase the transparency. Now, if somebody is applying for the clinical trial into our CDSO Delhi, they every day can see from our Sugam portal where the status is going on, which table the thing is there, who checked now. That is every day you can get the information how the processing is going on. It's not you submit your proposal and after 20 or 25 days you can see what is our result. That is not. Every day you can see. Because now day by day the GCP platform is becoming more transparency. In our R3, the public consultation was done, and when we give this platform into the drafting condition from the May to November 2023, there are 7,000 comment has been come. We have reviewed it. And after this review, the new R3 and the step 4 pattern come into our platform. So the focus is gap analysis and stakeholder engagement, become more transparency, and the public consultation is the main background of the R3. When there was R2, there are a lot of feedback is coming because the clinical trial ecosystem is rapidly evolving and it is not reflect the guidelines. The academic community are concerned about the lack of proportionality, lack of risks, lack of rights. And up to R2 guidance, there was a one size fit for all. If you are doing a insulin trial or you are doing a acid-peptic disorder drug, the system was same. You have to maintaining the protocol in every step, everything. That is means one size fit for all. But now recently the scenarios have been changing. Which part is important for our acid-peptic disorder trial? That is fixed, you can change. On the other hand, when you are doing an insulin trial, the pattern has been changing because there is a more emergency in the insulin trial. So you have to add something more. So one size is not fit for all. So you have to change. That's liberty has been coming in the R3. The ability for the clinical trial to meet the GCP requirements in different situations. Initially, you have to maintain the all protocol, but you have seen in our COVID trial that so many changing has been done. So now, from the R3 platform, we can change any health emergency, any pan epidemic, everything we can change because this flexibility has been come in the R3. The GCP requirements were being applied but not applicable because there are some waiver also. So the rapidly evolving ecosystem, one size fit for all, lack of proportionality, and incapable for the GCP requirements is the main focus of our R2. Now new system is R3. So new structures provide the clarity, better readability, provide the additional clarity on the scope, indulge the language. Language is a big issue throughout the world. There are a lot of language. So now we are staying at a global village. So whenever any country want to show, there's a multi-centric trial, there are so many international trials. So one trial is going on India, one trial is going on Brazil, one trial is going on Spain. So whenever our PI want to see the result, immediately you see by the translate into his language. So this translation is coming, so easily he can see what is the progress is going on in India. Automatically the translation will be done, and this platform is possible through the R3. So the practical, feasible expectation is the main target. The quality by design and proportionality of the risk-based approach, and finally the responsibility of the sponsors and investigator is changing the new platform clinical trial ecosystems. So new structure, facilitating innovations and quality by designing foundation is a made core structures and content of our this E6 R3. So encourage the fit for purpose approach. Proportionality risk-based approach has been focused, incorporated the learning, innovative clinical design and listening, and public emergency and pandemic, encourage the transparency and provide the additional language to the informed consent process. So overview of the ICH R3, the main platform, the main root, the stem is our principle of ICH GCP when it was first evolved. Then we added the Annexure 1 and Annexure 2. And ultimately the ICH E6 R3 is formed. So E6 R3 guidelines, the revised structures was the introductions, principle of the ICH GCP, Annexure 1 and Annexure 2. Annexure 1 is now incorporating the institutional review board or the institutional ethics committee, the investigator, the sponsors, and newly coming the data governance. Because the data is the main thing. Data governance for the investigator, data governance for the sponsor. And Annexure 2 is a public consultation. Whenever there are so many intellectual persons throughout the world, so they can give any inputs to the Annexure 2. And last is the appendices. Appendix 1 is the investigator brochure. Appendix 2 is the clinical trial protocol and amendment. And Appendix 3 is essential records and conduct of the clinical trial. Investigator brochure, that is the whole story of a particular drug from the day of innovation up to the latest clinical trial, whole will be amalgamated in the investigation brochure. So it's changing. Appendix B is the clinical trial protocol and protocol amendment. Initial, when you do the protocol, that means the roadmap of your clinical trial, that you have to measure the blood pressure in a sitting condition. But for the trial participants, you have to change it into a lying conditions. So this amendment you have to done any times. So this thing is going on. Okay. Scope. The guidelines applied the interventional clinical trial of investigational product. They are intended to be submitted by regulatory authorities. That is our ICI's sponsors, and annexure will be guide you, and guidelines will encourage the risk-based and proportionality approach of the conduct clinical trial. Now the summary. Summary has been changed. Substantial changes, now so many changes. This is our actual ICI GCP in 1996. You see there is a 13 principle is there. One ethics, next is trial risks and trial benefit. Third is the trial participants. Fourth is the inform on the medicinal product, good clinical trials, compliance with study protocol, medical decisions, trial staff, informed consent, clinical trial data, confidentiality, and good manufacturing practice, that is GMP. But now, today, the ICH E6 R3, its principle is 11 only. There are so many changes has been done. So one is the ethical principle, two is the informed consent, IRB and review is the 3, science, that is 4, qualified individual is the 5, quality is the 6, risk proposal is the 7, protocol is the 8, reliable result 9, roles and responsibility 10, and 11 is the investigational product. So there are changes is going on in a new platform. Mainly the new thing has been come in the ICI E6 R3 principles is the proportionality risk-based and roles and responsibility of the trials, resource parcels. And everything is clear. The principle 7 of the newly E6 R3, that is the risks. The clinical trial process measure the approaches should be implemented in a way that proportionate of the risks of the participant and importance of the data collected are avoided unnecessary burden to the participant or the investigator. Suppose in a hilly region, one participant staying far away in the hill. So every day from coming up to your collection center for the blood is nearly 3 hours. So why not you collect the sample nearby of his house and then you take the blood sample with our cold chain systems. So this thing is coming now by day to give more risk-free and keep the right of the participant. So these changes have been done. Now one trial is going on Singapore. So they taking the participant from India, particularly from MIdnapore. So MIdnapore lab has collected the blood sample and is going to the Singapore lab by a cold chain system. This thing is going on nowadays. Principal chain is a role and responsibility of the clinical trial. In before, there is no clear idea about the role and responsibility of the clinical trial subject. Now so many posts is there. Not only the investigator is the sole responsibility. There is a compulsory of the co-investigator. There are so many research associates, and what responsibility each of them has been clearly written in the principle 10. So everything is revised. Ethical principle, informed consent, IRB, ILC, science, and the qualified individuals. Quality, protocol, reliable result, and the investigational product. Annexure 1. Annexure 1, particularly the institutional review, the clarity was not there in the R2, up to R2. Now in R3, you see the submissions, the communications of the R3, global language, reporting by the regulatory authorities was not in the R2, but now in R3. Responsibility was there, but not elaborately. Composition and function and operation was there, but not transparent. Procedure was there, but not clear. Records more emphasized on the record part only. So that include the global language about reporting the IRB and ICH regulatory authorities, updated to reflect the digitizations and variable approach of training consent. Every time the changing the informed consent process. Clarity, the potential and participant compensated the cost incurred and participant trial. Investigator and informed consent. The approach has been changed. The varied approach to the provision of the information and discussion for the trial can be used. That include providing the text in a different format, image, video, the interactive method, whatever may can be used for the informed consent. Now there is the electronic informed consent is there. Information should be clear, concise, simple language, unnecessary volume, complexity is not there. And is documented in a written, maybe paper, maybe electronic, signed, informed consent form. But new information is coming, the stage of clinical trial, if the new information has been coming for a particular drug, this trial is going on, immediately you have to add this information to your informed consent, again re-sign it. So that is not what we are doing nowadays. We sign once, that means sign forever, not. If any information was newly gathered, we again add to it and again re-sign by the participant that this information has been come, this adverse effect was occurring in few countries, so now we are adding this point. Now again you sign it. Enroll to the minors. There was not clear idea in beforehand. Now this enroll has been redesigned. That means if a particular minor is at 10 years, so assent, that means the guardians can be signed it. If it is 14, but still not 18, so 14 he can sign. So this time the both parents also sign, the participant also sign, and his opinion is very much clear. If he don't want to stay in this your trial, he can give up. So this new change has been coming in E6 R3 platform. When the child is become 18, immediately you again re-sign it. So every 2 or 3 years, if a long trial is going on, you have to re-sign every year for the, in case of minors. Investigator. On medicine background, he can do any medicine related trial, but this thing is not going on now. If any medicine background, he is very much expert. He has so many publications, in particular hypertension, so he can do the hypertensive trial. On the other hand, if any endocrine trial is there going on, but any endocrinologist is available in particular institutions, so then the trial to be done by the endocrinologist only, not in the medicine background person. So this qualification and training is going on. If for medicine background person, but he has enough publications on rheumatoid arthritis, he can do the trial. So you have to know your background and then he can do the trial. The medical care was not clear in beforehand. After the trial finished, what he will do. This has been clearly written in R3 and the safety monitoring. When the patient is not getting any drug, but still he is, just entering in the trial. So in the screening process, that time the whole responsibility is going on to the sponsors. This thing is coming in new safety reporting. Responsibility, considering the patient who did not reach the routine end of the trial, the few trial persons, that is a participant, they give up from the trial, but we are not counting beforehand. Now in R3, if there is a sixth time he has to come, he came only 3 times, but you have to consider him. So there are so many processes, so many statistical software is there, so you can include that person nowadays by the help of ICH R3. Computerized systems, that is the main platform, data in source recorded, and investigational product management, that is a character of IP, route and complexity, everything is coming clearly transparent in this investigator principle in R3 platform. Sponsored, trial design and agreement. Agreement is a new term. Beforehand there was a contract. Now the change has been done as an agreement. So now the sponsor have to do some outsourcing, that is independent data monitoring committee, IDMC, or adjudicant committee, to maintaining the pure and everything, kept the data whole thing. And there is a no bias and privately. Sponsor oversight, the quality is to be checked by some outsourcing persons, not his own faculty. Monitoring by the medical monitoring and the investigational product. The sponsor should be very much updating with computer systems and data management. Data governance is newly coming. Data governance means the data captures and the relevant metadata, including the audit trails. Audit trails should be kept because you can't change anything. Always audit trail will check it. And metadata means the data from the data. That is the synthesized data is called metadata. So relevant metadata, including the audit trails, review the data and metadata, then new data collection was done, then data transfer, exchange and mitigation, and ultimately the finalize the data, sets period analysis, then retention and access, and ultimately the data destruction. If there is not actually needed, this is called the data governance. And newly in this R3 platform for the clinical trial, investigation procedures, protocol is the roadmap for any clinical trial. So they have been very much clear nowadays. Essential records in newly added thing, you have to record everything. Soft copy, hard copy, there's a clear guidelines. There's so many terminology has been removed because a new terminology has been come. The assent, coordinating committee, data acquisition tools, documentations, data integrity, investigator, institutions, metadata, opinion. Beforehand it was saying the comment, now it's opinion, monitoring plan, original medical records, relevance, reference safety information, RSI, service provider, any person is related to our clinical trial is called nowadays service provider. Standard operating procedures, well-being, and signatures. So beforehand there was a contract, now it is agreement. Unexpected adverse drug reaction, now it is suspected, unexpected, serious adverse reaction. Beforehand it was validation of the computer system, now it is computerized system validations. Before it was essential document, now essential records. It was trial site, now it is investigator site. Source data, source document, now it's source records. Subject or trial subject, now it is subject trial participant. Subject identification code, now it's trial participant identification code. Vulnerable subject, now it's vulnerable participant. So new glossary term has been come. The new revised term has been done. Added to the glossary, there is a data acquisition tool, service provider, advanced reaction, investigation site. So the key takeaway is the risk-based proportionate GCP, new technology involved, AI readiness, participant-centric language is the main key takeaway. Now to our new era of the artificial intelligence, how the new GCP guidelines shape the future AI-enabled clinical trial. So the technology neutral language, fit for purpose principle, risk-based approach, data integrity requirements, and vendor oversight, all are the main application of the AI nowadays. So AI application in the clinical trial is the patient recruitment and screening. This easily can be done by using the AI. Safety signal detections. There are so many softwares that can detect the safety signaling by giving all the information of the participant into the AI platform. E-consent. E-consent is a newly developed by the AI and participant engagement. Risk-based monitoring. Throughout the India, throughout the world, any risk-based information immediately comes by the help of the AI, and we can give the red alert, we can give the black box of a particular drug. Electronic data capturing and clearing is a very much applicable by the help of AI nowadays. And adaptive trial designing is a eye blinking time that can do the trial design by the help of AI. So the main principle of the AI used nowadays is a quality by design, risk-based quality management, computerized system validation, third-party oversight, that is the vendor management, and data governance, and ALCOG class. ALCOG class means the attributable A, L is a legible, C as the complementarious, O is the original, A is the accurate. And now coming the ALCOG class. So the enforced oversight AI-enabled trial is a demand. Sponsor must ensure, and the UA and the European Union must act for the involvement of the AI in the R3 platform. So the challenges of AI integration under E6 R3 is the algorithm capacity, the black box problem, data privacy and the cross-border data flow, we can check by the help of AI, validation of the evolving models, biased and the general liability, regulatory uncertainty, and the safe competency. So the road ahead for the E6 R3, AI, and the future GCP. The January 2025 first step for adoption of the E6 R3. So it's a come with and also there's a proposition for the use of the AI. July 2020, UI, that is European Union, implemented the AI for the GCP. And 2026, we are expecting in the Annexure 2, the AI platform have some regulations will come into the Annexure 2. And in future, 2026, 27, there should be, we are expecting that the regulatory guidance on the AI trial has been newly come to reshape the GCP in E6, R3, or it may be R4, newly developed platform is coming in the future. The future of AI native GCP is we are expecting, and we have to see the future. So AI is a new platform, and the use of AI, we can control the GCP, and it will be very much easy to in various platforms of our GCP and the clinical trial. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh, for throwing light on the relatively newer aspect of GCP. And it is time to welcome Professor Dr. Krishnendu Rai to deliver his speech on AI-driven digital clinical trial, transforming modern GCP and research compliance. Professor Krishnendu Rai is a professor of General Medicine, MIdnapore Medical College and Hospital. He is a great clinician as well as a esteemed academician. Now, we welcome Professor Rai in the dais.
Good morning. Today, I thanks the organizers, particularly the Department of Pharmacology, to invite me in this 5th GCP and GCLP workshop. Now, my topic of discussion is that it is an artificial intelligence-driven digital clinical trials. We all know some terminologies we will use later on. That is AI, that means artificial intelligence. But nowadays, sometimes we call it as an assisted intelligence also. So today, our discussion will start with this framework. What we will cover today. First is that what is the paradigm shift? Previously, all the trials on the site-based, paper-based, time-consuming, and heavy costs. Now the paradigm is completely shifting when we use the help of artificial intelligence. So we have to discuss about this paradigm shift. Next, we discuss about something regarding the core pillars of this artificial intelligence-driven clinical trials. We will go into some amount of discussion regarding the GCP compliance and safety. We will discuss a little bit about the trust and explainability. And finally, we'll touch upon a little bit of diversity and what is the road future ahead. So first we discuss about the paradigm shift. Traditional clinical trials actually under the weight of rising costs because there is a huge operational complexity. There are growing regulatory demands. Along with that, the current crisis is that, first is that protocol amendment. If we do not do a proper protocol, then sometimes after your trial is going on and you find out there is some lagging is there regarding the recruitment, regarding your patients, regarding your controls, regarding your tool applications, then you have to amend the protocols. And wherever you change the protocols, there will be a huge costs. So that current crisis, you have to shift from the traditional clinical trials to that of newer AI-driven trials. So what is the AI solution? Machine learning optimizes workflows from protocol design through final analysis, even before recruit a single trial participant. So that is the beauty of AI-driven clinical trials. And GCP evolution is that regulatory compliance is shifting, changing from your traditional aspects so that your site visit specific change to that of continuous, there will be an evolutions. What is that? Previously, whenever you go on a clinical trial, after a few months, there will be audits occurs. Someone will come to the sites from your sponsor, then they will check what are the data are there, whether they have correctly inputted or not. Is there any missing data is there? Something is, whether there is an outlier is present or not. And then check that if that you have got any findings, then you have to correct that. Already something has been going down the stream. So again, you have to change everything. And it will be a cost effective, not a cost effective. Again, you have to bring the auditors to your centers. It will take some money and also some times. But in AI-driven trials, as you are putting in the same time the data are flowing into the network so that the continuous auditing process is going on. So there is GCP evolution is important in these situations. Regulatory compliance is shifting from retrospective site visit based review to continuous real-time validation aligned with International Council of Harmonization E6 R3. So what is the strategic value? AI integrate, accelerate speed to market value, substantially improving the data reliability, audit readiness, and the participant safety. Suppose a patient having a adverse reaction occurs. Then first, who will doing the trial, he will report that. Then it comes to the sponsor. Then again, it will take some time. But if the data is incorporated in a electronically, then the auditor, then the sponsor, and the trial, everyone can see whether there is any problem arises or not, and they can intervene at that point of time. So there is no time loss. Second is breaking from legacy research constraints. What is that? Traditional model, already we have mentioned that there is a site-centric, paper-heavy, dependent on periodic manual monitoring, and data capture may be episodic because you are doing a trial. You fill up your case record form. Then you, after doing 1 week, suppose in 1 week you have taken a 15 case record form, and then you have to digitize that in your electronic system. So there is a chance of mistake will be there. But if at the time of your recording systems, if you do it electronically, then there will be no mistake will occur. So digital model, in that situation, I will take two terminology. One is digitization, another one is called digitalization. Digitization and digitalization, not the same thing. Digitization means whenever you take a scan, you take a photo, you take a Xerox, you take an image for picture, you take audio. This is then when it is you have changed to a digitization. And after that digitization, when the multiple data comes into a single domain, then it is called the digitalization. What we call this, suppose you have electronic health records. Then in electronic records, health records, doctors will give some notes, sisters will give your pulse record, blood pressure, SpO2, these things. Pharmacist will check whether the doctor has given the right prescriptions or not, so they can able to audit that. So this is called electronic health record. So this is digitalization. So first is digitization, followed by the digitalization. So digitalization, decentralized, it is a participant-centric. You have to keep in mind, previously what we do, we have to ask the patients, fill up the case record forms. But nowadays, it is a participants, they have used some devices so that not actively, passively, all the data are incorporated into your system. So that is a participant centric, and it is powered by a continuous data streams. Every data point is digitally captured, time stamped, and validated at that source. At that source, it is validated. Data delays will not occur because legacy infrastructure, that means a traditional trial, there will be weeks to ingest and clean site data, creating dangerous gaps in safety oversight. But in these situations, as the data are digitized at that moment of time, so modern AI pipelines clean and analyze data instantly. Suppose you are giving a duplicate data. Same person's data, you are given twice. As you are giving a digitalized methods, it will pick up at that moment of time that you are giving the data twice. So that will be eliminated. So that real-time insight will be there. Let's come to that after that paradigm shift. We have to talk about one thing. Actually, as there is no timer, please someone has to take that time because I cannot able to see whether my 30 minutes has been over or not. Please tell me beforehand. So let's come to that of these. What are the core pillars? First, in any clinical trial, first protocol is that. What is the protocol? So if there is any protocol is good, your trial will be good. If the protocol will not be perfect, there will be a chance of amendment and there will be a problem. So poorly designed protocols are among the leading causes of trial failure. So protocol optimization is important. So what we do previous nowadays, not AI driven, we have to search through Google search, through Google Scholar based or everything. Some data has been come, then we check that things, okay, now this is a 10 papers, 15 papers, we sort out, we check all these things. Again, from another site, we get some other papers, we compile it. So huge papers are there. It is a very much time consuming. But through AI, it analyzes thousands of or millions, whatever we can say, of historical trial data sets all over the world to identify the design patterns which associated with operational failures. Which data sets having an operational failure, which protocols having an operational failure, they can, within a single click, they can understood. And enabling evidence-based protocol drafting. So that we can machine learning flags overly complex or operationally unfeasible eligibility criteria during the drafting time. So that before they generate a single recruitment, already the protocol has been finalized. Endpoint selection, predictive model, that means which we can predict previously, that identify the most sensitive, clinically meaningful biomarkers. That means what tool we are using, which tools we have to use for your study. That can be determined previously by AI, by your intelligent protocol design. So predictive model identify the most sensitive, clinically meaningful biomarkers and endpoint to maximize the statistical power. So that these optimized protocols prevent costly mid-trial disruptions, so the cost will be less, reduce protocol deviations, and so that compress overall development timeliness significantly, so that we can able to do in a stipulated time. Second core pillar is that AI-powered patient recruitment. That is very important because more than 80% of the clinical trials fail to meet that enrollment timelines. You have decided this group of people, I will take that. This will be my control people. But when you go on at your trial, you see your original participants are quite good, but your controls are very much less. So that whenever you will complete your study, you will be underpowered. So that AI-powered patient recruitment system will understandable before starting your study by a natural language processing screening that screen the unstructured electronic health records. Again, I'm giving someone may not be understood about these things. There are two types of data sets. One is called structured data sets. Another one is called unstructured data set. This is important for AI knowledges. Structured data sets means whenever you give a specific rows, columns of data, these are structured. But whatever you write in your prescriptions, in your note sheets, these are all unstructured data. But most of the time, 80% are the unstructured data. But how can we able to this unstructured data to a structuring framework so that we can able to analyze properly? There is the importance of the natural language processing. This natural language processing will do the unstructured data to a structured framework. So this natural language processing scans unstructured electronic health records throughout the world, from where there is an electronic health records are present. And they surface eligible patients that structured queries routinely miss. Structured query routinely miss. They can instantly match the automated algorithms, identify the eligible candidates across global health networks in real time, eliminating manual chart report. Otherwise, you have to chart which will be your participant, which will be your control groups. But this instant matching will say that from MIdnapore Medical College, these patients you can take, from SSKM you can be able to take that so that the multicentric studies can be done. If from MIdnapore Medical College and SSKM all having these of electronic health records are present. Precision targeting, machine learning, cross-reference, genetic, biomarker, comorbidity, all data with complex trial eligibility criteria to pinpoint the right candidates. Time is there. Only 10 minutes. So you have to be very fast. Okay. Then comes to the enrollment speed, automated identification and outreach timelines from months to days, so that the timelines will be less. Third important thing is pillar is synthetic control lab. This is very important because machine learning aggregates real world data from the post trials, registries, and electronic health records to construct statistically valid synthetic comparator cohorts. That means you do not need a physical controls. From a previous trials, you will get some patients are there in the control arms. You will get their electronic data records and you can fit with your study. So that this is called a synthetic control arm. This is very important also for the ethical reason. Suppose you are dealing with a cancer patients. One new cancer drugs you are trying to establish whether it is good for or not. So whatever you have to do, there will be one arm, there will be a standard drug, another arm, there will be a placebo, and another arm, there will be your new drug. Okay. But in your placebo group, they are cancer patients, but you deprive them of giving a standard drug. So this is not right. This is not ethical proper. But you, as a study, you have to pick some controls. But what will do? If the controls are the synthetic control arm, that means there is no actual patients are there. That the patient records, which are in the data sets in the World Wide Web, from your electronic health records, you pick up those by your AI. These are your control arms, so that you can use their records with your new drugs, so that it is an ethical, completely ethical. So that the synthetic control arm, particularly important for the orphan drugs, and also make viable trials that would otherwise be statistically underpowered, opening a critical pathway for orphan drug development where patient population are extremely small. Fourth core pillar is that of remote patient monitoring. Previously, we have to pick up your participants nearby your institutes. So the premier institutes where the trials are actually going on, the nearby peoples are getting chances for the participants. But that thing is that is not a homogeneous. That is basically I rather say it is a homogeneous, a little bit of localized participants zones. But you have to do real world situations where the people will be from the urban situation, from a rural situation, from a corporate hospital, from a rural hospital, so that you have to your whatever you want to develop that will be unanimous. So that's why this remote patient monitoring is very, very important. And another thing is that it is cost beneficial, because previously the patient or participant has to come your center to give the entry the data. But if the remote patient monitoring is, they are wearing some devices. So the continuous data is entering into your flows. There will be patient would not come, so that they do not need any extra charge, extra money expense. They do not do anything else. Besides this objective metrics not only gives you the data which you are requiring, they are also giving some contextual backgrounds. What is that means? That means when you are wearing a device which dictates your pulse, respiration rate, your BP, your SpO2, whatever things are getting down, at the same time patient is walking, patient is running, patient is going upstairs, patient is going downstairs. So the contextual background are also incorporated into your records. So this is also important for remote patient monitoring. And this is also that of passive collections. So these are the four pillars. Now this redefining GCP, continuous data integrity is there. Previously, old way is that auditors already mentioned that auditors travel to physical sites to verify the paper records retrospectively. But the new way by this AI driven is this is a continuous digital data streams inject source data directly to the cloud-based systems at the point of capture. So it creates a living, validated record in real time. And in that situation, AI algorithm already instantly flag missing anomalies, missing data, duplicate data, outlier data, and they can detect immediately, and immediate remediation they can able to do. So there will not be a delayed protocol amendments. Audit readiness, trial data remains continuously validated and inspection ready at any moment, so that it is a steady state operation is going on. Second, but the problem is that whenever these trials is going on, there is a real-time risk management. What is that real? Because AI-powered safety surveillance, if it is not proper, then there will be a problem. AI continuously monitors, this a good thing is that AI continuously monitors adverse events and safety signals, so that can able to early warn, they can deviation alerts they will give, and adaptive safety can be taken. But the problem is that this is the cyber GCP and data privacy architecture. What is that? Because as trials extended beyond your clinical walls to that of patient home, by their distant remote monitoring system, by the devices, they attack surface for data breaches, and this is expanded dramatically. So the robust cyber GCP architecture is not optional, it is regulatory, and it is ethically obligatory. You must have to be, your cyber GCP has to be proper. Because decentralized endpoints, whatever wearables, mobile apps, home diagnostic devices, they are multiply the number of vulnerable data access points. So what is the regulatory compliance? So all data architecture must strictly comply with global privacy frameworks. What are those? In USA, this is called HIPAA. That means Health Insurance Portability Amendment Act. In Europe, this is General Data Protection Regulation Act. In India, this is DPDP Act, that is Digital Personal Data Protection Act. You have to be any tool, whichever you are using, must be compliant with that framework. In USA, HIPAA, in European country, GDPR, and in your country, in India, is must be DPDP Act. Data encryption, end-to-end encryption must be ensured. Otherwise, you know that in WhatsApp you are doing this and data encryption from your person to person. These are data encrypted. Here you have to keep in mind, in any distant remote monitoring system, data end-to-end encryption must be there. Otherwise, there will be chance of leakage of data into the public domain. Anonymization pipelines. What is that? There is some AI-powered anonymization engine must be incorporated into your system so that whenever the data comes from your remote signaling system to your database, at that time, your identity will be deleted. So that your name, your age, your name, in which village, in which region, you have to be deleted. So you have to be, the data will be completely anonymized. Otherwise, there will be a problem. Couple of minutes. Okay. So there is demand for trust, transparency, and explainability. So model validation must be, all AI software used in regulated trial function must pass rigorous software validation process. Again, two things I want to say, that there is something here written that black box challenge, bias mitigation, audit trials. Probably we'll hear something that is called a glass box, that is called black box, and that is called explainable AI. There is three things, a little bit of something, otherwise you cannot able to understand. What is glass box? Suppose I am saying something, you are giving input to someone, and actually you are giving some inputs and you will get some output. That is your basic principle. Whenever you give some inputs into a glass box, everything is visible through it, because everything is inside that glass box. You can see everything through that glass box. What is that? You are getting your tools, just like when you do the QX calculators, you will see that what is GFR calculation, you are doing MDRD values, you are doing the MELD score, you are doing the child park score, you are doing other scores in various systems. So these are all the glass box, because you are completely clear, because you will put these data and will get this result. So this is a glass box. Now what is black box? Black box is that, suppose you are taking a picture of a X-ray and you put that X-ray in that your system and tell me, give me the diagnosis of that X-ray. Now how they can able to diagnose that your X-ray or MRI or retinal scan? They have there is called a neural network system. So this convoluted neural network systems, that is by this artificial intelligence, they convolute. There is a huge mathematical jugglery is going on. You cannot able to say what are the actual steps are going on. You are getting only giving the inputs and you are getting only the outputs. So you cannot able to see anything, whatever going on inside that. So this is called a black box. But problem is in that, in this era of, this is not explainable. What if, suppose one thing, if in a MRI or CT or everything in his pictures, there is all the pixel based. You are getting someone gives a data, already uploads a huge data, and from this huge data sets, they have comes to an inferences that possibly this pixel shows this is a tumor, this pixel region shows you this is a consolidation, these things is going on. Suppose whenever you feeding that, you have to train the model actually. When you train the model, if the data whichever you gives are not correct, you gives a little changed pixel to that domain, then your inference will be completely wrong. So that, but there is no explanation is there, because you do not know what is going on, because there is a black box system. That's why in a clinical trial situations nowadays, it is important that is a combination of these. You have to be explainable AI. whatever you will do, it may be I cannot able to fully understandable, but at least it is completely auditable. So that is called an explainable AI. So this is an audited. Every algorithmic decision must leave an unalterable, time-stamped digital footprint, creating a complete chain of custody from raw data input to final analytical output. Now the broadening trial diversity and inclusivity, already we have discussed that there is a geographic freedom. Previously the trials are site-centric, that premier institutes are only doing the trial. Nowadays, as because of that of AI-driven, you can choose from anywhere from your trial sites if there are proper persons are there in that domain. So that socio-economic access, decentralized model, so that they do not need, participants do not need a limited long distance travel, child care or lost wages. Representative cohorts are also present. Trust buildings are also present. So this address but one operational hurdles are present. What are that operational hurdles? This is that our systems are fragmented because there is incomplete electronic health records, there is wearable devices, APIs. API, do you know that API is not as a active pharmacological ingredient. It is not active pharmacological ingredient. It is the processing interface. What is that? Just a simple example. When you give your search engine, I want to book a ticket from air ticket from Calcutta to Delhi. Okay, they will give you to the domain that this is Indigo, this is SpiceJet, this is these things. So they give a data. Fine. Next comes further inquiry. You will give another. Okay, now you give me the range of 5,000 to 6,000 rupees. They give you another data. But nowadays, what we call, there is a two types of this. One is called generative intelligence. Another one is called agentic AI. So what is that? Basically, generative intelligence means generative artificial intelligence actually. You give some inputs and on the basis of your inputs, they give you the answers. They do not act separately. But agentic AI, they gives you give some inputs. They think about that. They definitely gives you output. Along with that output, they gives you some other more choices. Just like this, if you give a make my trip, please give me a flight description from Calcutta to Goa. They give you the Calcutta Goa flights and these things. Agentic AI nowadays, what they are doing, you can see, you can check that from your make my trip. Check flight details. They will gives you in your choice. Okay, Mr. Rai, you are planning to go to Kolkata by this flight. At that time, probably you will stay there for a couple of days. So you need hotels. You need these hotels are the beach facing. These hotels are the mountain facing, and these are your tariffs are there. You may need a cab from your airport to hotel. So these are these things you can able to avail that. So this is an actionable. So this is called an agentic AI. So why I am telling that? Because our systems is completely fragmented. AI will keep this fragmentation into a streamline. But the problem is that classical CROs, that means who are the clinical research organizations or contractual research organizations, they are actually very much stringent because they investigate sites. They are slow to alter their legacy workflows. They are doing these things for years together. They do not want to change because they have to change themselves. They have to staff retrain. They have to cultural transformation. And another thing is that the technology is going far beyond our conceptions. We cannot able to cope with them. We have to cope with them because the regulatory bodies has to go along with them. Otherwise, the technology will not look after me. Because this is the cost barriers are also to be decreased. So what are the chart forward? Standard operating procedure. In the meantime, from the traditional to complete AI, we can able to do the hybrid techniques. What we are using sometimes, you are using that of not a case record forms, you are using at least the electronic record forms, Google Forms. So this is an instant data entry. So you are in a hybrid mode already. So now still not we are digitally complete digitalization, but we are in a hybrid model. In future, we have to be AI, completely AI driven. But kept in mind that evolving standard already mentioned by Dr. Balaram Ghosh that ICH E6 and related global guidelines continue to mature in direct response to the expanding digital ecosystem. But kept in mind, the competitive advantage is important. Those sponsors who deploy the validated AI algorithm pipelines today will gain decisive advantages in development speed, data quality, and regulatory credibility so that they can be the ultimate winners. So lastly, I can want to say that this fifth GCP and GCLP 2026 workshop invites the participants who are taking part to move from awareness to action, building the validated system, governance frameworks, and skilled teams that the digital trial era demands. And lastly, I want to say a few lines. I cannot remember. I can have to check from my mobile also. That in this AI-driven area, in this artificial intelligence, previously there are 4 stages at now as it's called. That is, first is called the reactive machines. The reactive machines is that means an example is that IBM's Deep Blue. When that IBM's Deep Blue can able to say that in 90s there is a IBM Deep Blue who the chess with the Gary Kasparov. This is an IBM Deep Blue machine, and this is the actually that thing that machine only analyze the current board, nothing else. Next comes that is the limited memory, what we are going on. There is an already large of data are given into the feeding, and on the basis of that, they will give you some inferences. So nowadays, we are in the era of the limited memory. The third stage, which we are going on nowadays, probably will within a couple of years that will comes under the domain that is called the theory of mind. What is that? The theoretical, it is in the theoretical procedure now that AI goes beyond learning. AI, deep understanding of a human being, your emotions, your beliefs, and your social cues, so that they interact automatically. And the future one is that self-aware. When the AI model will not only have their human behavior, human intelligence, their own consciousness will arise. Recently, we have come to a domain that some AI chatbots are discussing among themselves and tell that Dr. Suman has asked some queries of her anesthetic maneuvers in chatbots, and another bot has asked something and he is not satisfied. He again questions something, he questions something. He wants a draft. Now the chatbots are telling among themselves, we have given enough good answers, but that Dr. Chatterjee was not so much pleased. I do not understand what is going on in his brain. Why he are not satisfied? I am doing so much things, but still he is not satisfied. Nowadays, this comes in between the chatbots workshop. So dear friends, colleagues, and my juniors, now this era of AI, you have to understood these things. Otherwise, this assisted, I do not call this that artificial, it is your assisted intelligence. To take the advantage of this your assisted intelligence in your day-to-day practice, and you think peacefully what is going on, what I am thinking in front of Mount Sibling. Thank you very much for your patience here.
Thank you, sir. What a great presentation, lively presentation from Professor Krishnendu Rai. And we are going to felicitate Professor Rai. He will be felicitated by Dr. Indrani Dalal, Associate Professor, Department of Pharmacology, MIdnapore Medical College. And a memento will be presented to him by Dr. Indrani Dalal. There are online participants and some of them are having queries. One question has been put to Dr. Balaram Ghosh. He will be answering the question.
The question given by Dr. Rahul Agarwal. Does the new AI GCP started or yet to be started? If it is getting started, in what context it will get started? Thank you, Dr. Rahul. It's a nice question because everybody asking it. Actually, AI GCP is not yet completely separated global guidance. So in the next futures, it will be coming. It's evolving and exciting GCP framework. It will primarily be applied to the AI trial design, recruitment, monitoring, as just now Professor Rai told, data management, safety, assessment, like the remote assessment now usually going on, the regulatory process, emphasis on ethics, transparency, validation of the computer systems, data management, patient safety, and human oversight. But we are very much waiting for the new guidelines in the R3 platforms, or it may be R4, is nowadays that will be completely driven with by AI. Thank you.
Now, we will be moving on to the next topic, but we have reshuffled the topics and now it will be presented by Dr. Shiv Shankar Mahato. The session is on informed consent in the digital era, trend, ethics and e-consent. Is an assistant professor in the Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology in Jhargram Government Medical College and Hospital. He is an efficient speaker and he has presented in this GCP workshop in last few years also. And now we will be handing over to Dr. Shiv Shankar Mahato.
Thank you, sir. Myself, Dr. Shiv Shankar Mahato. Today's my session about informed consent in digital era, trends, ethics, and e-consent innovation in the medicine specialty. It's not working. Basically, there was a poll regarding. It's a load.
Tea is ready, so anyone can go and take the tea if possible. Now our next speaker is Dr. Mahato.
So there is a two MCQ, basically a teacher to my session, not working. It is a poll everywhere session, new teaching learning method tool, better than Mentimeter, I think. Question was, what is the main purpose for obtaining informed consent from a patient? So answer, go to the answer, to involve the patient in the healthcare decision. And my next question was, what are the percentage of the doctors who are aware of the informed consent? This is the research of the NTR University 2022, and the shocking result was the 15 to 13% doctors are aware of the informed consent document. So let's start the another news. Recently, previous year 2025, Karnataka High Court direct police to lodge FIR against the doctor for medical negligence. There are so many negligence, but one negligence regarding consent. What is the consent? Then patient party consent to operate their patient in a specific surgical OT. But doctor, for their convenience, shifted to another OT complex. Usually it happens. The surgical OT the bhid may be shifted to trauma care OT center. But court accept the patient allegation that it is the deviation from the consent. The patient party thinks that this OT complex should have better outcome. This is the another observation. My session divided in 3 parts. What is the existing scenario? Then what is the crisis in pen paper? And what is the solution? There is various definition of informed consent from the different point of view, different organization. As per World Medical Association, each participant must be adequately informed of the aims, method, source of funding, any possible conflict of interest, situation evidence from the researcher, anticipated benefit and potential risks of the study, and the discomfort it may entail. And as per WHO observation, on 11 July 2025, consent is the right to say no and boldly the power to say yes. Everyone should have access to information to make healthy decisions about their own lives and the futures. Our very own Supreme Court observation is patients are now widely regarded as the person holding right rather than passive discipline of the care of the medical profession. And as our 2024 Indian Contract Act says that 2 or more persons are said to consent when they agree upon the same thing in same sense. And our very own ICH E6, as told by Balaram sir, informed consent there is told that a process by which a subject voluntarily confirm his or her willingness to participate in a particular trial after he may inform of all aspects of the trial that are relevant to the subject decision to participate. And then last about informed consent definition, as per ICMR 2017 guideline, the competent individual are entitled to choose freely whether or not to participate in the research, and also says that the informed consent is a continuous process. So there are fewer direct stakeholder, that means potential participant, and where potential participants are somehow defined level, they can engage the law, legally acceptable representative, investigator site, and sponsor. Indirect stakeholder are IEC, Institutional Ethics Committee, and the regulator. Regulator means CDSCO, ICMR, and our IEC bodies. Element of informed, there is 4 elements of informed consent: complete informed disclosure, secondly decision making capacity, voluntarism, and authorization. Let's the complete informed disclosure. Relevant information to a potential participant is necessary to make an informed decision. This is all described in ICMR 2017 guideline, box number 5.9. I am just copy pasted this session. That is the 10 elements of the informed consent document. First one is statement mentioning that is what is the research. Second is purpose and method, duration, frequency, method, benefit to the participant and community other, foreseeable risks and discomfort and inconvenience, confidential record, payment, rewards of participation, treatment, compensation for injury, freedom to participate, withdraw, identity the research team and contact person. Basically, they are asking about the mobile number or email ID. This is the 10 essential element, and few are not mandatory but optional element. What is the alternative procedure available to that disease? Suppose a liver disease patient, is there any availability of Ayurvedic treatment, homeopathic treatment available or not? What about the insurance coverage? Possible stigma condition? What are the preserved material, biological material data and data current or future uses, periodic storage, secondary uses, sharing the data biological material, right to prevent use the biological sample. This is the 10 optional element and 10 element. Basically, informed consent document consists of two parts. One is patient information sheet and informed consent form. Patient information sheet, that is detail about the what study is going on, like the template of the patient information sheet, purpose of the research, where will be done, what will be done, etc., etc. ICT must obtain translate into local language for the clear understanding. IC must review and approve the ICT before use. Participant must sign in the ICT only after proper explanation and understanding. A copy of signed PIC to be given participant for the record. Next element is decision making capacity. It consists of four abilities: understanding the information given by the researcher, appreciation the situation, rationally manipulate the information, communicate the choice. And this decision making capacity depends on cognitivity, ability, and voluntarism. And another word is competency. Competency is a legal notion, a individual legal stake to make healthcare decisions. Third is voluntarism, the ability of an individual to judge freely, independently, and in the absence of coercion, what is good or right or best to the subjected to history, his or her own situation, values, and pure history. This is very important that this is own situation, value, and prior history important for the voluntarism. And authorization, this is the last, because this is usually forming the signing document for the informed consent form. The participant must communicate the decision taken voluntarily. Usually this is the form of signing informed consent form with a copy signed to given the participants. So taking consent from a participant, basically diagram will represent if the literate person, then show the PIS and sign in the ICF with date. If he or she illiterate, he can put his or her thumb impression, and he or she may take an LAR for their representative. Representative may sign the ICF document with sign. If LAR is illiterate, then thumb impression also be taken. If there is emergency, no need of consent, as all of you know, then on recovery, consent is necessary. And in case of medical important like dementia or any psychiatric disease, on recovery, consent is necessary. There is age specific because of children less than 18. There is few guidelines. Less than 7 years, there is no need of any kind of opinion from the child less than 7 years. But in case of 7 to 11 years, there is a record of assent. They say the child is a yes, he or she maybe go through in the form of head nodding, or yes, you may go with this process. So in the 7 to 11 years, oral assent is necessary. But above that, 12 to 18 year age, there is written oral assent. That means in this category, there is two ICF, two sign off. One is a child's signature and another is his or his parent or any representative person and the sign. So 12 to 18, there is two ICF is taken. And there is few community consent where like village leader, panchayat and tribal leader provide the community consent because they think that they represent and protect the interest of the communities. Community consent helps build trust and cooperation in research. Then what is the in this process? What are the crises? Analyzing the acute, ethical, and operational failure, traditional paper-based consent method in clinical environment. In patient side, the dense medical jargon, intense situation anxiety, and small make traditional paper form highly ineffective. Studies reveal that patients rarely read them fully, treating concentrated administrative checkbox rather than actual comprehensive risks. On our side, on researcher part, managing paper consent in modern trial present a severe friction. Common clinical audit observation include outdated form version, retrospective, missing dates, damaged document, illegible handwriting, and emails, archival complex burden. There is a comprehensive guide. As per oncology study, there is all participants sign in the physical consent form. Basically, this patient, so we assume that the patient or participant already know about what is the burden or what will be the outcome. But 40% of this participant read the original document closely. and more constant, barely half of the cohort would recall any single major treatment risk. Suppose a cancer patient taking a chemotherapy drug, they are unable to tell what is the first or foremost risk factor, what is the EMI or not, unable to tell the first single major risk factor. So digital e-commerce strategy can break this cycle by structuring content digestible segment. What is the digital shift? Future definitely is digital, exploring how technology transforms deficiency compliance into active and patient-centric educational protocol. Interactive e-consent, it is not a scan PDF version. Electronic e-consent is not merely sign on glass. It introduces patient-based module, interactive glossary, multimedia workflow. By empowering patient with highly visual explanation, which is unable to visual in the traditional method. It is easier for them to explainable to them their procedure, their medicine, or etc. Clinician establish deeper therapeutic alliance and meet the superior ethical standard. The role of technology in the digital concept platform, it may be mobile web application that can be accessed anywhere, anytime. Audiovisual material, it enhances the understanding and accessible during the consent process. So, what is the core architecture pillar? Multimedia education related clinical videos for their study, audio narration, hovering, plain language, visual definition, visual complex terminology. Complex terminology is, if I say posterior part, rather participant better understand the back of the body, not posterior part. Interactive self-quizzes within the workflow build positive cognitive fiction that validate patient understand before signing. And last, immutable digital signature utilizing secure OTP verification, like we all know the e-Hostakshar introduced by NIC, biometric scan, complete electronic audit trail. As already Kishan sir told, digital personal data protection 2020 is demand robot encryption, localized hosting, transparent data processing, and simple withdrawal workflow. Online research consent clearly explain method to maintain participant privacy, data confidency, detailed data security measure and protocol in the consent document, outline policy, data usage, sharing, storage, provide researcher contact for participant queries. As per DCGI, mandatory visual recording in clinical trial as per their gadget. Apply especially for the investigation new drug trial. Separate consent required for audiovisual recording. So one consent taken for the participant as a whether he or she participate or not, and separate consent is required for audiovisual. So there is two consent in this audiovisual platform. One is for the traditional consent that whether it goes or not is study, and another separate consent for audiovisual recording. Ensure transparency, participant protection during consent. Confidential risk must be addressed within explicit consent. There is study shows the better patient retention rate, participant retention rate, low dropout in e-consent, regulatory audit error is less, recall or risk understanding is less. So this is the comparison study. Information delivery in traditional paper, monotonous dense text, easily overwhelming. In e-platform, that tired multimedia with interactive explainer, verification recall. In traditional paper, assume based purely physical signature. In digital, verifiable via app interactive. Security auditing, regarding security auditing, vulnerable physical feeling, manual version log. Whether in digital, it is immutable cryptographically logged digital trial, and in control, there is extreme difficult to execute revision. Very hard working. In case of digital, in one click, all information is available to researcher or the participant. So executive ledger, whether a researcher is ready to for ethics approval, after getting order, he or she need to deploy a secure cloud portal for the taking the informed consent, and obviously in the local language. Then is onboard patient in clinic. There is comprehensive or related videos explain the whether what study is going on, what will be done, what is the compensation, everything in the checkbox in the digital format. And next is cryptographically secure data in India. In India means the data sharing should be must server within India. As per DPT 2023 Act, the server must be within India, not outside the India. Like many Google or something is that not within the Indian jurisdiction. Ethical consideration using public archive, obtaining ethics committee approval alone is insufficient for data usage. Research using online data, library database, archive your permission. It needs the competent authority for consent. Suppose data is stored in MMC's website. So MMC authority person is also necessary. Ensure ethical compliance and respect for data ownership. And this is the traditional right to withdraw. Every participant has right to withdraw from the study at any point without facing penalty or consequences. And continuous consent, researcher must regularly refrain participant understanding and willingness toward the study. What the reconciliation necessary? New study information regarding any drug or disease required to participant to be reconsistent. Participant regaining consciousness or mental competence must be reconscious. Child turning adult more than 18 need to reconsent. Potential identity disclosure in publication require additional consent. Suppose you publish your study in reputed journal, you putting his or her picture on this journal, so additional consent is again required. Fewer things where waiver of consent can be given by the IC. Consent may be waived when research to anonymize biological sample data. Certain public health studies, surveillance program may qualify the consent waiver. Researcher using data available in the public domain can proceed without consent. During humanitarian emergency like COVID, consent sometimes must be delayed or later taken. Might not be feasible initially. Retrospective study and last research regarding medical education. Like teaching learning method, research IC can waive the consent. What are the challenging in Indian concept? Because various language in India, around 1,400 language in India. So there is language diversity, cultural sensitivity. Some people resist, some definitely some disease burden, some in the view, their view is different from the ours, and use of translation also is a barrier. So take home message, mere signature is not consent. The researchers should use only the EC approved version of the consent form, including its local translation. What can we do to improve our informed consent? Simplify our language, allow time for question, make sure the patient understand, plain language, assistance in advance of appointment, train support staff. Thank you. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Dr. Mahato, for very good presentation. And now we will be moving on to our next topic. The next topic is emerging ethical challenges in AI integrated clinical research, and it will be presented by Dr. Abhishek Das. Abhishek Das is Associate Professor in the Department of Forensic Medicine at Jhargram Government Medical College and Hospital, and he has also presented in this workshop in the earlier years. So we will be going for the next presentation. Now, in the meantime, we will be felicitating our previous speaker, Dr. Mahato, Shivshankar Mahato, and he will be felicitated by our HOD and chairman of this workshop, Dr. Professor R.N. Maiti, sir. A small memento will be presented to him by Professor Maiti. Now it is time for Dr. Abhishek Das to deliver on emerging ethical challenges in AI integrated clinical research. Before the next topic, Dr. Balaram Ghosh will be going to answer a question from our online participant.
This is the question from Dr. Niladi Dingal. Who is ultimately accountable for decision influenced by the AI? Investigator, sponsor, or the AI developer? Thank you, Dr. Niladri. It's a nice questions. Actually, the responsible person is the principal investigator. They are solely responsible, particularly for the safety, rights, welfare in the GCP principles. Sponsor are the responsible for the selecting, validation, implementing, overseeing the AI system in the trial. AI developer is a vendor, so he is responsible for the design, performance, documentation, and maintenance of the AI tool. So AI should be considered as a decision support tool, not a decision maker. Human oversight must always be maintained. So answer is accountability is the shared, not the final clinical or ethical responsible remains with the investigator or sponsor or AI developer. So a human always choose the correct persons and he will be responsible. Second question is the can AI introduce bias in subject selections and how can this be mitigated? AI introduce is bias if the training data set are unrepresentative. Historical healthcare inequities and embedded in data. So certain demographic groups are unrepresentative. So algorithm use proxy variables. So the mitigation strategy is use the diverse and representative training data set, conduct the fairness, bias audit before deployment, validate the performance across the demographic subgroups, and ensure the transparency and explainability and algorithm, and maintaining the human review recruitment decisions. And last question is, how should AI is validated before use the clinical research? AI systems should undergo the technical validations, that is accuracy, reliability, reproducibility, and cyber security. What Professor Rai just told, that is cyber security is the prime most factors. Second is a clinical validations, that is performance in clinical setting. And last one is very much important, is the regulatory compliance, that is the assessment of GCP, GDPR, or HIPAA, that is the local regulation, is the main regulatory compliance. Next is bias and fairness of the testing, risk assessment, identify the potential impact. Next is the prospective pilot testing, and last one is the documentation and audit trail verification regularly, and that should be ensured the traceability and the transparency. Thank you. Next, our speaker is Abhishek sir.
Good morning, all of you. So this was the topic that I was given, that emerging ethical challenges in AI integrated clinical research. And in the beginning, let me send you my heartfelt greetings from the youngest district and government till date after yesterday's proposals, that is Jharkhand Government Medical College. And before I start my presentation, these are the disclaimers that photos and diagrams used in this lecture are either open source or generated by me using different AI platforms. And data or information that is delivered in this lecture is either open source or deduced from the open source statements by me. So let me go to the end of this session, that is the reference. Usually we put reference at the end of a research paper, end of a protocol, end of anything. But let me start with this, that this is on this date, 22nd June of 2026. That is, these are the documents that is prevailing all over the world regarding the ethical governance and data governance related to artificial intelligence related research or medical works. Starting from the left-sided two, that is number 1, এখানে দেখা যাচ্ছে না। Okay. না, আমি পয়েন্টার চাইছিলাম। Fine. So the left upper one is the ICMR guideline that has been published in 2023. And there are GDPR and US FDA artificial intelligence and machine learning governance and guidelines. Next comes the UNESCO ethics of artificial intelligence use. Next comes WHO has already come up with something in 2023. UNESCO was 2021. And below, the left-sided one is DPDP Act. I'll come to it later on. And the European Union Artificial Intelligence Act. So these are the different artificial intelligence related guidelines related to this medical profession all over the world. But more or less, I must say, more or less, they say the same thing that we all know, that maybe that we all like to use or prefer to use, but somehow or other we fail to use. In this session, I'll be talking about those reasons for failure and probable solutions to that. So before going to that, we all know that the ability of a machine to think or perceive or something that is related to logical reasoning that we say and independently perform complex tasks is actually the work of the AI. And the most important thing is this last two words, that is human input. Artificial intelligence cannot work without any human input. Either it will be during the generation of the artificial intelligence platform, during the learning process, or during the act that we use to tell something that these days before uploading a picture in Instagram or Facebook or any other platform, we used to put it on ChatGPT or Gemini and we say that, give me a suitable caption. So this is the prompt that we give to an AI platform, and according to that, they give us the different captions. The one we like, we put it in the caption in our Instagram post. So actually, the first and last thing is the human input that is important in this ethical part. So the objective will be, we'll understand some part of the evolution of the AI, then we will go to the emerging ethical challenges, compare different global regulatory system and ethical consideration. Then we will try to recognize 2-3 real-time case scenarios and at last the practical aspects. So before going to the D, let's break down my topic. Emerging ethical challenges in AI integrated clinical research. So there are 3 fundamental questions come. Number 1, is really AI an emerging thing or already it has emerged? Number 2 is, are there really ethical challenges, or we just think about these are ethical challenges, but the AI platforms and AI bots are intelligent enough to mitigate these ethical challenges? And third one is really AI integrated clinical research good, or that we were doing for last 15 years or 20 years, that was better? So may I ask you a question that on the left side there is something, on above that it is written Hansen Robotics, and on the left side there is a picture of an European city. Can you tell me what is common between these two? Emily, please question. Nothing to do with AI and anything. Any wild guess? Good guess. German. Hansen was from Hong Kong. Actually, the left-sided photo is the capital of Bulgaria, that is Sofia. And this is the robot actually, which is named Sofia, and it was invented by and designed by Hansen Robotics from Hong Kong. It was a humanoid robot. Humanoid means looks like a human. And this Sofia had some interesting abilities. That is, it was capable of displaying human-like expression, interacting with people because its lower jaw was somehow movable, and it was designed for the research, education, and environment for different things. I am talking about almost 10 years back. And the Sofia was taken to different worldwide AI-related and industrial and technological, exhibitions and conferences for the promotion of the AI ethics, at least 10 years back from today. Now in October 2017, an interesting thing happened, that Saudi Arabia gave Sophia citizenship. And after that, the whole world was shook. Why? Because it was the first robot that received a legal personhood in any country of the world. Then and there the question comes that maybe it may had that its name is not Sophia, rather its name was Abhishek. So does it mean that a machine has a gender? Does it really mean that if it is a Sophia and if it is humanoid, can she marry? Does she have a voting right? If Sophia has a system shut down, can we call it a homicide or murder? Because he has been given a citizenship. So there comes the basic ethical questions, not related to today's topic, but I just want to make you aware of the fact that there are different ethical challenges that you also can identify, just to have a clear mind and just to have to read between the lines that is written in these AI guidelines. Another example, let us take an example that we have a robot in our house whose name is maybe Kofu, and he is able to prepare coffee for us, and he is able to identify all our relatives, myself, my wife, my children, my father and mother, and father-in-law and mother-in-law. These 8 people. Now one day, and Kofu is already designed with the different kinds of coffee making things. Which one is cappuccino or maybe espresso, flat white, with sugar, without sugar, cream and all. Now one day, one afternoon, one of my father's friend comes into our house. Since Kofu is already designed and he almost understands that, okay, my father takes cappuccino with 2 spoons of sugar, he puts the same and makes the same for my father's friend. But unfortunately, my father's friend is a diabetic, and at the same time, Kofu makes a blunder. So who will be responsible? Is it me? Is it the who prepares the algorithm of the Kofu? Or is it both of us? These are the ethical things that we look after. So the important thing is to reason, infer, and discover what is going on. So utility of the medical science is already there. We all know that it is working brilliantly in arrhythmia, fibrillation, sepsis, in fact in cerebral ischemia, cerebral stroke, breast carcinoma, dermatological diagnosis, and many other things. And these are the clinical research that is being evolved to the medical science. Now coming to this topic related to clinical research and trial, AI now works in different ways. That is, it can assist, that has already been dealt with Krishnendu sir brilliantly, that AI assistant patient recruitment to AI-based the eligibility screening, synthetic control arms that he has, and digital biomarkers he has elaborated quite a lot. Wearable device-driven continuous monitoring, digital monitoring, predictive analytics, and many things. So in this way, we have come to the latest era of AI evolution right now, which is mainly generative and adaptive AI. We all use ChatGPT somehow or other. Can anybody tell about what is the full form of GPT? Chat is chat. G for generative. P for predictive, generative preformed transformer. So it is preformed, it is generative. I mean, if we use the same prompt 100 times, it will give 100 different answers. Not completely different, but exactly not the same 100 wordings will come in 1,000 or 1 million times. It has already been tested. And number 3 is it can transform our prompt to a specific answer. So starting from the 2000, when it was a simple statistical model like logistic regression and other, gradually we learned through the machine learning revolution, through image analysis. In fact, I can remember I was in 2000, before COVID era, it was probably in 2017-18. I was there in Medical College, Kolkata, posted as assistant professor. And there I came to know for the first time that some professor in the dermatology, he is working on something to input 10,000 photographs into a system to diagnose a skin lesion. There was a HOD dermatology at that time. He was working along with 2 other faculties. So then it was quite astonishing for all of us that what he is doing actually. পাগল নাকি এসব ছবি টবি নিয়ে কি করছে? So, but actually today it is a reality. So between this, I'll not going into the details. Just a simple thing, agentic AI, Chiranjeev sir, Krishnendu sir has already told. There is another thing that is adaptive AI. We all are going through adaptation, and adaptive AI is something that adapts through time. That means indirectly through data that we put into a particular AI system. Generative AI is simple. Can you caption this photo? Can you give a caption of this photo? Can you make a hilarious caption of this photo? Can you make a sad caption of this photo? And it generates. Now, adaptive AI is each and every time that we are satisfied or dissatisfied with the answer with the generative AI, it learns from that. ওটা থেকে শিখছে যে আচ্ছা আচ্ছা তাহলে বোধহয় এইটার মানে ঠিক হিলারিয়াস হচ্ছে না। In fact, I was trying to generate some hilarious statement regarding my disclaimer. Each and every time I tried 5 times in Copilot, Gemini, and ChatGPT. Each and every time, the hilarious thing that they understood, 15 times I gave the same input. Each and every time, what they gave as the hilarious disclaimer statement that I used in this, I have not used that, because each and every time it was not at par with our social standard. এমন এমন শব্দ এমন এমন মানে এমন এমন ইমোশনও দিচ্ছে ওই হিলারিয়াস কথাটার মধ্যে দিয়ে, since I told that these are the 2 statements of the disclaimer that I want in a hilarious mood, so I feed. So this is the generative AI. Now with this photograph this diagram I have prepared through Gemini. Interesting is during Gemini, I don't know whether you can read that line, elaborated that it itself says Gemini is an AI and can make mistakes. So it identifies itself that I can make mistake, but we do not understand, we are not convinced. আমরা ভাবছি জেমিনাই যেটা লিখে দিচ্ছে ওরে বাবা এত মহাভারতের পরেই জেমিনাই অমৃত সমান, but actually it is not. So the reality is AI is no longer just analyzing data, rather it is having a potential efficiency with that potential ethical risks. So the clinical trial, it can be used in different stages of the clinical trial, before trial, during trial, and also after trial during the dissemination, data interpretation, publication, and real world evidence generation. A simple question that has Balaram sir has already answered, that if an AI algorithm in a clinical trial research, যদি সে সবকিছু করে থাকে একটা AI algorithm in different stages of the clinical trial, it is working in a different mode, then who is ethically responsible if any harm occurs? I'll come to it with 2 real-time scenarios at the last of my session. So before that, we all know we have discussed many a times that this is the banjo, and these are the principles of bioethics, that is beneficence, autonomy, non-maleficence, justice, and others, which includes veracity, confidentiality, and others. Now there are some other inclusion. This mnemonic is prepared by me for my understanding. You can also memorize it or take a photograph, whatever you like. That is, during this AI, there are 5 more ethical principles added. Those are ahead. Ahead is accountability. H for human oversight. I'll come to it one by one during the ethical challenges. Number 3 is explainability. Number 4 is algorithmic fairness and data governance. These are the 5 more ethical practice apart from banjo, which is important for the ethical perspective of artificial intelligence. Coming to the first challenge, that is algorithmic bias and fairness. AI always learns from the historical data. Now, if you are using ChatGPT, I use Gemini more than ChatGPT. I'll tell you the reason at last of my presentation. There is one slide for that. So I prefer Gemini mostly, but ChatGPT is usually now that is going on up to 3.5, ChatGPT version 3.5. The data that was used was up to 2021. Now came the ChatGPT 4 and beyond. ChatGPT 4 and beyond is using data till 2023 to 2025. I mean to say that in different fields, in different data related to different fields of data, it is using 23 to 25 was the last cutoff date of which the published data that ChatGPT is trained with. So after 25, if you are looking something new, if you are searching something, ChatGPT is unable to provide us that information. As simple as that. So the same thing happens here, that the minority population, at times the algorithmic bias excludes the woman or rural population or a specific vulnerable group. That may be excluded when we are writing a study protocol through the ChatGPT. And with that comes the clinical research risk that this biased recruitment can cause biased evidence generation. There is inequitable healthcare, and this is very much relevant in the lower middle income countries like our subcontinent. Dr. Shiv Shankar Mahato has covered almost A to Z of the informed consent. Just one thing to add from this AI perspective, that the simple question is, do you agree to participate? And we ask the patient or the participant to sign here. Now, if AI is included in this research, then there will be 2-3 more things that is ethically important. That is, will the data be used for future algorithm, or it can be shared internationally? Will the data be shared internationally? Recently, there has been an issue that one resident, not from our country, one resident, he was about to write 10 discharge certificate in his clinical ward. It is a real-time thing. You can search in Google also. He was about to write 10 discharge certificates, and he did one thing, that from one patient, 10 discharge of similar patient data, similar patient profile. What he did is he scanned one of the patient data, and he gave input into ChatGPT. And he gave the prompt that write 10 different discharge certificate from this data. After that, what happened? That ChatGPT wrote this thing, and it was public since the hospital data he actually uploaded into an AI platform. So just after the upload, the ChatGPT gave the reply after going through and sharing with its server. After that, there was much, much disturbance and much hula-baloo all over, and it is now $15 million case that has been lodged by Italy, and I forgot the amount that European Union has also lodged the case against the ChatGPT. That how can you accept? Before that, you had to restrict that. No, I will not accept this data until you prove me, or until you provide the consent that this I can accept. Right now, ChatGPT is not having any restriction of any such confidential data related governance. আমরা যে কোনো data দিয়ে দিলেই নিয়ে নেবে ও সার্ভারকে খাইয়ে দেবে. So be very careful whenever you are uploading any document, anything. Okay? The transparency and explainability, the black box phenomenon has been brilliantly explained by Krishnendu sir. So I'm not going into details. Just a simple thing, that even the AI platform is not able to answer whenever we are recruiting patients or whenever using it in a clinical trial. হয়তো একটা particular group কেও বাদ দিয়ে দিয়েছে, he is excluding a particular group, or he is excluding a particular patient. Then in return, if we ask him, we ask the AI platform, why did you do this? There will be aberrant answers. Or ঠিক করে answer দিতে পারছে না, because it is already programmed through those millions of data that has already is programmed with the decision tree. তারপরে ওর explainability নাই. So lack of explainability threatens the informed consent decision. Then comes the accountability and liability that I have already raised the question about. Then comes the privacy and ownership. That is, the healthcare, we all know that healthcare data is among the most sensitive categories. So the question includes who owns the participant data, who controls the uploading, who controls its restriction to the to feeding the server, who is liable, or who is having the right of making it commercial, and also the de-identification prevention. We all know that we are very much familiar with the ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, and many other Copilot and many other platforms. But important is it is frequently hallucinating. ও যেখানে জানতে পারে না সেখানে যা হোক একটা লিখে পাতা ভরিয়ে দেয়. There are frequent hallucination from all these AI platforms. I have written just 4. I can name at least 40. You can name 400. But all of them are having the same limitation that they are frequently hallucinating. In fact, you can always use Meta AI that we have in our WhatsApp only. In fact, Meta AI is frequently hallucinating. In fact, with time, last 1.5 years, it has reduced this hallucination because it is an adaptive AI. Meta AI has been made an adaptive AI. যা যা input আমরা দিচ্ছি সেগুলো থেকে ওরা পটপট শিখে নিচ্ছে চটপট করে। In last 1.5 years, it has reduced much hallucination. But still there are many hallucinations. I can share a real-time story. One of the faculty in my institution, Jharkhand Government Medical College, it is just 2 months back. So he said that, Abhishek, I have a full data set. Can we write a paper with that? So I said that, okay, sir, I'm going to meet Kori. Then we decided, okay, sir, fine. So I analyzed the data. I sent it to him. These are the analysis. These are the charts and all. And I said that, sir, eta apni likhe dine, at least outline the money. If you just prepare the outline of the manuscript. So he prepared within 1.5 days, I think. So, and he said an 8-page document. Whenever he was in Jharkhand, he was having OPD and everything. So after that, I went through it. The data analysis and the result section was good, very good. Interestingly, the references গুলো দেখেই আমার একটা কেমন লাগলো। So I searched 3 references and all of them are non-existing. Then I called sir, sir, আপনি reference গুলো দেখুন, result তো ঠিক আছে বুঝতে পারছি, AI bot দিয়ে করেছেন, it is fine, but please go through the references. Because it used 11 references. After that, I searched all the 11. Of those 11 references, 8 were faulty. Faulty means non-existing or some different parts, some hallucinating things. And it is a really. You can also try with any of your papers. So AI in medical research can be used in different stages and different way, always. But we have to be very much vigilant. Another real time is how much time I have. Okay, fine. Thank you. আমার বেশি নেই হয়েছে। So in 2023, there was an article, Open Artificial Intelligence Platforms in Nursing Education, Tools for Academic Progress or a view. It was published in a PubMed Index journal, which is Elsevier published, and it is Nurse Education and Practice. The first author was someone. The second author was ChatGPT. Now, in fact, today also, last night, I always search this because this is a very frequently repeated slide of my talk. It is the same thing. This is the screenshot of the journal page. Now, if you just copy the title and go to PubMed and you search this, the ChatGPT is vanished because at this present guideline, ChatGPT is not authorized as an author by the PubMed. But ChatGPT was authorized at that time, at least 2023, was authorized by this particular journal, even Elsevier policy. Now, each and every big house, I mean Elsevier, Taylor Francis, Walter Kluwer, and Nature, and all of them have come up with their publication research publication related AI guidelines at this present moment. আপনারা যদি যান প্রত্যেকটা বড় হাউসের নিজস্ব AI related guideline দেয়া আছে. So if you are using, I face some frequent question that, sir, আমি তো ChatGPT দিয়ে স্যার লিখলাম, স্যার এটা কি লিখতে হবে, মানে জার্নালকে কি জানাতে হবে, to be informed the journal website that you have used ChatGPT or say Gemini, whatever. So always I have the same answer that please go through the author guideline of that particular journal house. Whatever they want, you disclose that part only. Coming to the last ethical challenge, that is synthetic data in digital twins. Digital twins is also well discussed by sir. So there are some new trends like synthetic patients. That means that almost simulates the real-time data. In fact, there has been, probably 1.5 or 2 years back, there was retraction of a medical education related paper. It was a qualitative research. I won't name the author or I won't name the journal, sorry. So, but it was retracted. After that, I mailed that particular journal that why did you retract? Because I was following that thing. It was a brilliant paper, very nice qualitative research paper on medical education. The journal house replied me that actually we identified that in qualitative research, we don't go for the data. We go for the words and paragraphs and interview based or something like that. So they have disclosed to me that it is a pertinent question that we asked the authors, and they said that the data was AI generated. In fact, if you have a good research question, if you have a good research parameters, you can fabricate the whole data set with ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude. আপনাকে পুরো ডেটা সেটটাই বানিয়ে দেবে, ডেটাও নিতে হবে না ওয়ার্ডে গিয়ে, ডেটাও নিতে হবে না এমার্জেন্সিতে গিয়ে। But there are checkpoints through which we can identify that this is a AI based prepared data. So from that, these faster trials are many times governed and guided by the AI platforms. Not I am saying that everyone is fake, but be careful about using that because it has a concern about validity, bias, and regulatory acceptance. These are my social media handles. That is what I am want to show you. My question is that red arrow je jinish gulo oigulo ke ki bole? This is called a profile picture, right? DP. Usually we call it DP, display picture. Now put two DPs side by side, it becomes DP Act. Digital Personal Data Protection. That is one of the earliest data protection act in the whole world. We can boast of that always. Even that so we can always boast of DP Act. That is one of the first data. And I'm not going into details because that is beyond today's discussion. But DP Act means the Digital Personal Data Protection. Whenever we download different apps, we go through the whole of the data, consenting that document, and at last we click, I agree. We do not read that, right? And regarding that, they take any consent from us. That is the thing that DP checks. DP Act, the maximum amount that is important, maximum amount of 50 crore, 250 crore, and it is openly available data, no problem. I have the PDF also, I can share it with you also. But what we need more, that is ICMR 2023 publication. It is open, this is also an open source one, which governs the whole thing. That is, it talks about the autonomy, the benefits and non-maleficence, that is fine. Ethical consent comes when it is collaboration and data privacy. Whenever we collaborate with some other body, other organization, other app, other any institution, we have to share data. So then comes that who can share and to whom it can share. And there is the ethical governance is important because there are issues about the accountability and accessibility and non-discrimination. So the key principles of responsible AI is transparency, fairness and non-discrimination. We should not leave anyone behind. Human oversight, that means human on the loop, HITL format to some extent. Accountability for the data, who is producing the data, who is sharing the data, and who is using the data. Privacy and protection, yes, absolutely, and inclusiveness and equity. Coming to, I'll explain just two case vignettes, which is very much real time. You just go through it. I'm reading it out. A phase 3 trial for a novel biologic use, an AI-driven remote monitoring system. AI-driven remote monitoring system, and that is continuously analyzing and flagging potential adverse effect. And he is informing the PI, that means principal investigator. Now, after a few months, one particular patient was identified with early hepatotoxicity. And it was identified by the AI, since it is already trained, that it is a benign format. But unfortunately, তার একটা hospitalization develop করলো because it was a benign format. The alarm fatigue was not raised. Sorry. So who will be responsible? Is it the PI or the trial sponsor or the AI developer? Who? Sorry. But I am not responsible for the AI use. AI is prepared by some other people. CRO is a valid point because CRO is providing everything. And there is another part is trial sponsor is also accepting the CRO and approving the CRO that yes, you can provide me this A software or B software. So there are 3 stakes. Number 1 is sponsor and PI. Under the NDCT rules 2019, sponsor is also legally not responsible but legally liable to treat him free. And also PI is accountable for the inadequate medical oversight. Patient chaile bolte pare. Number 2 is the developer, that is that ICMR AI guideline that says that shared liability. Mane ami PI bole I cannot shrug my shoulder off je na ami to jani na. And also same for the developer of the particular AI platform. And number 3 is, which is most important, that is human in the loop. Je karone I showed that thing that Gemini identifies itself that I can make mistake, but we do not believe Gemini can make mistake. The second scenario is a CRO is recruiting pan-India diabetes trial. To speed up the enrollment, an AI model is employed. And it is accessing the EHR, that is EMR, electronic medical records. And flagging the eligible candidates. Now AI was trained almost with the corporate hospitals of Mumbai and Delhi. So consequently, it was high risk and non-compliance bole dicche somosto rokomer Jhargram and MIdnapore data ke, because they are not having regular visit, they are not having regular HbA1c and such and such. So they are giving, they are putting them outside, not recruiting the patients. So in this context, as an IEC member reviewing this protocol, what are the two massive regulatory red flags in this particular thing according to DPDP and ICMR? Let me give you the answer. Number 1 is equity principle is primary in case of ICMR. Already bole diyeche je tomake shobaike include korte hobe. If there is not anything specific written in the exclusion criteria, you cannot leave anyone behind. Whatever the bot, whatever the AI platform that you are using. And number 2 is in the DPDP Act, the CRO and the hospital acts as a data fiduciary. If you can remember, here the second line, there are second right one, star wala. That significant data fiduciary is a specific entity under DPDP Act. So you have a huge responsibility to look after being explicit, being specific, and not having any obscure AI model. So we are very much unique in terms of our strength and both challenges. We have a different data, language, patient population and anything, and we have a significant data divide. We have significant AI literacy, AI illiteracy. বহু মানুষ AI সম্পর্কে বেসিক জায়গাটাও জানে না, সে জানে যে I use a Android phone and nowadays there is an option that ওই start buttonটা একটু জোরে চেপে ধরলেই সঙ্গে সঙ্গে Gemini on হয়ে যায়. So they used to use everything, but they don't know what they are doing and what photo or what personal data they are uploading. So role of IEC and IRB in coming days, that what is your take? I would love to know after the session or after this workshop, that should every ethics committee have an AI expert member? That does not mean an AI engineer or data scientist. We can be, or someone from us can be an AI interested one, and we can do the thing that what is affecting us regarding AI system, cybersecurity, algorithm functioning, and data science. So overall, with great power, as Spider-Man said, comes great responsibility, and AI says the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abhishek Das, for this thought-provoking presentation. And now we are going to felicitate Dr. Das. Dr. Paushali Mukherjee is going to felicitate Dr. Das with Uttoriyo, a bouquet, and a memento. Small memento from our organizers to Dr. Das. Now it is time for the next topic, Institutional Ethics Committees in Advanced Clinical Research, Challenges and Future Perspective. It will be delivered by Dr. Indrani Dalal, who is an Associate Professor of Department of Pharmacology in MIdnapore Medical College.
এটা করলে হবে তো? So, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I will deliver the topic on Institutional Ethics Committee in Advanced Clinical Research, Challenges and Future Perspective. So, what is ethics? What is ethics? With the word ethics, a variety of words bubbling in our minds, like model, principles, right, honor, value, responsibility, and fairness. So, the foundation of ethics in clinical research. Ethics in clinical research is not a procedural checkbox. It is the moral backbone upon which all scientific inquiry involving human being must rest. Integrity, honesty, fairness, and responsibility converge to ensure that the pursuit of medical knowledge never comes to at the cost of human dignity. Every clinical trial must be grounded in these values. The overarching purpose of all clinical research is to protect and improve public health. The Institutional Ethics Committee, often called as Mother of Clinical Research, stands as the primary guardian of this mission, ensuring that every study places human welfare above scientific curiosity and commercial interest. So, what is an ethics committee? It is an autonomous committee comprised of medical, non-medical, scientific, and our primary responsibility is to ensure the protection of right, safety, and well-being of human subjects participating in clinical trials. So, what are the core roles of ethics committee? Every ethics committee should maintain the 4 core roles to uphold the inherent worth and respect owed to every research participant, to protect legal and ethical entitlement of participants throughout the study, to minimize it should minimize physical, psychological, and social risk to all participants, securing proper safety to human participants, and Above all, ensuring holistic welfare beyond the immediate scope of the clinical trial. So, what are the key responsibilities of ethics committee? First is to review protocol and approval. Second, continuously monitoring of the ongoing trial progress to ensure protocol adherence, participant safety, and regulatory compliance at every stage. Reviewing regular study progress reports submitted by investigators to assess whether the trial continues to meet ethical standards or not. Evaluating the adequacy of informed consent documentation, the process for obtaining it, and the safeguards for protecting participants' confidentiality, and last and not the least, responsibility is to review serious adverse event reports, forwarding them to the licensing authority, and reporting any significant protocol changes promptly. So what are the types of ethics committee? Institutional ethics committee, independent ethics committee, and central ethics committee. So institutional ethics committee, also referred as institutional review board. It operates within an institution and is affiliated to a specific institution, providing primary ethical oversight for that institutional research activities. Independent ethics committee, it is not affiliated with any research, any specific institution. An independent ethics committee cannot grant approval for a drug trial at an institution that already has its own institutional ethics committee. And lastly, the Central Ethics Committee function at the state or national level or at a broader organizational level. It serves common regulatory purposes, but it is not a substitute for an institutional ethics committee and cannot replace it for site-specific approvals. Now, moving on, next slide, we are focusing the composition of institutional ethics committee. The institutional ethics must be a heterogeneous group comprising of minimum 7 members and a maximum 15 members, carefully selected to represent the diverse professional, scientific, and community perspective. Each member must fulfill 3 essential criteria. They should be oriented to clinical research, they should be proficient, and they should be qualified with proper training and regulatory requirements. So IEC member qualifications, the main head is the chairperson. He or she should be non-affiliated to that institution. He or she should be a well-respected person from any background with prior experience of having served or currently serving other and ethics committee. Member secretary, she or he should be affiliated to that institute. So, member secretary should be a staff member of the institution with knowledge, experience in clinical research, ethics, and should have strong communication skills. Basic medical scientist, he or she may be affiliated or non-affiliated. Non-medical or medical person with qualification of basic medical sciences. For ethics committee reviewing the drug trial, he should be a pharmacologist. So, what are basic medical sciences? Any one of you? Basic medical sciences? These are physiology, anatomy, biochemistry. Yes, sir, please. Physiology, biochemistry, pharmacology, and anatomy. These all are basic science. So from expertise from that group also, we can take them as EC member. Legal expert, basic degree in law from a recognized university, clinical expertise and relevant training. Clinician, individuals with recognized medical qualification, clinical expertise, and relevant training. Sorry, legal expert should have basic degree in law from recognized university and should work on medical law in last 5 years. Social scientist or ethicist, he or she should have qualification in social or behavioral science, philosophy, or religious studies, should be sensitive to local culture and moral values, and may be from health-related NGOs. Layperson, he or this layperson should be non-affiliated to the institution. So, what do you mean by layperson? Means, is he or she a literate or illiterate person? No, he should be a literate person who has not pursued medical or health career in the past 5 years, and he representative of the community, aware of local language, cultural and moral values. Basically, he should be a voice of local people. Now the quorum. What is quorum? For any ethics committee meeting to be legally and capable, legally valid and capable of making decisions, a minimum quorum of 5 members must be physically present. Quorum must be maintained during decision making. Decisions are made by consensus of majority, and a minimum number of ensures the diverse oversight. So, what is the composition of quorum? At least one basic medical scientist or clinician must be present. One legal or social scientist is essential, and at least one member must be non-affiliated from the institution, but the lay person must be present for community voice. So mind it, presence of lay person is mandatory for maintaining quorum. To manage its workload effectively and ensure scientific ethical accuracy, the main ethics committee has 2 mechanisms from outside assistance: subcommittee and external expert association. Subcommittee is set by EC mainly from its own existing members. These assist the primary in executing specific assigned function for preliminary reviews, enabling more efficient processing of the complex protocols. What is external expert association? The EC can invite outside subject matter experts who are not permanent members of the committee to assist in deliberation. Critically, these external experts do not have voting rights within the committee, and their role is mainly advisory. Bioethics provides a model framework within which every IC operates. So we just have a short look on what are the principles of bioethics. So research is principle of essentiality. Research is only considered ethical if it is deemed to be absolutely essential. This requires rigorous scrutiny and before proceeding. Scientific advancement studies must aim to advance medical knowledge and add significant new information. Unnecessary replication of experiment is strictly prohibited. Every research question must be backed by a clear, logical, and scientific rationale. The pursuit of that data must be balanced against the potential burden on participants. So, research must be evidence-based, study design, peer-reviewed methodology, and clear societal or clinical objectives. Research must serve the broadest possible public good and ensure that the benefits of clinical research should be equitably distributed. So any research must have public and interest 60%, 20%, 25% participant benefit, and only 15% for global knowledge. Informed consent is not merely a signed document, it is a process of communication ensuring participants fully understand the research, its risks, benefits, and alternatives, and their rights before agreeing to participants. So the EC must evaluate whether the consent process is truly voluntary, comprehensible, and culturally appropriate. Research participants must never be exploited. This principle mandates the participation is entirely voluntary, driven by genuine, informed consent, free and from coercion, undue inducement, and manipulation. Participants must be fully aware their rights to withdraw at any time without loss of any penalty. Records must be kept confidential to prevent hardship, discrimination, and social stigmatization. Privacy is an inherent right of every human subject. And lastly, the due care must be exercised at every stage to ensure the participants suffer no irreversible adverse effects. So there should be zero irreversible harm. IC review decision and should be deliberated in the four forms. First is approved, with or without suggestion. Approval may be given with some modification. These approval again undergone expedited review. Third is deferred revision with major modification, and this will again reviewed by full committee. And lastly, IEC can reject reject the protocol, but clearly defined definition should be given. So all decision must be communicated in writing with clear reasoning. For clinical trial purposes, every ethics committee must be registered with CDSCO as per NDCT rules 2019 using Form CT01. In India, Sugam portal has been registration e-portal system for the digital filing of regulatory application, including IEC registration. All new registration, renewals, and amendments are submitted through Sugam portal. What is Sugam? Suraksha, Gunavatta, and Manakta. Sugam is abbreviated for these parameters. What Sugam provides? It provides the registration portal of the new application, application status tracking, online correspondence with CDSCO, digital receipt of registration certificate, and renewal management before expiry. IC registration is valid for 3 years and must be renewed through Sugam portal before expiry. All records, including meeting minutes, communication with investigator, approval letters, serious adverse effect reports, and audit trails must be maintained for a minimum 5 years after study completion as per NDCT Rule 2019. Certain scenarios may qualify for an exemption of full review from EC. So, scenarios waiver for full review are research which have minimal risk, like surveys, interviews, observation studies with no intervention. Research using existing data, documents, or specimens that are publicly available or anonymized. Minor amendments to already approved protocols with typographical error or minor administrative changes. Certain research which we give waiver of informed consent, like research on anonymized data where consent is impracticable, emergency research where obtaining of consent is not feasible, delay would harm the participant, retrospective studies, and community level intervention where individual consent is not feasible. There are certain scenarios where requiring of full IC review must be present, like first in human trials, gene therapy studies, cell therapy, or advanced therapy medicinal products. Vulnerable studies include vulnerable population like children, pregnant, prisoners, etc., and trials involving more than minimal risk. Waiver does not mean no oversight of IC. IC must still be notified, and the IC itself decides eligibility of the waiver. Investigators cannot self-determine. Now, new challenges to ICs in advanced clinical research. There are many new challenges in institutional ethics committee in the changing or evolving era. Those are gene therapy, AI-driven trials, adaptive designs, decentralized models, and big data analytics. What do you mean by decentralized models? Decentralized clinical trial, what do you mean? Decentralized models like যেমনি আগে যেমনি দুয়ারে সরকার হতো এখন দুয়ারে ডক্টর হতো সেমনি it is just synonymous to দুয়ারে clinical trials, means it is not incubated in one center. All are patient centric, means from consent to all the modalities we send to the patient itself. Okay, so there is decentralized, this is called as decentralized models. So the fifth GCP and GCLP 2026 context demands the institutional ethics committees evolve from gatekeeper into agile, knowledge-intensive oversight bodies capable of navigating the frontier of biomedical sciences. These are the emerging challenges in advanced clinical research. First, in human gene editing or CAR T-cell therapy studies present unprecedented risk-benefit complexities demanding specialized scientific expertise within ICs that most current committees lack. AI-assisted drug discovery, algorithm-based patient selection, and adaptive trial designs challenge traditional protocol review framework, requiring ICs to evaluate dynamic and changing study parameters. Remote patient monitoring, wearable devices, and home-based interventions blur the traditional side boundaries, raising novel questions about informed consent, data security, and jurisdiction oversight. The use of electronic health records, genomic database, and real-world data in search demands robust IC frameworks for secondary data consent and re-identification of risks. This slide highlights the specific ethical challenges in 2026. This mainly highlight from consent in digital remote setting to commercial pressure. So Electronic informed consent or e-consent using multimedia in interactive platforms and remote video calls must be validated for comprehension and voluntariness, especially in elderly population and low literacy rates. So ICs must develop specific SOPs frameworks for e-consent review. When AI algorithm determine participants' eligibility or predict outcomes, ICs must grapple with transparency, explainability, and potential bias in algorithmic decision making, raising profound question of justice and non-maleficence. International collaborative trials span multiple regulatory regimes. ICs must harmonize with revised ICA GCP while navigating GDPR and ICMR guidelines and country-specific requirements, complex balancing act with significant risk of regulatory gaps. Sponsor pressure for accelerated review timeline risk compromising thoroughness. So ICs must resist commercialization. ICA GCP E6 highlights the implication of ICs in 2026. It introduces risk proportionate approach to clinical trial conduct and oversight. So IC must classify trials by risk levels and calibrate the depth of review accordingly, allocating greatest scrutiny to highest risk protocols. Revised ICH GCP explicitly accommodates electronic system, remote monitoring, and digital records. IEC must update SOPs to reflect these realities. The revised guideline places renewed emphasis on the participant rights and experience. ICs must embed this perspective in all its review process. Now, IC's role in GCLP compliance. What is GCLP? GCLP is the bridge between good laboratory practice and good clinical practice, ensuring that laboratory data supporting clinical decisions are reliable, traceable, and ethically sound. IC must now evaluate laboratory protocols, biospecimen handling, and biobanking consent and data sharing agreements as part of comprehensive trial review. So these two, GCLP and IC oversight, must be aligned. There should be digital platform, video conferencing platforms enabling remote participation while maintaining quorum validity, and digital decision audit trails must include in their process. What are the future perspective of IC? So to sustain the challenges in digital era, IC must be AI must include these types of new guidelines. Emerging AI tools can pre-screen protocols for completeness, flag potential ethical concern, and suggest regulatory precedents, augment human IIC deliberation, and improving review quality and consistency. For multi-site and international studies, centralized IEC review models can reduce duplication. And third, future IECs will increasingly integrate patient and community representatives as active partners in protocol review. So IC of 2026 and beyond must be a highly competent, continuously learning institution. Key priorities for future capacity building include advanced GCP and GCLP training, mandatory recertification every 2 years covering emerging modalities including gene therapy, AI trials, and decentralized research. Developing standing panels of expertise like in genomics, AI ethics, pediatric research, and rare diseases should be available in all ICs for a shared resource basis. Establishing CDSCO facilitated national IC network for knowledge sharing, peer review benchmarking, harmonized SOPs, and mutual learning across institutions. Introducing a formal national accreditation system for ICs, recognizing excellence in ethical review quality, transparency, and governance standards. So the key takeaway message for this session: the role of ICs is still indispensable. So, but every and all IICs must proactively build the competencies and framework to meet these new challenges. For future-ready IC, adaptive review model, digital platforms, collaborative networks, and enhanced public involvement will define high-performing ICs of 2026 and beyond. Thank you. Any
Thank
questions?
you. Thank you, Dr. Indrani Dalal, for your nice deliberation. And after completion of this session, we are going to have formal inauguration of this workshop, 5th GCP and GCLP workshop. Now I want to introduce the dignitaries, and they will be felicitated by our departmental staff. And firstly, there is Professor Dr. Mousumi Nandi, who is the principal of this institute, and she will be felicitated by Dr. Paushali Mukherjee. Next, Professor Dr. Sumon Chattopadhyay, MU coordinator of this institute, will be felicitated by Dr. Indrani Dalal, Associate Professor, Department of Pharmacology, MIdnapore Medical College. Now, it is time to felicitate the chairman of this workshop, Professor Dr. R.N. Maitri sir. He will be felicitated by Dr. Oindri Dalaprati. Next, our guest speaker, Professor Dr. Abhijit Hajra sir, will be felicitated by Dr. Durbasri Das. After this, Professor Dr. Arunabha Bishwas, HOD Barasat Medical College, will be felicitated by Dr. Indrani Dalal. And last but not the least, Professor Dr. Chiranjeev Bagji will be felicitated by Dr. Rohindri Dalapati, the ex-PGT of our department, who is Dr. Chiranjeev Bagji, who is the HOD of Tomluk Government Medical College. Now, it is for formal inauguration. The program will be inaugurated by our dignitaries by lamp lighting. Please, all the dignitaries should be coming to the dais for lamp lighting. Now, we are going to felicitate Professor Shoma, Professor Shoma Gupta, HOD, Biochemistry, Department of Biochemistry of MIdnapore Medical College. Now, I will call our principal ma'am, Professor Moushumi Nandi, to say something regarding this program.
Good afternoon, delegates and my respected dignitaries. Today, our Dean of Student Affairs and HOD Pharmacology, who has taken all the pains to organize this program with his Department of Pharmacology. All of you, please give a big hand for the Department of Pharmacology for conducting this program for the 5th year. GCP, tomorrow there will be GCLP. My heartiest thanks to all the guest speakers who have come all the way from Calcutta. Professor Ovijit Hajra, HOD Pharmacology and Dean from SSKM. Then the introduction has already been done for the HOD Tomluk, HOD Pharmacology of Tomluk, Dr. Chiranjeev Bagchi, and also Orunabo Vishwash from Barashat Government Medical College, who's the head over there. And it's very nice to see many faculties from Jhargram. Shiv Shankar has come, Abhishek has come. I know him from Medical College days. Our Dean of Student, our MU coordinator, Dr. Shumon Chattopadhyay is also here. And this program, not only by the physical presence of you, but there are many online who have attended. And a second clap for Pharmacology Department for organizing this digital program. Good clinical practice is the internationally accepted standard for ethical and scientific quality in the conduction of the clinical trials involving human subjects. And all faculty must be trained in this, because we have in our medical college all the postgraduates who are doing research work, and we have to be updated in all the framework of good clinical practice. There are many important points in conducting ethical clinical trials. Then there's also scientific justification, a sound design in the clinical trial, all the protocols, and also qualified staff. There is importance of informed consent, and our faculty, Indrani Dalal, already mentioned about the Institutional Ethics Committee, what is the importance and how it must conduct its role in the conduction of trial. So with these few words, I would like to congratulate all of you who have come and attend this scientific feast. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And we will want to hear some words from our MU coordinator, Professor Dr. Shumon Chattopadhyay.
গুড আফটারনুন। ম্যাডাম যেরকম সবাইকে অভিবাদন করলেন, আমিও বাইরের এবং ভেতরে যারা এখানে উপস্থিত আছেন এবং পার্টিসিপেট করছেন, এবং পার্টিকুলারলি আমাদের ডিপার্টমেন্ট অফ ফার্মাকোলজি, মেদিনীপুর মেডিকেল কলেজ, তাদের সবাইকে একটা সুন্দর অনুষ্ঠান আয়োজন করার জন্য একটা সাদর অভিনন্দন জানাচ্ছি। এই অনুষ্ঠানে আমার যেটা মনে হয়েছে, এই প্রোগ্রামটা সবাই আমরা জিসিপি বলছি, গুড ক্লিনিক্যাল প্র্যাকটিস, কিন্তু অ্যাকচুয়ালি যেটা দেখা যাচ্ছে যে গুড রিসার্চ প্র্যাকটিসের একটা অঙ্গ। ক্লিনিক্যাল প্র্যাকটিস একটা বড় অংশ, বিরাট একটা পার্ট, আর রিসার্চ তার একটা অত্যন্ত ইম্পর্টেন্ট, একটা ভীষণ আনুষঙ্গিকভাবে জড়িত একটা দরকার জিনিস, যেটা আমাদের করতে হবে। ইভেন আমাদের যেটা হচ্ছে যে ইন্ডিয়ান মেডিকেল গ্র্যাজুয়েট যারা, তাদের 5টা রোল থেকে বেরিয়ে এখন 6th রোল হয়ে গেছে রিসার্চ, এবং আইসিএমআর এই এসটিএসও প্রমোট করছেন রেগুলারলি, যাতে আমাদের আন্ডার গ্রাজুয়েট স্টুডেন্টরাও রিসার্চের ভেতরে থাকতে পারে। পোস্ট গ্রাজুয়েশনটা তো ম্যান্ডেটারি করতেই হবে, এবং আন্ডার গ্রাজুয়েট থেকেই এই জিনিসটা সেটা যাতে সূত্রপাত হয় সেটার ব্যবস্থা করা হচ্ছে। এবং আমরা সবাই জানি যে এই প্রমোশনের ক্ষেত্রে এটা কতটাই দরকার। একটা ঠিক জায়গায় পাবলিকেশন করতে হলে ঠিক ভাবে প্রোটোকল থেকে শুরু করে ইমপ্লিমেন্টেশন, সেটাকে রাখা, প্রিজার্ভ করা, এবং আলটিমেটলি পাবলিশ করা ঠিকঠাক জায়গায়, সমস্ত কটাই ভীষণ ইম্পর্টেন্ট। সুতরাং গুড যেটা রিসার্চ প্র্যাকটিস, সেটা অ্যাকচুয়ালি আপনারা গুড ক্লিনিক্যাল প্র্যাকটিস, সমস্ত এই যে এথিক্স, একটা প্রোটোকল, একটা ঠিকমতো কাজ করা, এই যে এথিক্সটা, ইথোস কথাটা যেটা বলা হয়েছিল যে একটা কাস্টম থেকে, এটা নিজের ভেতরে নিয়ে আসুন। আপনি যদি প্রপার এথিক্যাল হন, আপনি প্রফেশনাল হতে পারবেন। প্রফেশনাল মানে আর কিছুই না, আপনার যেটা করার কথা আপনি ঠিক কাজটা ঠিক সময়ে ঠিকভাবে করতে পারবেন, সেটাই হচ্ছে এথিক্স, এবং সেটাই হচ্ছে প্রফেশনালিজম। আমি কয়েকজনকে দেখলাম, তারা 10টার সময় এলো, 8:30টার সময় প্রোগ্রাম শুরু হয়েছে। এটা কিন্তু প্রফেশনালিজম নয়, এটা কিন্তু এথিক্স নয়, এটা কিন্তু ভবিষ্যতে করবেন না। ঠিক আছে, এই জিনিসটা বলে আমি জাস্ট যে 12টা পয়েন্ট আছে আমাদের আইসিএমআর এর, জাস্ট রিক্যাপিচুলেট করছি। কারণ আমি যেটা লক্ষ্য করলাম যে ইন্টারন্যাশনাল আইসিএইচ এর প্রোটোকল বলা হলো, এআই প্রোটোকল বলা হলো, কিন্তু আমাদের আইসিএমআর এর প্রিন্সিপাল গুলো ঠিক টাচ করা হলো না। সেটা আমি এমইউ কোঅর্ডিনেটর হিসেবে একটু পড়াশোনা মেডিকেল এডুকেশনের কথাবার্তা বলতে ভালোবাসি, এই কথাটা জাস্ট একটু রিক্যাপচুলেট করাচ্ছি। তো 12টা প্রিন্সিপালস হচ্ছে এসেনশিয়ালিটি অফ দ্য রিসার্চ, ভলেন্টারিনেস, নন এক্সপ্লয়টেশন অফ দ্য সাবজেক্ট, সোশ্যাল রেসপন্সিবিলিটি, খুব ইম্পর্টেন্ট। আপনার কিন্তু এই যে বলা হচ্ছে যে যে কোনো রকম আপডেশন হচ্ছে সেটা কিন্তু পেশেন্ট পর্যন্ত পৌঁছে দিতে হবে। তারপরে হচ্ছে প্রাইভেসি কনফিডেন্সিয়ালিটি বলা হয়েছে, রিস্ক মিনিমাইজেশন অ্যান্ড ম্যাক্সিমাইজেশন অফ বেনিফিট বলা হয়েছে, প্রফেশনাল কম্পিটেন্স যারা করবেন তারা যেন প্রফেশনালি কম্পিটেন্ট হন, সেই জন্য পিআই সবসময় যে সিনিয়র গাইড মানে সেই ভদ্রলোক বা ভদ্রমহিলা, স্টুডেন্ট নয়। ঠিক আছে। আর যেটা হচ্ছে যে আমাদের ইনস্টিটিউশনের সমস্ত রকম অ্যারেঞ্জমেন্ট দিতে হবে, সমস্ত রকম যাতে স্টাডিটা করা যায়, পেশেন্টদের বেনিফিট হয়, সবার লাভ হয়, সেটা কিন্তু ইনস্টিটিউশনের নিজের দায়িত্ব। শুধু আইইসি শুধু নয়, যাতে স্টাডিটা সুষ্ঠুভাবে করা যায় সেটাও কিন্তু আমাদেরই কাজ। ট্রান্সপারেন্সি, অ্যাকাউন্টেবিলিটি বলা হয়েছে। আরেকটা খুব ইম্পর্টেন্ট জিনিস আছে টোটাল রেসপন্সিবিলিটি। রেসপন্সিবিলিটি শুড বি টোটাল। এবং লাস্ট বাট নট দ্য লিস্ট ইজ এনভায়রনমেন্টাল প্রোটেকশন। আপনারা কিন্তু এই সমস্ত কিছু এআই এর চক্করে এনভায়রনমেন্ট সম্বন্ধে ভুলে যাবেন না। আমরা কিন্তু পৃথিবী মায়েরই সন্তান এবং তাকে বাঁচাতে হবে। ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Shuman, sir, for your highlighted words. Now, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Abhijit Hajra to continue the next session. The next session topic is advanced safety monitoring and AI-assisted adverse event reporting in clinical trials. Dr. Hajra is currently Dean and Professor of Pharmacology at IPGMER and SSKM Hospital, Kolkata. He serves on several educational and administrative committees under the Government of West Bengal and the National Medical Commission. He is a recognized expert in biostatistics and accomplished researcher, author of multiple books, and a member of editorial boards of several scientific journals. His session today focuses on an area of critical importance in clinical research: advanced safety monitoring and AI-assisted advanced event reporting clinical trials. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Abhijit, sir.
So very good afternoon to all of you. We are in a symposium on GCP. What is GCP? Anyone? Good clinical practice. But from what we have been listening to from the morning, is it good clinical practice or is it good clinical research practice? It's actually research practice, but then why aren't we calling it GCRP? Why we are still sticking to GCP? So this is a food for thought. I'm not going to give you the answer. No, that is not the reason. Think about it. You need not come up with the answer right now. Now, before I go into this topic, what does clinical mean? Anything pertaining to patients. That means living human beings. But do they always have to be patients? Can they be healthy persons in the context of clinical research? So Clinical research involves human beings. They may be patients, they may be healthy persons. Can they include something else? For instance, can clinical research include dead human beings? Cadavers? If you're working in forensics or anatomy with cadavers, are you doing clinical research or not? Yes. Can it mean unborn human beings? Embryos, fetuses? Yes. If you're working with, say, human bones, human tissues, human cell lines, so would you be doing clinical research or non-clinical research? Clinical research. In fact, the ambit of this term clinical research is very broad. So anything that has to do with human beings, including human medical records. You may be doing your research work with human medical records and you'll not be coming into contact with any human being, living or dead in the process. Still, you'll be doing clinical research. So the ambit of GCP is very broad, but this particular topic, which we are going to address right now, participant safety and adverse event reporting in clinical trials, both the traditional aspects and some of the new AI-related aspects that we'll be discussing. It's more restricted. It has to do with clinical trials, not all kinds of clinical research. So what is a clinical trial? What is a clinical trial? So clinical trial is, as Madam has said, it's an experimentation with human subjects. We need some more qualifiers. It's a prospective study. So something which moves forward in time, not something which has already happened and we are analyzing the data retrospectively. So it's a prospective experimentation, usually in a comparative manner, where we compare treatment modalities. It could be medicines, it could be surgical procedures, it could be different diagnostic tests, etc. And thereby we try to establish their effectiveness or safety or both. So that is a clinical trial. So what I am going to speak about it would be applicable in the context of clinical trials, not strictly in the context of observational studies. So observational studies are studies in which the researchers observe. They do not intervene. Interventions may occur, but that intervention would either be decided in the course of some natural exposure or would be determined by somebody who is actually treating or managing the patient, not the researcher. So here we are going to speak about experimental studies and participant safety. So we have learned about the fundamental tenets of bioethics. Can you say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? What are these 5 tenets? Number 1, is somebody saying it a little louder, please? Autonomy. A for autonomy. So the right to self-determination. 2, yes, beneficence. And almost in the same breath with beneficence comes non-maleficence. So autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, then justice. So these are the 4 fundamental and classical tenets of bioethics. We have added 2 more subsequently. One is called confidentiality or privacy, which is a very difficult tenet to manage in the social media age. And the next one, or the last one, don't laugh, it is called honesty or truth. Okay, so it has to be put down as a principle because it is in short supply. Okay. So clinical research without ensuring patient safety is unethical. So your objectives, the primary objective of doing a clinical trial, maybe you are trying to assess the effectiveness of a new medicine. But that doesn't mean that you'd be ignoring the safety aspect. Even if it is not your declared objective, you must take appropriate measures in order to pay respect to the principles of beneficence and non-maleficence together, that you have to take appropriate measures of ensuring safety. And because you are not God, you cannot ensure that everything would be 100% safe. If unsafe things do happen, he'll be taking cognizance of that, reporting that, and trying to minimize their effects. So science cannot be above human safety. Now in GCP, we have these major stakeholders. Your clinical trial subjects, we are actually avoiding the word subject these days, we are calling participants. So participants are at the center of the GCP universe. And who are the other major stakeholders? You can see some. So who is the sponsor? Who is the sponsor? Someone who is funding the study and taking overall responsibility for organizing things. Then the investigator. Who is an investigator? So the person who is actually conducting the study at a study site. Now, if that person is also funding, the investigator and the sponsor becomes the same entity. But the way that most of clinical trials run these days, investigators and sponsors are generally separate. EC, the ethics committee, it's a stakeholder. So as per ethical guidelines, as per law, ethics committee provides the ethical oversight of things which are going on in the name of the clinical trial. And finally, you have the regulator. So if you are doing clinical experiments with medicines, medical devices, imaging procedures, diagnostic tools, etc., our regulator would be our Central Drugs Control, which we say the formal name is CDSCO, Central Drug Standards Control Organization. So the safety is a collective responsibility. It is not one person's or one entity's sole concern. So all the stakeholders have their role to play in ensuring patient safety and monitoring for adverse events in the context of clinical trials. Now, how long should safety monitoring go on? Actually, it's a continuous process. So long as you have a medicine in the market, safety monitoring is a continuous process. The major chunk of safety monitoring, of course, occurs when a drug is in the discovery and development phase. That means before it has reached the market, it has to go through phase-wise or stage-wise clinical trials. And then it comes into the market, and safety monitoring does not end there. There are formalized mechanisms to continue safety surveillance so long as the drug remains in the market. So it's a continuous process. What we say is from womb to tomb. Many of you here would be aware that clinical trials with medicines is a serious business. It's a complex business, and in fact, it is now regarded as one of the most complex activities that human beings engage in, next only maybe to rocket science. Okay. So it's a very complex, expensive, effort-intensive, and long-drawn affair, and it is organized into stages. So I'll quickly recapitulate the stages. So when a new chemical or a new molecular entity has passed through all the preclinical tests, a large chunk of which is toxicity tests with different laboratory animals. When these are being crossed successfully, then the new chemical entity is designated as an investigational new drug, and it enters phase 1 clinical trials. Okay. So phase 1 clinical trials are the first in human studies. So they are a very, very difficult thing. So suppose I have some drug in my hands, a powder. Okay. So I come and hear, Dr. Bijoy, there is some powder here. This has never been tested upon any human being. It has been given to some laboratory rats, some mouse, 2 or 3 rabbits, and maybe 2 beagle dogs. Now, would you be kind enough to try it for us? What would Bijoy say? Will you have the guts to say, yes, I'll try it out for the sake of humanity? It is exactly like that. First in human studies. It's a very serious business conducted in only specialized, specially licensed clinical trial, phase 1 trial units, with full backup of intensive care facilities. And in India, we only have 5 or 6 phase 1 clinical trial facilities. So obviously, the major goal of phase 1 is to see that that substance is not going to poison the human being. Ensuring that this is not toxic is the primary goal of phase 1 studies, and it is considered unethical to expose patients who are already ill or participants who are already ill. So most phase 1 studies would be done in healthy volunteers, with few exceptions. Can you say what could be the exceptions? 1 or 2? Cytotoxic anti-cancer drugs. That means drugs which inevitably will cause cytotoxic effects. Trying them out on healthy human beings is not considered acceptable. Or if you have strongly immunosuppressive drugs, for instance, okay, where if you put them to healthy individuals, you run the risk of causing serious infection problems. So apart from these few examples, most of these studies would be done on healthy volunteers. And if these human beings survive, okay, we also take this opportunity to study the pharmacokinetics of the drug a little. So after giving the drug, if it goes into the system, what are its absorption, distribution, metabolism, elimination, things, we also study them upon healthy volunteers. And if these healthy volunteers still stay healthy at the end of the phase 1 studies, we can think of phase 2 studies, where for the first time, we are dosing the drug upon patients. But what kind of patients? A very carefully selected cohort of patients who will give the answer to the question, is the drug effective? Why I am saying carefully selected? Suppose I have an antihypertensive drug. I believe it's an antihypertensive drug. Then I'll test it upon patients whose primary problem is essential hypertension. I won't include participants who are below 18 or above 65. I won't include women of childbearing age. I won't include those who have renal problems or hepatic problems. I won't include those who don't have heart failure or ischemic heart disease or dyslipidemia. So very carefully selected group of participants on whom I'll apply the medicine and try to answer the question, is it effective? And at the same time, is it safe? Safe to give on patients. Now, obviously, your real world patients won't be like that. Many of them are going to have comorbidities. Many of them would be elderly, etc., etc. So phase 2 is done with a limited number of patients, say a few hundred. And in addition to effectiveness of the medicine, the safety goals are to see what are the common adverse events and try to describe their nature. If phase 2 is successful, we move on to phase 3, where we scale up the numbers and relax our inclusion criteria. So instead of a few hundred patients, we scale up our studies to a few thousand patients, maybe 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. But you understand that if you have to do a study on 3,000 patients and complete the studies in reasonable time, you need to spread it out across multiple centers. And today, most drugs which would be addressing common health problems, these would be multi-centric studies, multi-country studies, and even multi-continent studies. And in today's world, if you have, let's say, a new medicine for common problems like diabetes, hypertension, heart failure, COPD, arthritis, etc., coming into the world, you can be pretty sure that a large portion of the participants have been Chinese and Indian in the developing stage for obvious reasons. In phase 3, the goal would be to see whether the drug works with all sorts of real-world variability. You relax your exclusion criteria. You allow patients with that problem as well as different types of comorbidities. Of course, you don't take very sick patients. You allow drugs to be taken with less supervision. So somebody would be taking them at the appropriate time, somebody would be taking them 2 hours late, somebody would be taking them after food when they were supposed to take it on empty stomach. So all these variabilities which occur in real world will allow. And if the drug is still effective, despite all these variations, you can say, yes, now we have a good drug in our hands. But safety goals would be there in the background. So what could be the safety goals in phase 3 studies? Even if you do not explicitly state it as your objectives, what could be the safety goals in phase 3 studies? Okay, serious adverse events, because you are scaling up your numbers from a few hundred to few thousands, less common but serious events which would not have been picked up in phase 2 might be picked up in phase 3. Okay. You'll also be able to quantify the more common adverse effects. You can say, okay, headache occurs with 10% frequency, nausea occurs with 5 to 6% frequency. The nausea tends to subside if you continue the medicine for 7 days. These safety endpoints can be further explored. But you won't be able to capture rare adverse events. So, in the parlance of pharmacovigilance, any event which occurs with a frequency of less than 1 in 1,000, less than 0.1% wouldn't be picked up. Obviously, because you are only using 2,000, 3,000 participants, so you'll fail to pick up rare adverse events. You'll fail to pick up adverse events which only occur after prolonged use. How long can you do a trial? For 6 months, 1 month, 2 years? You can't do a trial for 20 years. So you won't be picking up long-term adverse effects. You won't be picking up adverse drug-drug interactions, because in your exclusion criteria, you'll be excluding many drugs. So even after studying a drug on a few thousand patients, you cannot be absolutely certain that it is a safe drug. If you want to be absolutely certain, then you'll never have the drug out in the market. So if phase 3 can be completed and you can show that, yes, your drug is effective despite all the real world variability and with an adverse event profile which is acceptable, then you can apply for an NDA. So your investigational new drug, you'll apply for a new drug license. And if your regulator is satisfied, your regulator may take 2 or 3 years to be satisfied, then they will give you a marketing license. And then if you feel that your drug is commercially viable, you can market it, but your safety monitoring will continue even after marketing. So phase 4 studies would be done. Phase 4 means post-marketing studies, either in the form of passive surveillance or in the form of active trials in which we, let's say, use the drug on special patient populations, elderly, children, hepatic impairment, renal impairment, so on and so forth, and try to see if the drug is safe in these special situations also. So that is the long story of development of a new drug, and even if we don't declare safety endpoints as explicit goals, you will always have to monitor new drugs for safety. So efficacy may be your primary focus, but safety issues have the potential to stop a trial. Even if your trials have been done, it may render the drug unapprovable. The regulator will refuse to license it. And the worst case scenario, the regulator has licenses, you have marketed it, and after that, some problem comes to light. You start getting reports of idiosyncratic hepatotoxicity. Finished. Your drug will have to be withdrawn from the market. So after all the years of effort, the time, the money, the expertise that you have spent, what is our net result is not only 0, minus, because you have wasted a lot of money. So it may render a drug unapprovable and trigger the requirement of a risk management program. In recent times, the best example of such a calamity is the drug rofecoxib. So, rosiglitazone was there, but rofecoxib was a greater calamity. Rofecoxib was a drug which was brought into the market by a multinational company called Merck. They gave the name Vioxx, the trade name Vioxx. It was marketed as a highly selective COX-2 inhibitor. So GI-friendly analgesic it was marketed as. But after it had been in the market for some time, it was noticed that it was precipitating acute ischemic heart disease events, acute coronary syndromes, and several fatalities probably linked to the drug were reported. The result was a lot of hue and cry was raised in the market. Merck faced a lot of lawsuits against it from the affected patient families in Europe and the United States, and regulators also went back to the data on which the license was given, and they realized that there were enough safety signals during the development stages, particularly in phase 3, but the Merck scientists had either failed to read the signals properly, or worse still, they had deliberately ignored it. The result was licensing authorization for Vioxx was withdrawn worldwide. So even in India, rofecoxib was there. It was marketed by Merck as well as some Indian companies, and then rofecoxib had to be withdrawn. And the potential economic loss which Merck faced from this episode, they are still recovering from it. So safety is not only additional data points in a clinical trial, it can have huge economic consequences, social consequences, and even political consequences. Okay. Now, in order to understand safety reporting in clinical trials, we need to understand a few definitions. So, this definition probably you'll recall from your pharmacology days, an adverse drug reaction. What is an adverse drug reaction? Response to a drug which is noxious and unintended, and which occurs at doses normally used in man for the prophylaxis, diagnosis, or therapy of disease, or for the modification of physiological function. So it's a noxious event, means a harmful or potentially harmful event. It's an unintended event. It may not be unexpected. If you prescribe alprazolam for insomnia, your intention is to give the person a good night's sleep. But you can also expect that it may cause daytime drowsiness. So drowsiness was not unexpected, but drowsiness was definitely unintended. So it has to be both noxious as unintended and which occurs at the recommended doses. If you give 10 tablets of alprazolam and that person goes into a coma, that is not an adverse drug reaction, that's toxicity. Okay. Now, you see these words, a few words are underlined at doses normally used in man. This is the limiting feature of this definition. Why are they underlined? What is the significance? Why are these words the limiting feature of this definition? Yeah. At doses normally used in man. So in order to apply this definition, you have to know which are the doses. Yes? Exactly, no. Normal doses are defined at the end of phase 3. Okay, before you apply for license, you have to specify that this is the recommended dose for using the medicine. Whenever a drug comes in the market, if you are going to use it for the first time, you want to know what is the dose I should be using. So there should be a recommended dose. But what if a drug is in development? It is in the IND stage. It has not yet come into the market. There, if you are facing an event, would you call it adverse or not? You have to compare it with the recommended dose. But there is no recommended dose when you are in the trial stage. So the limiting feature of this definition, which is accepted by both the International Council for Harmonization and WHO, it is restricted to marketed medicinal products. It does not apply to drugs in development. So we have to come up with an alternative definition. All noxious and unintended responses to a medicinal product related to any dose may be regarded as adverse drug reaction. Okay. So this was proposed by the International Council of Harmonization because in the pre-approval stage of a new product or the new use of an existing product, the recommended therapeutic dose may not be established as yet. Okay. Now we have still one more term, adverse event. So why do we need this additional term? Let me give you an example. Suppose somebody is taking a drug. He walks out of his front door, gets knocked down by a motorcycle, bike accident, fracture both bone legs, hospitalized. What is that? Is this a side effect of a drug or this is a road traffic accident? First, at the face of it, what is it? Is it a drug reaction or a road traffic accident? So on the face of it, it is a road traffic accident. No denying the fact. But why did the accident occur? Now you go into more details. You explore the situation. So no. You explore the situation. You look at the drug which the patient was taking. Okay. You see that let's say the drug was an anti-allergic, H1 antihistaminic properties. So by our pharmacological knowledge, we know most H1 antihistamines will cross the blood-brain barrier, will interact with central H1 receptors. The result would be drowsiness. So even if the patient is not sleepy, you can prove by doing appropriate test that the reaction time would be altered, reaction time would be prolonged. So the person would be less alert. So if he had been normal, then he would have avoided the motorbike, which was being driven rashly. Now because his reaction time is prolonged, he was unable to avoid the motorbike, then the accident. So it's multifactorial. Drug is not fully responsible, person is not fully responsible, motorbike is not fully responsible. But the drug may have a contributory effect. So, when we first encounter an event which is noxious, first we decide whether it is noxious, harmful event. So, any untoward medical occurrence in a patient or clinical investigation subject administered a pharmaceutical dose would be considered an adverse event, irrespective of whether the drug or something else caused the event or led to the event. That is a matter for later analysis and causality assessment. So, what we report in clinical trials are either adverse events or suspected adverse drug reaction. Their causality may not be fully established at that point of time. So already we have 3 definitions, and anything can be categorized as an adverse event, a clinical sign or symptom, an allergic reaction, even an asymptomatic laboratory test abnormality. Many examples are there. If you take statins long enough, your liver enzymes may go up without causing any discomfort or physical inconvenience or any serious illness. So even asymptomatic laboratory test findings, imaging findings, etc. may be considered as adverse events. And when we identify adverse events, we have to categorize it because there are practical implications for this categorization. There are different ways of categorizing adverse events, as you can see on this slide. Common thing for us is to categorize by severity. Mild, moderate, severe. Now, is there a watertight definition for what is mild, what is moderate, or what is severe? No, there is no watertight definition, but there are working definitions. What is this working definition? We will consider an event as mild if it satisfies 3 criteria. What are these 3 criteria? It does not disrupt your daily routine. It does not lead to drug withdrawal or modification of dose. And number 3, it does not require specific remedial treatment. If any of these 3 criteria are violated, then we can consider it as a severe event. And something which is not clearly severe can come in the moderate category. So let me give an example. আপনি ওষুধ খাচ্ছেন, মাথা ধরল। মাথা ধরল, কলেজে যেতে হবে, এনএমসি আসবে, কিছু করার নেই। মাথা ধরুক, যেতেই হবে, নইলে প্রিন্সিপাল একদম শেষ করে দেবে। যাই এসে বরঞ্চ রেস্ট নেবো। তাহলে মাথা ধরা সত্ত্বেও আপনার ডেইলি রুটিন remain unchanged. Okay. You did not discontinue the drug and you did not visit a hospital or take additional paracetamol at that point of time. This is a mild event. আপনার মাথা ধরলো, প্রিন্সিপাল ফোন করছে, এনএমসি ঢুকে গেছে। যতই এনএমসি ঢুকবো, আজ আমার নড়ার ক্ষমতা নেই। প্রিন্সিপাল হোক আর এনএমসি হোক, আজ আমি শুয়ে বিশ্রাম। That is a severe event. It has disrupted your daily routine. এই প্যারাসিটামল খেয়ে এখন চুপচাপ শুয়ে থাকে। And something in between. মাথা ধরেছে, খুব একটা অসুবিধা হচ্ছে না, কিন্তু আজ এনএমসিও নেই, প্রিন্সিপালও নেই, আজ আর যাবো না। That is moderate. So that is a working definition. As against severity, this categorization has legal and serious clinical implications. Seriousness. So in India, the law defines what is a serious adverse event as opposed to a severe. So what is the legal definition? Any untoward medical occurrence during a clinical trial which has led to the death of the participant, or it has led to hospitalization of the participant, not for social reasons, for medical reasons, or if the patient is already in hospital, prolong the hospital stay, or something which has caused a persistent or significant disability or incapacity. Incapacity is used in a temporary sense, disability is used in a more permanent sense. Something which is in the nature of congenital anomaly or birth defect, or any event which is otherwise likely to fall in one of these criteria, likely to be life-threatening, but actually did not result in life-threatening consequences because of timely medical intervention, that can also be considered as serious adverse event, or what we say SAE. SAE reporting is a very stringent requirement for clinical trials, whatever be the nature of the SAE. So most SAEs are also severe, but not necessarily so. Suppose you are giving gentamicin type of drug to somebody for 2 weeks and that person has a hearing loss. It's a high tone hearing loss. Normal conversation, no problem. But if you do an audiometry at the high frequency range, there is hearing loss. So this would be considered as a mild event. But it is serious. Why serious? Which criterion is it fitting into? It's caused a persistent disability. So even by withdrawing the drug, the hearing loss is not going to recover. So often there is overlap between severe and serious, but sometimes the two need to be distinguished. Then we come to the third categorization, expected or unexpected. ধরুন আপনি মেট্রোনিডাজল খেলেন, আপনার মুখের টেস্ট খারাপ হয়ে গেল, অ্যাস্ট্রিনজেন্ট মেটালিক টেস্ট বলে, তাহলে এটা এক্সপেক্টেড হলো না আনএক্সপেক্টেড হলো? এক্সপেক্টেড হলো। কেন বললেন এক্সপেক্টেড? জানি, লোকজন জানে, বই আছে, এখানে আছে, সেখানে আছে। So it has been reported earlier. So an event which has been reported earlier would be expected. আর যেটা আপনি প্রথম ফেস করছেন, কেউ জানে না, কেউ রিপোর্ট করেনি, that would be unexpected. এখানে again we have a dilemma between marketed drugs and drugs in development. ধরুন আপনি যে ওষুধটা ইউজ করছেন, যেটা লাইসেন্স আছে, যেটা মার্কেটেড, আপনি কিছু একটা ইভেন্ট ফেস করলেন, আপনার মনে হচ্ছে এটা ড্রাগ রিলেটেড, তাহলে আপনি কোথায় তার ইনফরমেশন খুঁজবেন? Where will you look for? Many places. You can look at textbooks, you can look at reference book, you can look at package inserts, you can look up the internet whether such an event is associated with the drug. এখন you can do deep searches through AI search modules. Even your Google offers you a Google Gemini, which can do deep searching for these things, information. So somebody has reported it and will find that information. But what about a drug in development? It may not be there in textbooks. It may not be there in reference books. It may not be, it will not have any prescribing literature because it is not yet marketed. But what happens during a clinical trial? The investigator is given a compendium of information. Okay, that is called the investigator's brochure. আগে physically দেয়া হতো, এখন হয়তো একটা e-file, একটা PDF document দেয়া হবে. So that investigator's brochure sums up all the relevant knowledge about that drug up to that stage of development. যদি phase 1 trial হয় তাহলে সেখানে preclinical and laboratory testing সম্বন্ধে বলা থাকবে। যদি phase 2 trial হয় সেখানে preclinical and laboratory testing and phase 1 কি রেজাল্ট হয়েছিল বলা থাকবে। যদি phase 3 হয় তাহলে clinical laboratory data, preclinical laboratory data, phase 1 data, phase 2 কি কি স্টাডিজ হয়েছিল তার কি কি সামারি রেজাল্টস ছিল, কি কি অ্যাডভার্স ইভেন্টস ছিল সেগুলো রিপোর্টেড হবে। So for an investigational new drug, the reference safety information is in the investigator's brochure. For drugs already marketed, it is called, the technical term is in the SPC literature, summary of product characteristic literature, or jeta popularly we say the prescribing information about the drug. Okay. So expected and unexpected is an important distinction. Okay. The industry has a term called SUSA. What does it stand for? Suspected, unexpected, serious adverse drug reaction. Okay. It is suspected to be an adverse drug reaction. That means drug related, not just an event. At the same time, it is serious. That means it is fulfilling one of those criteria. And it is also unexpected. Purota mile SUSA. Let's say a drug is being tried out in 10 sites, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. After 2 months, study has started, site A reports an unexpected hepatotoxicity. Okay, cholche. After another 1 month, site F reports an unexpected hepatotoxicity. So 2 reports of unexpected hepatotoxicity, question mark. Then after another 2 months, site J reports a case of unexpected hepatotoxicity. Now a big question mark on the future of the drug. So SUSAs getting reported too frequently means the end of the clinical development program for the drug, however important it is. So you don't want to die of unexpected hepatotoxicity because of that drug. The SUSAs are a very important industry term, and a few SUSAs here and there can kill the development of the product. By Indian law, SAEs have to be reported, and there are separate industry requirements for SUSA reporting. There are standardized formats for reporting. I am not going into the same. This is easily accessible, what kind of data are there. Now, over the years, a number of legal provisions were added to our Drugs and Cosmetics Act related to clinical trials, safety reporting, and a very important addition was Rule 122 DAB, which for the first time, some 20 years back, introduced the provision for compensation in case of clinical trial related injury or death. Before that, there was no provision under Indian law that the sponsor will have to pay financial compensation in the event of clinical trial related injury or death. So this was the first time Rule 122 DAB added that provision. I'm not going into the details of the rule. And subsequently, a mechanism was established to assess causality and to award compensation. So basically what it happens is that it is now mandatory for all sponsored clinical trials, commercially sponsored clinical trials, to report SAEs in an organized manner. The SAEs, once they are reported to our central drugs control, they will be examined by subject expert committees. Earlier, they used to be known as new drug advisory committees. Now they are called subject expert committees. So there are subject expert committees for different therapeutic areas, and they are populated by scientists and physicians drawn across India from different medical colleges by rotation. So they examine the reports of assays and they decide whether a causality can be established, and the causality will subsequently dictate the compensation. And what Rule 122 DAB has said, and which has now been incorporated in our new drugs and clinical trial rules of 2019, is that in the event of a clinical trial related injury or death, the participant or the participant's next of kin have to be paid compensation. There are two components to this compensation. The first component is for the medical management of the injury for as long as it was required or till the time of death. So this component can be waived off if the participant received free treatment. Otherwise, compensation can be claimed by the participant or their next of kin, and this compensation will be paid at actuals. যতটা খরচা হয়েছে ততটা তাকে reimburse করতে হবে. The second component of compensation is that over and above the money that has been required for medical management, an additional compensation will have to be paid. Now, এখানে একটা if আছে. This will not have to be paid every time. It will have to be paid only if it is established that the drug, the event, could be related to the drug. If it can be established that the event is not related, unrelated to the drug, then the second component of the compensation will not have to be paid. However, if it cannot be established that it is unrelated, there is even a remote possibility of being related, then the affected party will have claim to this compensation, and this compensation will have to be paid by the sponsor. If it's an academic clinical trial, such as if we do a postgraduate thesis in a medical college, then the medical college authority becomes the sponsor, effectively the sponsor, and is liable to pay compensation and also free medical treatment. Okay, there is no exception. You are an MBBS student, you are an intern, you are a very lowly paid junior resident. All these excuses will not happen. If you are doing a trial, you are the sponsor, you are the principal investigator, the law is the same for everybody. You are liable to pay compensation. Okay, and in fact, the moment a serious adverse event occurs, a clock starts ticking. A sequence of events is set into motion. So investigator, within 24 hours of occurrence, will have to report this event to whom? The investigator will have to report it to Central Drugs Control, will have to report it to the sponsor, and will have to report it to the ethics committee. 3 জায়গায় রিপোর্ট করতে হবে 24 ঘন্টার মধ্যে। এখন ইন্ডিয়াতে বেশিরভাগ ট্রায়াল হয় আউটডোর বেসিসে। পেশেন্ট হয়তো মারা যাচ্ছে, সেই খবরটা পৌঁছচ্ছে না ইনভেস্টিগেটরের কাছে। তো সারা দেশ থেকে আপত্তি উঠলো, আমরা তো মশাই জানতেই পাচ্ছি না, যখন নেক্সট ভিজিটের টাইম হলো পেশেন্ট এলো না, আমরা ফোন করলাম, বললাম উনি তো মারা গেছেন। So how can we report it within 24 hours of occurrence? So the drugs control said, okay, you report it within 24 hours of getting to know about the event, but we'll not change the wording, because if we change the wording, then you'll never get to know about the event. Okay. So within 24 hours, the sponsor, investigator has to report it. Now, within 14 calendar days of the initial report, the sponsor and the investigator will have to send a joint report. Joint report to whom? Again to the ethics committee, okay, and to the subject expert committee within the DCGI and to the head of the institution. So you notice that there is an arrow going to the head of the institution, but no arrow coming out of the head of the institution. So the poor head of the institution does not know what to do with the report, and he or she with comments, দেখুন এসব কি হচ্ছে, send it to the ethics committee. So within 14 days, ethics committee receives 3 reports. One is the 24-hour report, one is the 14 calendar day report, and the third report from the head of the institution with his or her strong comments noted on it. Okay. This is 14 calendar days. মাঝখানে রবিবার ছিল, দিওয়ালির ছুটি ছিল, ওইসব চলবে না। 14 calendar days. Now the ethics committee has 30 days to respond. The ethics committee, whatever they would like to do, call a meeting, call an online meeting, correspond through email, they have to decide and give an opinion on that essay. Earlier it was very nebulous, but now there is a more or less a structured format, what opinion has to be given. And a very important component of the opinion is on the relatedness. Does the ethics committee after review feel that the event in question is related to the drug? The opinion of the ethics committee is given very serious consideration. If the ethics committee opines that it could be related, it will never be discarded. Okay, because of the reasons why, the way in which this reporting has to be done. So within 30 days after due analysis, the ethics committee will have to forward it to DCGI, and the DCGI will have 90 days to report, giving 60 days to the subject expert committee, and they come out with their own report. Not their own report, but their order regarding compensation. And they will pass the compensation order, and the sponsor will have to comply with this. Okay. If monetary compensation is involved, they will have to pay the money, but the sponsor doesn't directly know the name and contact details of the participant. So everything is routed to the principal investigator. So this is the law as it stands now in India, and it is equally applicable for both, whether you are working in a corporate hospital or in a medical college which offers full free treatment to patients, or in a health center, or in a private charitable clinic. Anywhere you are doing a clinical trial, the same law applies. So do I have 5 minutes time? Timekeepers kothay? Time ache to 5 minutes. Okay. So now I'll change track and we'll go a little bit into what AI is doing, or what AI is proposed to be doing. Before that, any questions here? Author can go to the court, anyone can go to the court, but this is a power given to the DCGI by law. It's not a quasi-judicial body, it has the power, it has the authority given to it by law. Which law? New drugs and clinical trial rules. It gives the DCGI to impose penalty. Not penalty, I won't say penalty, compensation for clinical trial related injury or death. Now the amount of compensation that is also now fixed, it is based upon the 7th schedule in the new drugs and clinical trial rules. So there are separate ways of calculating compensation in case of death or in case of injury other than death. Okay. Earlier it used to be the ethics committee's responsibility to comment on the amount of compensation which they considered fair, but there was a lot of debate over this. So ultimately, ethics committee does not have to deal with that. The compensation order will be passed centrally. Okay. Now you have to pay the compensation money. How will it pay? You have to evolve your own mechanisms. For sponsored clinical trials, commercially sponsored clinical trials, the government of India has made it mandatory that all the sponsors will have to take insurance. And the compensation will have to be paid out of that insurance money. If you look at the amount of compensation in case of clinical trial related injury, the minimum compensation which have to be paid is 2 lakhs per participant. This would be for a aged participant, very moribund state, life expectancy less than 6 months. As against this, a healthy participant, otherwise healthy, only one problem for which the medicine was being given, aged 18 years, that person's compensation can reach 96 lakhs, means almost 1 crore. So if you have 200 patients in your trial, okay, you can imagine the amount of money the insurance company will charge as a premium. And all the insurance companies, whether private or nationalized, they have sensed good money in this business, and all of them are in the clinical trial insurance business now. They have separate arms. Okay. That is defined in the protocol, because some drugs may have longer duration of effect than the actual days of dosing. So it's usually defined in the protocol that events up to, let's say, 15 days or 30 days after the last dose would still be considered as clinical trial related events. Okay. Now, what is entering into clinical trials, particularly adverse event monitoring is reporting, is this AI capabilities. So why is AI? It is believed that AI-associated adverse event monitoring will eventually transform clinical trials by converting traditional pharmacovigilance, which is based upon manual reactive reporting. So someone has to notice the event, someone has to report it. This would be followed by automated real-time, not only reporting, but risk mitigation. So some studies are done. It says that potentially of all events, the traditional reporting picks up 70 to 75% of the event, and AI-assisted monitoring can push this up to over 90% of events. And you know, AI has different kinds of algorithms, machine learning capabilities, natural language processing capabilities, large language models, etc. I do not claim to understand all of them, only what they say a bhasha idea. But AI has two generic core capabilities, which is not there for human beings. One is the ability to do continuous surveillance, not periodic surveillance like humans can do. So machine learning algorithms can integrate with remote patient monitoring and wearable technology. You already have the smartwatches, your smart rings, which can monitor your pulse rate, your blood pressure, your oxygen, etc. They can analyze vital signs continuously to identify subtle physiological shifts, achieving high accuracy in predicting clinical deterioration. And they can process all kinds of data, highly structured, unstructured, even handwritten notes, which are considered natural language data source. Thereby, what are the things which AI can do? This picture has been generated using AI. Continuous data input and signal detection. So they will continuously scan electronic health records. For participants in clinical trials, the health records which are being generated, they'll be scanned. If the patient has wearable technologies, I think it is not very clear, the font it is not showing on this digital screen. But continuous data ingestion and signal detection, the way the human mind works, how you analyze the data to determine causality, this can be fed into machine language algorithms, and they can do real-time intelligent evaluation and causality assessment. It is not that you have to shift through the data, arrange a meeting of experts, and all of them will sit and look at the data and have a back and forth conversation and then decide upon things. This can be automated. And once this is automated, monitoring as well as detection of adverse events, they can take prompt action, real-time risk mitigation, etc. They can also pick up under-reporting. So they will continuously, if there are 10 sites in a trial, and each site is reporting 4 or 5 adverse events on an average per week, and one site is reporting just 4 or 5 adverse events on an average per month, because it is the same study, same kind of participants, so there is a discordance. The real-time monitoring systems will pick out something is happening at the site, this is under-reporting, etc., etc. So all this monitoring, causality assessment, and risk mitigation measures can be automated. And these are the major differences. Data collection now, as is happening, is through periodic on-site visits and manual entry through electronic CRS. This can be automated. So continuous data input from electronic health records. So you don't need to enter the blood pressure and pulse rate at 10 o'clock on this day, 10 o'clock next day, 10 o'clock third day. This could be continuously monitored by the system. Detection of anomalies, retrospective analysis of fixed schedule records in traditional mode, rapid pattern and outlier flagging within hours of data entry. Signal processing, signal is reported association between an event and a drug without this association being causally established. So signal processing now requires manual triage and is prone to a lot of errors and all these things. So that can be made easier. And causality assessment can be made much less labor intensive and much less accurate. These are all the predicted advantages of AI-assisted monitoring of adverse events versus traditional monitoring. But there are challenges also, and the three main challenges. If you increase your sensitivity of picking up adverse events, what will go up simultaneously? The number of false positives will go up. And if you have to shift humanly to shift and identify the false positive, so that defeats some of your purpose of saving time. So more sensitive it is, the more the number of false positive comes out. And then there is something called the black box phenomenon, Halovakshu. The way it is arriving at a decision, okay, this patient had high blood pressure. This blood pressure was the result of the drug which the patient was taking. So if a human being says, you'll say that, explain, how did you arrive at this conclusion? But for the machine, it is a black box. Machine ke jigesh korle machine aata unta. She just bolbe na, association is there. So you may not be able to understand how the machine has arrived at this conclusion. It has just arrived and given you, and maybe you'll find that the conclusion is true, but it's very difficult to explain. And finally, there is regulatory challenges. Regulatory challenges in different parts of the world, that how much to trust the machine-generated data, whether you still need a human screen for the machine-generated data, or you'll accept as a whatever the machine says as truth, and you'll send it up and report it without going through human screen. So these are the three challenges: increasing number of false positive with increase in sensitivity, the black box phenomena, and different compliance and regulatory challenges. So with this, we will conclude here, and any more questions, I'll be happy to take them up. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your enlightening talks on this topic. Now we have lunch break. Oh, sorry. Now we are going to felicitate Dr. Obhijit, sir. I would like to invite Paushali, Dr. Paushali Mukherjee. वो मैं memento है नहीं. Thank you, sir. For 30 minutes only the lunch.
Lunch break will be of 30 minutes. We will start at 2:30.
Post-lunch session will start at 2:30, sir. Post-lunch session will start at 2:30, sir.
Good afternoon, delegates. Hello. Hello, delegates, we remain seated. We are going to start our post-plan session.
We are restarting our session. Now, the next session will be delivered by Professor Dr. Chiranjeev Bagji, MD Pharmacology, DM Clinical Pharmacology. He is the head of the Department of Pharmacology, Tomluk Government Medical College Hospital. He will be talking on conduct of clinical trial and roles and responsibilities of different stakeholders. Now I call upon Dr. Professor Chiranjeev Bagji on the stage to deliver the speech.
So thank you, Dr. Somo, for a nice introduction. I think the voice is trembling. শোনা যাচ্ছে ঠিক মতো? কিরকম করছেন? এইটা? Hello, hello. Oh, ঠিক আছে. So that good afternoon, everybody. After a post lunch, sumptuous lunch session, so it's very difficult to digest all these things. So, and the lunch was heavy. It's also very difficult to digest that lunch as well as this one. So bear with me. So now come to this point. What is called? What to know about this sponsor? So again, sponsor দিয়ে যাই. ইনভেস্টিগেটর তো আমরা সকলেই স্পন্সর কি কাজ করে সেটা আগে জেনে নিই, তারপরে ইনভেস্টিগেটর হবে। And without sponsor, a clinical trial cannot be performed, cannot be conducted, because fund is important. So sponsor is an individual or company or institution হতে পারে, or organization that takes responsibility for conducting, for initiation, management and financing of this clinical trial. ওইটা দিয়ে বললে ভালো হয় নাকি? হ্যালো 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 So sponsor is responsible for funding of the study. So what is the difference between funder and the sponsor? Any idea? Funder and sponsor এর মধ্যে কি পার্থক্য? The sponsor has got that responsibility to initiate, to manage the clinical trials, but funder may also has got this responsibility only to sponsor, financially sponsor the clinical trials. এরকম ধরনের কিছু আছে, যেমন ফান্ডিং এজেন্সি নাম করতে পারেন, আপনারা সকলেই জানেন। আমরা যখন বিভিন্ন ক্লিনিক্যাল ট্রায়াল করি বা ক্লিনিক্যাল স্টাডি করি, আমরা ফান্ডিং এজেন্সির কাছে পাঠাই। ফান্ডিং এজেন্সি প্রজেক্টটা দেখে নিয়ে আমাদেরকে ফান্ড অ্যালোকেট করে, কিন্তু সব পুরো থ্রুআউট দ্য প্রজেক্ট দে ডোন্ট সুপারভাইজ আস। আমাদের রেসপন্সিবিলিটি অনলি টু সাবমিট দ্য সামারি রিপোর্ট and the project report after the trial or study is over. But during the sponsored regulatory clinical trials, the sponsor has got that enough and authority to look after each and every step of this conduct of the clinical trial. So, সব সময় supervise করে, even after the first recruitment of the patient. Whenever you will recruit the first patient in your clinical trial, first subject of the clinical trial, you should inform the sponsor for the very first occasion that yes, I have collected one patient who has fulfilled all these inclusion and exclusion criteria, and I am going to recruit the patient in the study. So without the consent of the sponsor, or positive nod by the sponsor, you cannot move forward, and even you cannot move an inch forward within the clinical trial. So that is the difference between a funder and a sponsor. Sponsor investigator. Sponsor investigator means the investigator who is investigating, who is responsible for the conduct of the clinical trial. He is also funding the project. কালকে এথিক্স কমিটি আমাদের একটা মিটিং ছিল এসটিএম এ, সেখানে একটা বাচ্চা মেয়ে ডার্মাটোলজি পিজিটি, she has submitted one project, that is the RCT, clinical trial, randomized clinical trial. তো সেটাতে যখন আমরা এথিক্স কমিটি থেকে প্রশ্ন করলাম who is the funder of this project, she said I will bear the cost. So then ethics committee chairman asked why, being a PGT postgraduate trainee, why are you bearing the cost? It's the responsibility of your department, and your responsibility of the department, and as well as responsibility maybe of your institution. So please arrange for the same. So she said, no, I don't have any problem in sponsoring the same. In fact, this is happening in many occasions in other institutes also, in some private institutes who are conducting some postgraduate thesis, dissertations. Many occasions, with proper consent, they are not compelled to do so, but willfully they have taken that responsibility to arrange funding on financial aspect of this or study by himself or herself. So in that case, they are called the sponsor investigator, right? It may be it may be done by some faculties also. It may be done by private or by some faculties or working in a private organization or government organization, but with the consent. But willfully, they have to do this. Okay. Then sponsor's responsibility. In case of the sponsored clinical trial or the regulatory clinical trials, the sponsor's responsibility lies first with the selection of the investigator and the trial site. So who is the prospective investigator? That is the first and foremost responsibility of the sponsor. Sponsor will select one prospective, suitable investigator among all prospective investigators, and as per their quality, as per their qualification, as per their experience, whatever, and the trial site. So whenever the trial site is selected, what is the next step? Next step is that site initiation visit. So they only after selection of the investigator, they visit the site. They see whether the site has fulfills all these adequate infrastructure required for this clinical trial. Afterwards, then involving other resource persons like and physician, medical writer. There are so many stakeholders and responsible persons who take care of this designing of the clinical study, and also the submission of the clinical study to the proper authority, getting approval of that, then executing the study, monitoring the study. So many and so forth activities are there. And these type of persons are being recruited by the sponsor, and they usually sit in the sponsor side. There are many persons who are being appointed by many medical many drug manufacturing companies, many doctors, many physicians are being appointed. So they have their designated roles. So the sponsor has got the responsibility to identify those persons, recruit those persons in addition to selection of the investigator to develop a clinical trial unit. And then protocol development, trial designing, case report form development, all these activities are being done by those paid personnel. Sometimes they also recruit on contractual basis. They recruit other persons, this kind of resource persons. There, some small companies they recruit by contractual basis and do complete these activities, and then afterwards the trial is conducted, and that receives the responsibility of investigator. I will come to this point later on. Finally, after the data is generated through the CRF, be it a manual CRF, be it an eCRF, whatever have been described earlier. So then afterwards, the data cleaning, data analysis, everything is the responsibility of the sponsor. So they do it in their own custody, okay? But also definitely with the help of the other personnel and with the inputs, adequate inputs from the investigator and their team. Finally, the interim report and final report preparation. So, site initiation visit and selection of the investigator. The investigator should be well qualified and trained and experienced. So only bearing possessing the qualification will not satisfy the sponsor. They will ask for your CV. They want to know what is your experience in conducting the clinical trials. Okay, and of course the qualified as well as experienced personnel, and of course the persons who have that patient population. The physician or doctor without any patient is not a very attractive investigator for them. So ultimately, they should have a very good supply of the patient, or they have a very good strong hold in that institution to make a liaison with the other personnel. Say, for example, one pharmacologist has been given the charge of acting as a PI or clinical pharmacologist. So in that case, that clinical pharmacologist or pharmacologist should have a very good rapport with the other clinicians who have not that much of time to dedicate for the clinical trials. So in that case, that clinical physician will act as co-PI, and he or she will supply the adequate number of the patients and only look after the exact accurate patient care part. The other formalities, there are many formalities that will be borne by the investigator during the conduct of the clinical trials, and that is to be taken care of by the pharmacologist or clinical pharmacologist, and of course with the help of his team. And then only this clinician will take care of the patient and so then clinician will take care of this patient regarding this care of this disease and also the follow-up of visits and this thing. And in case of the adverse events or the serious adverse events, the management of this particular patient. So this is actually this way these clinical trials are being conducted. And if the clinician is acting as a principal investigator, he or she may take the help of the pharmacology department or consult or as a co-I or co-PI to take care of all these activities. So this is a joint venture, and a good team or clinical trial team or clinical trial site should be developed in each and every medical teaching or non-teaching institutions, St. John's Medical College in Bangalore, they are very good, very highly developed clinical trial site, and that is comprised of both this pharmacology group and this clinical physicians group, and that they are performing very well. That is one of the few FDA approved trial sites in India. So this is actually the future of the clinical trials. In one way, actually by one person, this clinical trial cannot be very well conducted, and there might be some lapses and gaps, and by which there might be some whatever has been said earlier, that the misconduct of the study, not fulfilling the tenets of the GCP, that is clarity of the data, okay, data quality. These things sometimes are jeopardized if only one person is taking care of all these things. Because of their busy schedule, it's quite obviously this is expected. So this is a team game, and the sponsor's responsibility is there to formulate that team. They sometimes nowadays the sponsor, they ask these kind of persons to get involved more and more in the clinical trials, who have enough time to dedicate into this business, right? So then allocation of the duties and responsibilities, there is a dedicated format by which the sponsor, actually with the help of the principal investigator, they share the responsibilities. That is called the responsibility delegation log. And in that case, all the persons, starting from the principal investigator to the sub-investigator, to the co-investigator, the research physician, everyone, I mean, even the pharmacists, project pharmacists, the lab technician, who are having the which specific duties and responsibilities, that those are delegated by the investigator as well as by the sponsor, following this dedicated format. Now, continuing with the same, there's responsibility of the regarding the responsibility of the sponsor. It includes also the contract, that is formal and legal agreement with this investigator and the institution. This is called tripartite agreement. This tripartite agreement means that there are three parties. One is the sponsor, another is the investigator, another is the institution. So investigator without institution is not of no help. The institution head, he or she should sign over this agreement, because she or he is the responsible person to allow this investigator and the institution to conduct this clinical trial. So without her or his responsibility, no trial can be conducted. Yes. So this tripartite agreement is very much important, and financing the trial, that is including the compensation if it appears during the course of the study or due to the trial related injury, and the insurance, that is very important thing. So insurance, providing the adequate insurance, actually the group insurance is being done by the sponsors, and huge amount of insurance, even in the form of group insurance, it is being done, but it is must. As an investigator, you should actually be assured enough with these documents that yes, this is done. If it is not done, you should not actually agree with this clinical trial project. Then establishing standard operating procedure. That is very important, which I can share one of my experience. That is, sponsors sometimes want, actually in most of the occasions, sponsor demand one standard operating procedure from your institute. Usually this standard operating procedure of the clinical trial is being maintained by the ethics committee, institutional ethics committee, right? And this institutional ethics committee members, they take that initiative to develop, actually the member secretary, they should develop this kind of trial site SOPs, because other persons are so busy, they don't have that enough time. And in that SOP, you should introduce very salient points, like, say for example, in my previous institution, in School of Tropical Medicine, that institute doesn't have any emergency. Okay, so when I have started conducting a clinical trial with falciparum malaria in that institute as a PI, the sponsor asked me, what will happen if a patient comes to you with serious adverse event or with high fever or with some other symptoms at the odd hours in the night, when there will be no physician at the emergency? So then in that case, they said that we cannot afford to conduct a clinical trial in this institute without the provision of an emergency service. So luckily we have been situated in a premises which is also shared by WBMC Medical College. So Calcutta Medical College has got a dedicated 24 hours operating emergency service, and that is within our premises, same premises. So we have changed our SOP, the hospital, the site SOP, and incorporate that point in case of odd hours, in case of emergency, we utilize the emergency service that is functioning at the medical college proper. So after incorporating that point in the SOP, we have been qualified as a site. Otherwise, they didn't allow us to conduct the clinical trial. These are the very important issues. And in fact, whenever you will be going to conduct a clinical trial, you will be learning so many things that cannot be taught in this kind of theoretical discussions. So once you will act as an investigator or co-investigator in a clinical trial, you will learn so many things. That is taste of pudding lies in eating. That's why. So taste of being an investigator lies in exact conduct of the clinical trial, right? So next is that responsibility of sponsor. Continued with this providing investigation of investigators brochure. This is the investigator brochure. This looks like this, and this contains about all this data, all the data regarding that molecule. What is that? What is this chemical entity? How did it come? What are the evidences generated till date? Like this, these preclinical studies, phase 1 studies, healthy human volunteer studies, phase 2 studies, result of the same, if it is a proposed phase 3 clinical trial, and all these informations are there. Safety monitoring studies, whatever safety informations are available, are documented. All these informations are gathered here in this investigator's brochure. And what is the comparator? What is the exact molecule? That is investigational molecular. This product that is and this timely delivery of this this product, that is the responsibility of the sponsor. Timely delivery and arranging the storage, that is very important, because storage of that medication, that is very important for the conduct of the clinical trials, especially if it is a vaccine clinical trial. So in that case, the sponsor will come and see the site, whether this site possesses this kind of adequate minus 80 degrees centigrade refrigerator. That is must. And that there should be a data logger. That data logger usually records time to time how the temperature changes within that refrigerator. So all these things are very simple, very minute details, and the sponsor usually take care of the same, and also the this quality assurance, quality control, this kind of data, these certifications of for the same with these instruments, these are also required, and this is the responsibility of the sponsor. So independent data monitoring committee, that is another important committee. Other name of is the DSMB, Data Safety and Monitoring Board. That is the responsibility of the sponsor to establish this thing, and they usually look after all these data in case of this data, whichever is generated, the quality of the data, the adverse event, what is happening to this our safety data, all these are overseen by this committee. And in fact, this committee is so powerful, they can stop this clinical trial in any moment, because they work independently. Though it is being established by the sponsor, they work independently at a different site, and sponsor has to submit all this data from different trial site to them. And they sit together at regular interval and look after this data. If some adverse event is happening at increased frequency in any of the trial site or most of the trial site, they can have enough authority to stop that clinical trial if it is not appearing safe to the trial subjects. Okay. And so they can also order some amendments of this protocol as well. Next is the arrangement of the monitor. Monitor is the key person in a clinical trial. Monitor is a part of the sponsor, and they usually visit the clinical trial site at different intervals, and they find out all the fallacies, all these minute deviations, and they rectify it. They train you yourself, that is investigator and his team, to take all these, to make all these corrections. That is the role of the monitor. And then medical experts, they are hired by the sponsors also. Sometimes medical experts are also hired, and to some non-medical monitors, they usually visit and come. Some medically qualified persons are also sitting there in the sponsor side. They usually regularly communicate with you in the investigator. In case of any medical related problem, you can jolly well communicate with him and they will guide you with this protocol and this thing. Then arranging audit. Audit is a different issue. Audit is another done by the other persons who is not a part of the sponsor. Auditors are being selected or recruited or appointed by the sponsor, but they are individual persons. They don't, sponsor don't have any authority over them. They are being appointed by the sponsor, but they work independently. They find out all these fallacies and give report, like our NMC inspectors. Only fact finding and provide report. Okay, that is what the monitor is fact finding, identifying fallacies, but provides also corrective measures. But auditor don't provide any corrective measures. They only find the facts, the loopholes, and make a report. Okay. Compensation and also the insurance coverage, compensation for the trial-related injury and insurance coverage I have already described is the responsibility of the sponsor, and premature termination. In case of there are two occasions. One is the high success rate, and we need that molecule or the vaccine urgently, because in case of COVID, you have experienced so many drugs and vaccines which have been in the market within a span of 6 to 7 months trial study, and that was the premature termination of the study whenever we have achieved our success within the interim report. And so when there is a dire emergency, in another case, when there is an excessive occurrence of some adverse effects in the form of a serious adverse events, the IDMC as well as the regulators, they can stop the trial prematurely. The sponsor may stop that. The sponsor may be compelled to stop this clinical trial because of this undue occurrence of some serious adverse events, right? So these are the two extremes of this occurrence and fate of any clinical trial. CRO is a contract research organization. Actually, this is the intermediary organization on whom the sponsor can transfer all or substantial responsibilities during the further conduct of the clinical trial. Some sponsor like big pharma house, they develop their own CRO mechanism. But some small manufacturing companies, they don't have that kind of capacity. So they hire these kind of organizations to conduct the clinical trials on their behalf. But even if they hire these kind of organizations, they cannot shrug off their responsibility for the conduct of the clinical trials. So it's ultimately their responsibility, as they are the sponsor, they are providing money, they have generated developed the molecule. Though they have shared their responsibilities to another organization, but they cannot shrug off their responsibility. So it's their ultimate responsibility as a sponsor for the proper conduct of the clinical trial. Then this financing and permissions, this is also the responsibility, because financial aspects of the trial, that is agreements between the sponsor or on their behalf with the CRO and SMO and the investigator and the institution. And regarding this financing, I want to say a few things like this. Sometimes this financing is directly done with this investigator and their institution. And in other occasions, financing, this agreement is done between the investigator and the CRO and the sponsor. Okay. So this thing should be clarified. Whenever this money will be deposited to the institutional account, then the institute is liable to make this, spend this money and give this feedback. And but in case of the CRO is, maintaining the same. CRO is having the ultimate responsibility to deal with the sponsor. Whenever the money or funding is required, the investigator asks for the same to the sponsor as well as to the CRO, and CRO snatches the money for this regard and they will deliver it. So there are these types of mechanisms, but sometimes the investigator can do this clinical trial on their own if they have enough capacity, enough manpower, enough experience to deal with these financial issues with the sponsor. Okay, so this documented approval and favorable opinion of the ethics committee. Of course, no study can be started without the proper approval of the regulatory authority as well as the local authority like the local ethics committee. So that is the responsibility of the sponsors to finish all these works, to take, fulfill all these responsibilities. Fulfill all these data and documentations, and then submission of all these documents. The huge truckload of the documents that is generated during the manual conduct of the clinical trials after the establishment of the ECRF and the digital this thing. So usually the load of this data is getting reduced more and more, and but still there are enough load of this data which needed to be submitted to the CDSCO, the Central Drug Standards Control Organization, for the approval of the study, before approval of the study, and during conduct of the study, and of course after the end of the study. All these material are to be submitted, and then before getting the approval of this drug to be marketed. This is the ICH GCP regarding the sponsors definitions and these agreements. So then now I want to make some discussion on this quality assurance and quality control. What do you mean by the quality assurance and quality control? So then actually the idea of this quality assurance and quality control is that to ensure the clinical trial data integrity and data accuracy. That is the most important issue for the quality control and quality analysis. You know these basic tenets of the GCP. There is patient safety as well as the data integrity. So for the data integrity, you need to have a very good, well-functioning, well-meaning quality assurance and quality control measures. Quality assurance and quality control, because we actually to err is human. We are all human beings, so we can do wrong at any point of time. There is no harm. But the thing is that it is not to develop a quality assurance and quality control. It is not our responsibility or idea to generate the data which is 100% error free. It's not possible to generate a data which is a data set which is 100% error free. But our idea is that whatever data we are generating that are real and that is unbiased. So দুধে জল না জলে দুধ সেই ব্যাপারটা একটু আমাদের ঠিক করে নিতে হবে. We need to don't need to do these mix-ups, right? So that we need to we need to work diligently so that these data which are generating, though few data, maybe there's very few data, but that should be very truthfully collected and real and unbiased. So this is the quality and QC and QA. So this is actually the next is the point. This is actually the other responsibility of the sponsor. I have described it, and this is very important in these days. In this AI, artificial intelligence, and this digital technology evolution, and this incorporation of more and more digital technology in the clinical trials. As a sponsor, they have this responsibility to adequately handle this electronic data. Because there is whenever we are using this data, there is enough chance of stealing this data, and so adequate cyber security is very important. Because all the data are kept in the this laptop and these computers. So adequate data protection, data locking, that is the responsibility of these sponsors, because otherwise the data can be shared, and then they have to make a list of the individuals who are authorized to deal with this data, to change the data, to edit the data, whatever be the case, and maintain adequate backup of the data. That is also very important, because sometimes whenever you are doing the clinical trials, many times some wrong data entry happens. By any means, it may so happen. So use data sheets, and manually what we do, we erase the data with a straight line and then make a signature over there. But if it is a ECRF, there should be there is a policy how to do it. But nobody can do it. All of the persons in that clinical trial team cannot do the same. It's only the authority of the investigator and the designated person, maybe the co-investigator or one or two persons who is responsible to open that data set and to make the corrections and then again log this data. Then these issues are very important, otherwise there will be a loss of sanctity of the data, and that is the responsibility of the sponsor and also the investigator to do the same diligently. Then adverse drug reaction reporting has been described in details by sir. So the sponsors has got also responsibility to look after this. And then actually I have already mentioned the storage of this and maintenance of this supply of the adequate supply of these IMPs, vaccines or the products. Okay, and ideal temperature, ideal storage conditions, storage times, etc. And packaging, ideal packaging, and that is called breaking the blind. That is one important issue. I just want to mention it. Breaking the blind is a procedure where which happens in case of a randomized controlled blinded clinical trial. And what is that? In case of the blinded clinical trial, neither the investigator nor any trial participant know which medication is being administered to which person, which subject. Say, for example, one SAE happens to in trial subject, serious adverse event, and that's why the patient needs to be admitted to a hospital in ICU, and the physician needs to know which medication has been advised and for which this adverse reaction happens. In that case, you need to break the blind. Okay. So this is called the breaking the blind, and in case of the breaking the blind, there should be an adequate procedure how is to be followed. So because nobody knows which medication has been supplied by the sponsor, because it's a completely blinded trial, anonymized blinded trial. So in that case, there should be a definite mechanism by which the investigator can approach to the sponsor, and the sponsor can reveal that identity of that medication. That is by breaking the blinding, and in that afterwards the treatment can be started. So this is which is called the breaking the blind, and it's happening. It happens in the clinical trial. We had few occasions where we had to do this breaking the blind. In fact, even in case of ECRF also, we did it. So then safety informations should be promptly should notify all the stakeholders. It has been described by sir. Monitoring and auditing I have described. I need not to. So this is just a difference between the monitoring and auditing. So monitors are the part of the study team. Auditors are the different third party. They are not the part of the study team, but they are appointed by the sponsor. I have described. The example is the monitor just see whether filling of a checklist. The checklist, there are so many checklists. For example, whether the investigator has filled up all these checklists, and this checklist whether filled it up correctly. If there is deviation, is not correctly filled it up, he or she takes care of this correct filling of the checklist, right? And the auditor will see whether checklist is correct, is there or not. Is it filled and signed adequately? Yes, then his duty is over. So auditor will not go into the detail. He will just find it out, take a snapshot, will note down what are the deficiencies. But monitor will look after into this and just mindfully note it and take the necessary actions to rectify it during this course of the study, right? Monitor usually comes before the auditor comes. Because monitoring is the usual part of the trial conduct. Some of the important issues for the sponsor, these are everything should be done following ICH, GCP, and DCTR 2019, etc., and in case of the premature termination, everybody should be informed and be responsible stakeholders. Okay, and this is the evolving role of the sponsor in this present era. That is with the advancement of the artificial intelligence and digital technology. So there is shifting. Actually, their role has been shifted from the strategic oversight and risk management rather than only tactical execution. Previously, it was only tactical execution. They are taking care of all these selection, monitoring, supervision, more manual these things. Now they are doing strategically and strategic oversight of all these sites through digital technology, utilizing the same and the risk management. And whenever this ECRF is being done, this is a very beautiful be conducted by these sponsors. This ECRF maintenance, blinding, and this thing. So whenever we will conduct this, we will see the things are becoming more and more easy and for them also, for the sponsor as well as for the investigators. But everybody needs to be oriented with this culture of work. Then CRO actually they now offer integrated technology ecosystem. So all are technology driven. So everything now is coming up as it has been seen, that is decentralized clinical trials. Now is where with the wearable devices, with the apps in hand. Sometimes in one study we have supplied high-end mobile phone to the trial participants. In one study we have seen it, that they have been supplied with this high-end mobile phone from the sponsor, and during the study they utilized it. There are separate apps in the study, and whenever during this follow-up period, there was after opening the app, there was several options regarding this day by day, of day 1, day 2, day 3, day 7, and they make a tick mark or cross it in every points. So this way, their data are being collected. They don't need to come back to this site always. And this way, this type of trials and decentralized clinical trials are conducted these days. Now, the investigator is the person who is responsible for conducting the clinical trial at the site. So I have described many things in association with the sponsors, what the investigators do. And they are primarily responsible for the conduct of the study. And, this investigator is must be able to take medical decisions. That is the main criteria to become an investigator. Okay, he is the superior, he or she is the superior authority, highest authority to take the medical decisions for that particular trial participant. Say, for example, in one occasion, I can give you an example that in case of the trial which I have conducted, in that case, one patient who has been given this that medication, he suffered some adverse drug reaction with high fever, and he came to our site in one day, which is not his scheduled follow-up day. But about identifying his situation and condition, I have decided with the after consultation with my clinical colleague to admit the patient into this our inpatient setup again. And then our sponsor, there is his representative, that is CRO, they objected against it. They repeatedly asked me, the patient is not that much of seriously ill. He and she can be very well managed at his or her home. Please don't do this, because you need, then in that case, you need to follow up so many formalities. Because once the patient will be getting admitted, that will qualify the criteria for the serious adverse event. And in that case, you have to fill it up. You need check. You need to submit that form again and again within 24 hours. Then again, within 48 hours, 14 days, detailed report. Then follow-up reports. So many things. But here lies your ethics and your medical decision. What do you want for the sake of the safety and management of the patient? If you need to admit the patient, you do it. You should not move away with your sponsor or with the directive of your CRO. If the patient is being admitted or getting this treatment or being investigated under your supervision. So there lies your ethics, your decision, and your, of course, your medical decision matters here. Next is that this care for the adverse event, decision to inform subjects when care is necessary, and change the dosage, even stoppage of this medicine. Okay, if you find that yes, it's not working properly, and end the subject's participation. Even it's happening in case of the monoclonal antibody trials. It happens in many times nowadays. I have heard in just few months back in a rheumatoid arthritis patient who is being studied in some clinical trials with new generation monoclonal antibodies and suffered some serious adverse event in the form of acute appendicitis, ruptured acute appendicitis, and that happens in the probable list of area. It is mentioned as a rare possibility, but happened unfortunately one of that patient. And then naturally that investigator took the steps, and he stopped that participation for that person, and naturally the situation they moved in that fashion, what is to be done and not done. But he or she had to take so many responsibilities and face some consequences for the same from the part of the sponsor as well as from the part of the ethics committee as well as the regulatory authorities. But you should have that enough courage to do it ethically. That is the most important thing. You should, your decision as an investigator, or your interest as an investigator should not supersede your performance as a physician. Ultimately, you are a physician, you should take care of the best interest of the patient. Then qualification, I have told it, sub-investigator, these are the other qualified, medically qualified persons. They are usually acted as a co-investigator or sub-investigator. They can have that decision-making quality, but which the other non-medical persons may not have. And this investigator's role is to finish with this should have adequate time. That is first and foremost important. If you don't have enough time, don't come into this business, because it's a time consuming event. It demands time, it demands your involvement. So you need to dedicate enough time, adequate time into this matter. Otherwise, don't take this responsibility. Agreement, familiar with the product. I know many investigators who even don't recollect the name of the molecule which is he is taking the responsibility to conduct with clinical trial. That is very sheer unfortunate matter. I have experienced it in number of times as a member of the ethics committee. But this should not be done. This way, these trials should not be conducted. Better leave it. There are many persons who can diligently and sincerely conduct the clinical trials. So next is the delegation authority I have described, and this is another, that is informed consent, recording has been described earlier, I think. Recording, reporting CRF, compliance with the protocol, and SAE, it has been described. So safe custody of the records, record keeping, allow monitoring and audit, preparing progress report periodically and submit. And now this evolving role in this AI era, that is transforming into data-driven clinician research. Manual clinical research and physician take data-driven clinical research. That is very important thing. Data privacy, compliance, GCLP data capture, decentralized clinical trials, all these things have been described. And they are the role of the trial coordinators and sponsors are very important, along with the adequate, technological education by the sponsors, by the investigators. So these are the few quizzes. I think you are all able to answer this. First one, person or organization hired by a sponsor to perform some of the sponsors' trial-related duties. So this definitely is a contract research organization. Next is medical experts hired by sponsor to oversee the study progress, GCP compliance and data handling. Yes, it's medical monitors. But the third one, what is your answer? Who must provide insurance or legal coverage for investigator malpractice or negligence? Is it the sponsor or the investigator or both? Anybody? You just read it. Who must provide insurance or legal coverage for the investigator malpractice or negligence? If it is a trial-related injury, just try to understand. It's a trial-related injury. For that reason, the sponsor will provide the insurance. But if it is the injury is caused occurred due to the negligence, sheer negligence of the investigator, because it is being mentioned in the protocol to do this. But it is being mentioned that you should not recruit a patient having a bilirubin level more than 1 into the study to get this medicine. But you have recruited one patient with falciparum malaria, with hepatorenal failure for this study, with bilirubin level so high, that is maybe 5 or so. You will not be provided any these things insurance coverage by the sponsor. Sponsor may deny it. Yes, in my protocol I have not included this thing. My inclusion criteria is not this, but this this our investigator has violated this, so he should take his responsibility. So in that case, this is the responsibility of the investigator. If you do a major protocol violation, this is your responsibility. Always mind it. To comply with this, trial recruitment competition, to become first in the trial recruitment row. Don't do this unethical practice. Otherwise, we will be in trouble and sponsor will not there to, save you. This is very important. Role of regulator. The role of the government also is to provide a legal framework for clinical trials. You all know, the NDCTR 2019 is there. Accept or reject a trial proposal. Decision is binding. Either it is accepted or it is not accepted. It is rejected. This is the prerogative of the DCGI, Drugs Controller General of India. They do it, and these are the different authorities: Food and Drug Administration (US) in India, Central Drug Standard Control Organization, European Medicines Agency in Europe, and in case of India, CDSU headquarters is called FDA Bhavan in New Delhi. Regulator has got very defined role, that is implement regulations, guidelines, systems, and procedures to protect the. But the idea is same: protect safety and right of the participants, ensure merit of the clinical trial, that is data integrity, data quality, ensures consistency in the assessment, and of course maintain trust of this stakeholder, that is sponsor and public. They are also liable to be, answerable. They are answerable to the public as a part of the government. So they should maintains the strict regulations, guidelines, and systems and procedures for this. Same thing, they conduct regular protocol review. They conduct independent review, that is sponsors audit, for cause audit. Okay, this is called, sometimes there is regulatory audit, sometimes regular frequent audits, or also for cause audit. When the study site recruited so many trial participants within a span of 2 months. So if this discrepancy is there, they can do an audit. They can initiate an audit. So they of course provide dialogues with the sponsors, and then adequate supervision, on-site inspection, protocol adherence, record keeping, audit. These are their involving role. This is the involving role of this sponsor. They actually allow the mandatory diversity action plans, the regulatory expectations, and digital enablers of ingestion and onboarding, actually in consenting targeted digital campaigns, that means advertisement, using the social media for the trial recruitment. It is happening in the West. In our country, it is not happening very frequently for some ethical issues and these things, but in Western world, it's is in regular occurrence. Telehealth triage, that means that is the investigator and the sponsor is monitoring the patients at his home or the household, and in case of any serious occurrence and any deviation of this normalcy, the patient can be immediately brought back with this ambulance or air ambulance to this site. This is done. This is the role of the regulator to provide this kind of system and to allow the sponsor to do the same. And in Western world, this is very much functional. In our country, it's not yet very much functional, but in the coming days, it will be happening soon. So key focus is the adoption of the real world evidence. That's why the decentralized clinical trials, the persons who usually were clinical trial naive in the rural areas, they can take part in the clinical trials joyfully. And guidelines for the decentralized clinical trials are there. And this is, of course, the responsibility of the regulators, and this will come up in coming years. Real-time data entry rather than retroactive site inspection. So they can monitor all these data, how it's functioning in the real time using that digital technology instead of the intermittent on-site trial inspections. So thank you. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. And if any question is there, I'm ready to answer this.
Thank you, sir, for your nice presentation. Now I would like to invite Dr. Oindri to felicitate our sir, Dr. Chiranjeev Bagchi. Now moving to next session, I would like to call Dr. Professor Arunabh Vishwas on the stage. Dr. Vishwas is an accomplished clinical pharmacologist and a respected member of the Institutional Ethics Committee of Barashat Government Medical College and Hospital. He has authored more than 60 publications in peer-reviewed journals and has made significant contribution to clinical pharmacology, regulatory science, and ethical oversight in research. So please welcome Professor Dr. Arunabh Vishwas. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, one and all. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to talk over here. As we are running behind our scheduled time, I will try to tell in a very short manner. Though this thing, what you can see over there, the NDCT 2019, New Drug Clinical Trial Rules of 2019. It's a big dossier. It is available in the public domain in the internet. You can download it. I think the organizer will be providing you the soft copy in PDF where why these rules have been created, what are the things that is there in the this book. I am shown a picture of this book which has been published. It's basically rules and regulations that have been given by the government of India, the regulatory authority, right? So why this requirement of NDCT 2019 was required in the year 2019? What was going on before that? Is as far as the trial of drugs is concerned in our country. So the concern over the clinical trial in 2010 and 2012, long way back. What the things would happen? There are many news in the media. I think it is very small written over there, but it is a trial related to the HPV vaccine. Now the vaccine is there present in the market. It is being used by now by the young girls. But during the study of the HPV vaccine, what happened was many things unethical happened as far as the consent of the trial participants. Young girls, school-age going girls, they have been recruited in 2 states in our country, Gujarat and Andhra Pradesh. Almost, as you can see, 25,000 girls have been recruited in this study, and there was not proper any informed consent has been taken. Many where the consent is taken by the hostel warden of the hostel where the girls have been staying in the school. So ultimately what happened that 7 or something like that girl died during this trial. So there was a lot of hue and cry regarding this trial. Subsequently, some years later, then there was 2 Indian doctors, they're practicing, and they again did a trial which was illegal, unethical on tadalafil. As you all know, this drug has indication for erectile dysfunctioning, but is also being used in pulmonary hypertension. So there also, these 2 drugs, these 2 doctors have been penalized for conducting clinical trial in an unethical manner. Similarly, there were trial on the rotavirus vaccine. It has been funded by the NHS. It is funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And again, during the recruitment of the young, participants, that means the pediatric group participants, there was recruitment which was not done in an ethical manner. Though this study was later on published in Lancet also, and but the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, they have to face a lot of public kind of protest that why this kind of trial has been conducted, considering the human subjects as guinea pigs. So all these issues, that we've been talked in the parliament, and in the parliament they have to declare that within a span of 7 years of clinical trials, some 2,600 died, and this is the tip of the iceberg because there was probably more death. But this was what was reported to the government in the Supreme Court. So, regarding all these things, then the concern was regarding all these areas which are directly related to clinical trial. The ethics committee review the informed consent of the subjects, compensation of the participants. Very few are being compensated, who have suffered from the trial injury. Compensation of accidental injury, review of the clinical application. So there were a lot of issues in all these areas while conducting those trials at that time, 2010 and 2015, 2016, like that. So ultimately, the government of India brought this gazetted notification in the March 2019, which is called the New Drug Clinical Trial Rules of 2019, right? And they have a lot of things. It is not possible for us to discuss in this short time, but let me just tell you that this new rules and guidelines is being applicable for these clinical trials, the bioequivalence studies or bioavailability studies and regulations of ethical committees who are being approving such trials. And the main objective behind is to get a faster approval of these trials, to conduct an ethical conduct. Patient safety was one of the important aspect or concern while these guidelines have been created, and of course, a global harmonization could be established by maintaining or following these rules and guidelines of 2019, NDCT 2019, right? As you can see, there are 13 chapters. It has been mentioned 107 rules, 8 schedule, 27 forms, and they are all addressing all these areas, right, of which is under the NDCT 2019. There are ethics committees related, there are issues of compensation related injuries. We have guidelines on the new definitions have been put in this dossier. Academic trials, something new that has been, they have brought, not new at that time, but academic trials. What is the academic trial? They have clearly mentioned it over there. Orphan drugs. They have mentioned post-trial access, something called post-trial access. So I will try to a little bit highlight regarding this. They have now clearly defined some definitions like new chemical entities. What are these? They have defined the investigation of new drugs. So new chemical entities like substance not approved as drug in any country, it should be called an NCE, right? Similarly, IND, the investigation of new drugs. There was an old definition like a new chemical entity or product having therapeutic indications. And the new definitions in new chemical and biological entity. This has been later on incorporated in 2019 NDCT, and substance that has been not approved for marketing in any drug. So some new definitions have been brought. Regarding definition of new drug, when you call a drug new, they have again clearly stated this thing in their document, which you can go through it. It is available, as I said, in the public domain. So a drug is said to be new when its active ingredient or pharmaceutical drug has not been used in the country to any extent, and except in accordance with the provision of the Act and the rules made under as per conditions specified leveling thereof, and has not been approved as safe and efficacious. This is the definition of new drug. Again, a drug approved by the centralizing authority claiming to be proposed to be marketed with modified or new claims. So a drug has been approved for one claim. Now I am claiming that the same drug will be will be applicable for a new claim. As for say this tadalafil, it has been approved for erectile dysfunctioning. Now I want to claim that this drug is also has its role to play in pulmonary atrial hypertension. So again, the same drug, when I am trying to establish a new indication, a modified indication, again I have to consider the same drug as a new drug, and I have to conduct clinical trial and establish that yes, an established drug being indication for established indication has also its role to play in a new indication. So that is again called a new drug. A fixed dose combination also, in case of fixed dose combination, new drug definition is if in fixed dose combination we are using two drugs, two molecules combined, if both the molecule has separately been accepted or being approved by a government. If I combine the two drugs and make a single molecule, single tablet, then again I have to consider as a new drug, and again I have to do a clinical trial and establish that in combining both the drugs and making a one single tablet for a particular purpose is also has its own efficacy and safety profile. So I have to establish that thing also when I'm combining two known drugs and making it a single drug or more than drug maybe. Modified release and sustained release. So tablet in simple form. Later on, I decided to make it available in a sustained form or a modified release form. Again, it will be coming under the purview of new drug. So again, I have to do a clinical trial, establish that a known drug, which was a normal tablet, now I have been preparing in such a manner that it will be acting like a slow releasing tablet or a controlled release capsule. I have to consider the same molecule as a new drug. So this all comes under the purview of new drug, which has been clearly mentioned in NDCT 2019. Similarly, similar biologics, bioavailability and bioequivalence, they have been all being defined very clearly in this new document of 2019. And they have also clearly stated that new drug, when you're telling a drug to be new, how long it is new. Except those drugs that have been mentioned over there, novel drug delivery system, or a vaccine, or recombinant deoxynucleic acid, or living modified organism, monoclonal antibody, stem cell derived products, or gene therapy products, or xenografts. Exclusively, these are the drugs which never become old. They are always remain new drugs. Apart from all this category of drugs, any drug that is coming as a new drug has been marketed. It remains as a new drug for the next 4 years. After 4 years, we can consider that drug no more as new. The tag new get removed. Only exceptional is all these drugs which always remain new, as it is being indicated in this new drug clinical trial of 2019. The new drug clinical trial 2019 have also clearly made the concept of orphan drugs. If you want to do a study with orphan drugs, you are considering it as orphan drug, how will you define it, whether it is an orphan drug or not? They have clearly stated that a drug intended to treat a condition which affecting not more than 5 lakhs in the population in a person in India can be considered as an orphan drug. So a rare disease, we are stating about the rare disease, again they have clearly defined what is a rare disease, right? Less than equal to 1 patient by 2500 patient. If 1 patient or less than that per 2500 patient, then it could be considered a rare disease. And for such a situation, if I want to do a drug trial, then I will be exempted from many of the clinical trials phases. I can straightway jump. Rules of exemption of phase 3 and phase 4 is there, 1 and 2, phase 1 and phase 2, and then clinically I can apply for the marketing licensing for the drugs because that drug has been considered as a rare or orphan drug. So there will be expedited review processes also. So these are the things which have been given special priority if I consider a drug as an orphan drug, right? According to this rule, they have also defined the clinical trials, and they have made one thing very important, that is the mandatory CTIRI registration. If I want to conduct a clinical trial right now, whether it is an academic trial, whether it's a sponsored trial, it is mandatory that investigator must register that trial in the clinical trial registry of India, CTRI. And nowadays, even if you want to publish such work, even in high index journals, they want to see whether the CTRI registration has been done or not. They really want the ethics committee approval. At the same time, they look into if the study is based on clinical trial, then these high index journals do require you have to produce the CTRI registration also for publication in such esteemed journals. As I said, the academic trial has been defined very clearly in the NDCT 2019. Everything remains same, only the red marks that I mentioned, that you are doing the trial not for seeking approval from the central licensing authority or regulatory authority of any country for marketing and commercial purpose. So right at this point of time, any of you present over here can conduct a clinical trial of any drug which is not for the purpose of marketing, which is solely for the purpose of academic interest, for the purpose of publication, then you can consider that trial as a clinical trial, academic clinical trial, and academic clinical trial is being exempted from many things, like you do not take the permission from the DCGI, the Drug Control General of India. You can take the permission from the local, your ethics committee, and you can conduct the trial, provided you have to very clearly mention in your protocol that I am doing this study not for any commercial or vested interest. I am doing solely this study for academic purpose. In that way, you can be exempted from the rigorous, approval process. I will just highlight what are the things that have brought change before 2019, all those unethical conduct of studies, and after 2019, what are the new rules that has been, what are the difference that has been brought. So grant for permission of conduct of clinical trial, a decision has been taken that 45 days for global clinical trial. If I with the global clinical trial, I have to give a permission of within 45 days. Similarly, condition for permission to conduct a clinical trial, a registered ethics committee, you have to take the approval from a registered ethics committee, then only you can conduct for clinical trial, go for the clinical trial. There are also independent ethics committee also. I will just have a slide on it. I will tell you later on. From there also you can take ethics. So there are IEC means two things. One is institutional ethics committee. It can be also be independent ethics committee. What is that? I will come to it later on. Validity of clinical trial permission. Once the ethics committee gives you permission to conduct a clinical trial, you have 2 years time in your hand to initiate the study. If you don't, by any reason, if you don't start the study, and the time interval goes beyond 2 years, you have to seek new permission from the ethics committee. So these are the guidelines that has been mentioned over there. Rejection of clinical trial application, you may reapply. Your clinical trial, you have applied for approval, it has been rejected, you have every right for reapplication. So there are clear guidelines that have been mentioned, which has been recently amended in January 2026. They have mentioned that within 60 days for any investigational new drug and for a 45 days any active pharmaceutical ingredient, you can apply for the reapply for the approval of your clinical trial. Post-trial access, something which is being mentioned very clearly in the NDCT 2019, that is once the trial participants, the trial is terminated, whether the trial participants should get any kind of facility in the form of drug that has been provided to them during the trial, after the trial is over or not. Consider an anti-cancer study, right? So I have a new drug in my hand, which I am claiming that it will be acting very well as compared to the standard therapy for any particular cancer. But I know this trial is going to exist for 6 months. And if I find that during the study, one group, and most probably the trial group, the experimental group, performing very well, I know these cancer patients are responding very well as compared to the comparator arm. Now, what happens if the study get terminated after 6 months? Those patients who are being included in the study, they will then lose those drugs because those drugs is not marketed yet. So what will happen? তাহলে তারা সেই আবার নিজেদের পুরনো ট্রিটমেন্টে ফিরে যাবে না তারা সেই নতুন ট্রিটমেন্ট হবে they are getting benefit whether they should continue to some point. So there should be a clear cut post trial access, which basically the sponsor had to declare that after the trial should I go for extra administration or delivering the extra drugs for some more period or not to the trial patient. Trial has been terminated, but till whether I could provide the facilitate the drug which is acting well or should I not, that has to be very clearly mentioned in the protocol. Enrollment of the trial participants quarterly have to report to the DCGI. The sponsor should report these things. Trial status have to be reported every 6 monthly. Condition of conduct of the clinical trial, termination of clinical trial has to be notified within 30 days. So once I have done a clinical trial in this institute, it is over. It is the responsibility of the sponsor to inform the regulatory authority that within 30 days of completion of the trial that we have completed this particular trial, which was being going on for the last 6 months, 1 year, or whatever it is, right? Serious adverse event, when the timeline, this has been very clearly being explained by Professor Obhid Hazra sir in his presentation. I'm not going into it. Registration mandatory, as I said. If I want to initiate any clinical trial in this institute which doesn't have an ethics committee, immediately I have to apply for the registration. And there are 2 types of registration. For CDSO, for regulatory type of trial, I have to get a registration from the Department of Health Research for conducting bioequivalence or bioavailability study and academic trial. So any institute, they should have basically 2 ethics committee approval. যদি স্পন্সর ট্রায়াল করতে চাই তাহলে আমাকে সিডিএসইর কাছ থেকে অ্যাপ্রুভাল নিতে হবে যদি আমি একাডেমিক ট্রায়ালের মধ্যে নিজেকে রেস্ট্রিক্টেড করে রাখতে চাই if I want to do only BA studies then only getting approved from DHR is okay, right? So this has been clearly stated. Renewal of registration 90 days prior to end of আমাদের ethics committee যখন রেজিস্ট্রেশন ঘুরিয়ে আসবে তার 90 দিন আগে I have to again re-register for it. Constitution of Ethics Committee, minimum 7 members. These are being already being mentioned in the new trial rule. Proceedings, any change in membership of the Constitution has to be intimated in 13 working days to the Central Licensing Authority. And maintenance of record, every 5 years record, you have to mention, you have to maintain of any study record related records at the local site, local office. Minimum 5 years that has to be maintained over there. There are other few things they have mentioned regarding this compensation related issues. There are the major changes that has been brought. One of the issue is free medical management. Trial going participant may have adverse effect. Because of the adverse effect, he or she might need hospitalization or need some extra medication apart from the trial medication that has been going on. Who is going to provide that? Again, this is the responsibility of the sponsor who is doing the trial. And if the trial participants suffer from any kind of illness during the ongoing study, then it is the responsibility of the sponsor to again bear that amount also for medical treatment for that particular trial subject or trial participant during that study period. Academic trials, I've already told that. You do not need to take any approval from the regulatory authority. You can take the approval from the ethics committee in conducting it. Orphan drugs, I've also already explained. Coming to the independent ethics committee, basically independent ethics is not attached to any institute. Institutional ethics committee is attached to, say, like this institute, like medical college, it could be any other institution, but independent is independent, devoid of any attachment to the institute. In an institutional ethics committee, there are 50% of the members are intramural, 50% comes from the outside, but in an independent ethics committee, all comes from the outside. So an investigator himself or herself can initiate an ethics committee, independent ethics committee, but the rules and regulations remain same. An institutional ethics committee, whatever rules and regulations have been laid down by our regulatory authority, an independent ethics committee also follow the same things. Only difference is they are not attached to any institute. So such ethics committee can give approval. Suppose you are a private practitioner and you want to conduct a study in your chamber. Whom to approach? You can approach the ethics committee of this institute. You can approach an independent, if you know an independent ethics committee is there, who is within 50 kilometers within your chamber. Then as a physician, now you are as a potential principal investigator, you can approach with your study protocol to that independent ethics committee. You can place over there, and there are the same pattern of members are there also, who will be now going into through your protocol, and they will be giving you the approval of conducting your clinical trial at your own clinic. So they are performing like that way, right? So clear guideline again have been stated in the NDCT 2019 regarding independent ethics committee. Similarly, they have given clear guidelines regarding CROs, the clinical research organizations. Earlier, what used to happen, the sponsor himself used to take the responsibility of conducting the trial. Now there are so many intricacies, so many things are there. Sponsor not designating this task to a third party called CROs. There are again people who are capable enough, they have expertise from all fields, they recruit people in conduct of clinical trial for a sponsor. Suppose Cipla want to conduct a trial on a respiratory drug, he will himself will not do the trial, he'll simply give that, a job to a CROs. There are so many CROs, as I mentioned over there, they are very popular, Syngene and Paraxil, they are very known, well-known CROs in India. They conduct clinical trial on behalf of the pharmaceutical industry. So they follow all the rules and guidelines that is being laid down by CDSCO, and they simply conduct the trial on behalf of sponsor, and they just give the report of the conduct of the trial. So they have to follow all the regulatory mandatory things. They cannot escape anything, and this they also need to get registered with the government of India, and that registration remains valid for 5 years. So CROs are nowadays they are taking up the major chunk of responsibility on conduct of clinical trial. As a physician in this institute, if you want to initiate any clinical trial at your medical ward or in your surgical ward, you don't want to do yourself. The sponsor may hire a CRO. You are the principal investigator. The CRO on behalf of you will help you to conduct that trial in this particular institute, collect the data, and then submit it where it is required. So these kind of things, they are now recruiting a lot of people for these things. Sometimes we need to accelerate the approval of new drugs, and definitely you can understand in situation like this where there is a life-threatening condition or there is an unmet need, definitely that drug is accelerated approval. Very recently, you all know the COVID vaccine that has been almost came into the market within a span of 1 year. Usually a vaccine trial goes for years together to get permitted and approved and then marketed. But in case of this coronavirus infection, definitely it was an emergency, it's an exigency situation where this vaccine was developed in a very accelerated manner. Similarly, very unmet needs. HIV and AIDS, if a drug has been claimed to be curing that drug, if it is being claimed, then definitely I have to give accelerated permission, accelerated trial for the approval of such drug, so that as there is no drug which is better than right now, so any drug which is claiming that they can heal or kill such a disease, then this accelerated permission has to be given in such a special situation. Post-marketing surveillance, that is now mandatory. After the drug came into market, the job of the sponsor is not, that doesn't end over here. Even after the drug is there in the market, the physician is writing that particular drug in the prescription all over the world, all over India, but still something called post-marketing surveillance has to be conducted in a specific manner, as it is mentioned. In the first 6 months, it has to be done every 6 months in the first 2 years, and then in the yearly manner for the next 2 years. So This has been again very clearly being stated in the NDCT 2019 after it's been came into action. There is something called pre-submission meeting and post-submission meeting. This is all related to clinical trials, mainly submitted by the sponsors. Before submitting, a protocol for approval to the CDSCO, we can conduct a pre-submission meeting. We can seek approval and take the guidance. Similarly, we can also go for a post-submission. After I have submitted, I can go for an application and try to get a meeting with for clarifying and different queries. So these pre and post submission issues have been now been clearly stated. And there are always surveys such this subject expert committee has been created for looking into the protocols of the different subjects. So just to accelerate the approval process from the government, so that you do not have to wait a pretty long time for the approval to come and you start your study. So all kind of subject experts have been now recruited depending on the type of protocol that is being received by them. Import of unapproved drugs there are clear guidelines on that also. The medical officer or government officer can import or approve from the market or country of origin patients suffering from life-threatening disease or disease causing serious permanent disability. So how to import such drugs which is not available in India, and you want to conduct that study in India, then how to import such unapproved drug which is in this country. Clear guidelines have been stated in these new rules. Now, as I said, in the January 2026, some new amendments have been brought. After 2019 NDCT 2019, now some new amendments have come up, and how that has changed the scenario to some extent that I'd like to tell you. In cases of non-clinical manufacturing, the NDCT 2019 rule was formal CLA application permission was required, but now an online prior intimation is enough for immediate acknowledgement. So you want to conduct a trial which is non-clinical, just for experimental or academic. Earlier, you have to take a full process of permission from the central licensing authority. Now you can just intimate. Prior an intimation is required, and straightway you can go for, and you will get the acknowledgement, and straightway you can go for such experiment or manufacturing of such drugs. In conducting of BA studies, initially CDSCO approval was required. Now again, they are telling that you just prior intimation regarding the BA study, and you can get an approval very faster for conducting the BA studies. Review timeline has been now been cut down to almost 50%. Earlier, it was being stated that the licensing authority will take 90 days in giving their approval, which is cut down to 45 days. So again, a drastic step has been taken. As to make leveling rule, they have brought something changes, like manufacturer details was only required in 2019, but in 2026 amendment, they have told that you need to add the recipient's name, address, scientific name, manufacturer purpose. These are the things that has to be incorporated. As far as the form CT10, CT12, and CT13 is concerned, these are all the forms which need to fill up for procuring, investigation new drugs or active pharmaceutical ingredients. In order to procure this, permission application was only required. Now there is permission and prior intimation. This facility has been provided. As I said, we can appeal back for any rejection, which was 60 days for all kind of study. Now it is being 60 days and 45 days. They have split into these two teams. And digital infrastructure, SUGAM portal has been mentioned, madam, earlier that was the existing portal for application. Now this SUGAM and NSWS portal has been also been introduced, so that the smooth is one single portal the investigator, the sponsor, everyone can access through for approval of drug, for application, submission, all these things can be done for this. So ultimately, by this change which has been brought down in 2026 January, what has been finally, you find that prior intimation has reduced the low risk studies, non-commercial manufacturing, reformation has been done, reduced timelines, time-saving goals, and ultimately directly how that is influencing so far as the clinical trial is concerned. There is study start-off efficacy has been increased, first-to-first inpatient, development of cost optimization and global trial competitiveness has more increased, that is being claimed by introducing these new amendments in the 2019 guidelines. So these advantages of new drug and clinical trial amendment has helped faster regulatory timelines, the same thing what I just mentioned, reduced review period, enhanced developmental speed, risk-based oversight for low-risk activities, face proportional regulations, reduce administrative burden to a lot of to great extent, clear accountability framework, strengthening ethical oversight, and improve the investment climate to some extent. So this ultimately what they do is CDSU have taken a meaningful step towards what? Reduce redundancy, improve the operational efficacy, encouraging innovation and strengthening the oversight. So ultimately, these are the target that has been tried to be achieved. They are still on their way in achieving this, but something has brought a change in the attitude of practicing clinical trial in this country. So finally, I will round up with this impact, how that these changes have impacted so far the clinical research in India is concerned right now. Obviously, faster approval, simplification of documentation has been made more complex it was earlier. Improve the ethics and safety. Clearly, guidelines have been mentioned how the ethics committee members should, what they should do, what they should not do. This has been clearly being stated, and based on that, approval of drug has become much faster. When we need to go for an expedited approval, when you have to have a full house approval, everything has been cleared. Transparency and accountability is being maintained everywhere. So all those past dark days that has been gone through, where the patient ultimately suffered a lot. Now, probably with all those checkpoints and all those new amendments, probably ultimately the end of the day, we want to see that the participants who are there in the clinical trial should not suffer a single bit. That has been taken care of to a great extent. So ultimately, what happens is this all boosts the innovation, and ultimately a global alignment. More and more multinational companies will come to India to conduct the clinical trial if they found that this field of conduct of clinical trial is very clear, very transparent, and it is always being governed by the government of India or the regulatory authority. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your well-crafted presentation and in enlightening us. I am now going to facilitate Professor Dr. Arunav Vishwas. Now moving to next session, I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Soumya Sarkar, Assistant Professor in the Department of Pharmacology, MIdnapore Medical College and Hospital. Dr. Sarkar has more than a decade of experience in medical education and is actively involved in pharmacology teaching, ethics, and clinical research training. He is a life member of IPS and has completed certified training in GCP, BCBR, and curriculum implementation. So, please welcome Dr. Soumya Sarkar.
Good afternoon, everybody. At the flag end of the day, the topic is compensation issues in clinical trial. We should highlight need for regulations, timeline of compensation, and how to calculate compensation. We know that there is need for regulation from the participants' point of view, autonomy, beneficence, non-beneficence. And justice. Data should have integrity and authenticity. Right, safety, well-being of the participant should be the priority. And we will be covered. This part have been covered in the NDCT Rule 2019, 13 chapters, 107 rules, 8 schedules. And we have already been acquainted with these terms, adverse drug reactions and adverse event. And what are serious adverse events we have already covered? Death, permanent disability, hospitalization of the trial subject, where the trial subject is an outdoor patient or a healthy person, prolongation of hospitalization where the trial subject is an indoor patient, persistent or significant disability or incapacity, congenital anomaly or birth defect if appears, life-threatening if event if happens. These are considered as serious adverse events. Compensation issues are covered in this rule in DCT 2019 in the 6th chapter, Rule 39 to 43. We will highlight on those. Who gets the compensation? Rule 39 says, in case of death, legal hair, in case of permanent disability or any other injury, trial subject gets the compensation. Who gives the compensation? Sponsor or its representative who has obtained permission to conduct the clinical trial or BA/BE study. Rule 39 says compensation shall be in addition to any expenses incurred on medical management. And the event of an injury not being permanent in nature, compensation shall be commensurate with the loss of wages of the subject as provided in the 7th schedule of this law. How long should the free medical management be given? As long as required as per the opinion of the investigator, and or till such time it is established that the injury is not related to CT BA/BE study, whichever is earlier, and which harms are considered study related, that is specifically mentioned in the Rule 41. During clinical trial or BA/BE study, some injury, some death have happened, but which death or which harm will be considered as trial related? Those are adverse effects of the investigational product. If it is due to an adverse effect of the investigational product, if it is due to violation of the approved protocol, scientific misconduct or negligence leading to SAE. There may be failure of investigational product to provide adequate intended therapeutic effect where the required standard care or rescue medication, though available, was not provided to the subject as per the protocol. Other situations, the fourth point, not providing the required standard care, though available to the subject as per the protocol in the placebo-controlled trials. Adverse events due to concomitant medication excluding the standard care necessitated as part of the approved protocol. If the injury is on a child in utero because of the participation of the parent in the clinical trial, and any clinical trial procedure involved in the study leading to SAE. These 7 conditions will dictate that the trial injury is trial related. Rule 42 says when to report and what happened after reporting. Investigator needs to report all serious adverse events to the CLA Central Licensing Authority, the sponsor and its representative, and Ethics Committee within 24 hours of occurrence. If the investigator fails to report any SAE within the stipulated period, he shall have to furnish the reason for delay to the satisfaction of the CLA along with the report of SAE. Now, procedure for compensation in case of injury or death due to CT-BAB study. SAE of death or SAE of permanent disability or injury. It is classified into these two. Investigator should report within 24 hours of occurrence to CLA sponsor ethics committee. CLA will constitute an independent expert committee to examine the case and report in case of death. And also sponsor and investigator will also forward the report on SAE within 14 days to CLA and head of the institute. Ethics committee will report on SAE after analysis and opinion on financial compensation to the Central Licensing Authority within 30 days of occurrence. And Central Licensing Authority will forward the report of investigator and sponsor and ethics committee to expert committee. Expert committee will examine the report, make recommendation for purpose of arriving to the at the cause of injury or death and recommend the quantum of compensation. After that, Central Licensing Authority considers the recommendation of the expert committee to determine the cause of death and the quantum of compensation within 90 days, and it orders the sponsor to pay the compensation to the next kin of the deceased person. And the sponsor will pay the compensation within 30 days of the order. And the same thing is followed in cases of disability, permanent disability or injury. This is the time frame. And compensation in biomedical and health research, it is in accordance with the National Ethical Guidelines for Biomedical and Health Research involving human participants, specified by the ICMR from time to time. Now, 7th schedule describes the quantum determination of formula for determination of quantum of compensation in case of CT related injury or death. What are the formula for determining the quantum of compensation? In case of trial related death, compensation is B into F into R divided by 99.37. B here is base amount, that is 8 lakhs. F means factor depending on the age of the trial subject, and the R is risk factor. The factor BFR, the factor, second thing is factor, that is dependent on the age of the trial subject. If the age is 16, the factor becomes 228.54. If the age of the trial subject is 27, it is 213.57. If the age of the trial subject is 65 or more, it becomes 99.33. So as the age advances, this factor become reduced. And the BFR, the last part is R, that is the risk factor, that depends on the seriousness and severity of the disease, presence of comorbidity and duration of disease of the trial subject, at the time of enrollment in the clinical trial. It is between the scale of 0.5 to 4. 0.5 means a terminally ill patient whose expected time of survival is less than 6 months, not more than 6 months. There the R will be 0.5. And a healthy volunteer or trial subject with no risk will be getting 4 as risk factor, and we will multiply this B, F and R, and that will be divided by 99.37 to calculate the compensation of the due to of death that should be given to the next kin of the victim. In case of patient whose expected mortality is 90% or more within 30 days, a fixed amount is written as 2 lakhs to be given. Formula in case of trial-related injury, no death other than death. There may be permanent disability. The compensation will be, formula will be C into D into 90 by 100 and 100. Here, C is the quantum of compensation which would have been given due to payment to the trial subject's nominee in case of death. If it is death, then C is calculated according to the death. But here it is given for permanent disability. So C will be multiplied by D. That means percentage disability of the trial subject has suffered, and that is multiplied by 90, C into D into 90 by 100 and 100. If it is a case of trial-related injury, the second maybe, first one is permanent disability other than death, permanent disability, then congenital anomaly or birth defect. Stillbirth, early death due to anomaly, no death but deformity which can be fully corrected through appropriate intervention, and permanent disability. 4 types of congenital anomaly may happen due to this type of clinical trial BAB study. Compensation for congenital anomaly or birth defect, lump sum amount such that if the amount is kept by way of fixed deposit or LI, it shall bring a monthly interest amount which is approximately equivalent to the half of the minimum wage of the unskilled worker in Delhi. The quantum of compensation in such cases of SAE shall be half of the base amount as per formula for determining the compensation for SAE resulting into death. So, congenital anomaly leading to stillbirth or early death due to anomaly is calculated in this way. Next, chronic life-threatening diseases and reversible SAE in cases the problem resolves. There the compensation will be 2 into W into A. W means minimum wage per day of the unskilled worker in Delhi, and N means number of days of hospitalization. W into N into 2. This 2 is due to not only the trial subject is admitted and being given treatment, his attendant or some other expenditure is also there. So the minimum wage per day of unskilled worker in Delhi into number of days of hospitalization is multiplied by 2 to calculate the compensation in case of trial-related injury other than death leading to chronic life-threatening disease or reversible SAE in cases it is resolved. Compensation for academic clinical trials shall be required to be conducted in accordance with the approved clinical trial protocol, ethical principles specified in National Health Guideline for biomedical and health research involving human participants,
and as notified by the ICMR with a view to ensure protection of the rights, safety and well-being of the trial subjects during conduct of such clinical trial. And it is applicable to all biomedical, social and behavioral science research for health conducted in India involving human participants, their biological material and data. ICMR guideline, there is second point, 12 section is there. Second point is general ethical issues. And here it is said, who pays the compensation for academic clinical trial? ICMR says the research proposal should have an inbuilt provision for mitigating research-related harm. Types of research based on the risk involved, less than minimal risk, more minor increase over minimal risk or low risk, and more than minimal risk or high risk. Compensation guidelines in India are for clinical trial NDCT 2019 and for biomedical research it is ICMR 2017 guideline. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Soumya Sarkar, for your nice presentation. And now we are moving to next session. Our next session. I would like to felicitate Dr. Soumya. Thank you, sir. Now we are moving to last session from citation to bibliography. I would like to invite Dr. Debojyoti Haldar, Senior Resident in Department of Pharmacology, MIdnapore Medical College, and he has been actively involved in organizing GCP and GCLP workshops and many quizzes in national level. So please welcome Dr. Debojyoti Haldar.
I just want to add another thing. Debojyoti is our main technical person of this both GCP and GCLP. So he demands a big applause for. Thank you.
Hello. So lots of theory today. So now time for a quiz. So last week I was hosting a national level PG quiz. This was one of the questions. So what is the connection between these three images? This is the connecting dot type of question. Can anyone tell? Like first one is a city, second one is written American Psychological Association, third one is a city picture. Can anyone tell me the connection? Okay, first one is the city of Vancouver. Second one is the building named American Psychological Association. You also known as the name APA. APA style of referencing. And third one is Chicago City. So what is the connection between these three? These all are citation styles names. So Vancouver, APA is situated in Washington DC, and Chicago is a type of style used for the humanities papers. So this session about Zotero. Zotero is a reference managing software. There are lots of reference managing software. You can use Mendeley, you can use EndNote, you can use Paperpile, but we will do a comparison. And Zotero, why I am using, because I am using it very long time, and also it is free, and Mendeley is there. Mendeley is better specification now. It has 2 GB of free. So Mendeley session can be done later, but today is the session for Zotero. So after doing the GCA and GCP workshop, so next step is protocol writing. The first step is the your messy lots of paper, accumulation of paper on your desktop. So we need to organize them, and for future reference and for compiling and for easy bibliography, Zotero is very much helpful. So our session will be from installing to Zotero and how to generate bibliography from that. So for basic understanding, what is citation and bibliography? Citation is the shorter form of bibliography. It includes only author surname and publication years. That depends on the style of referencing. And bibliography is the list of all the citation used in your paper. So these are the different types of referencing software. Among them, we are using Zotero here. Zotero is the free. EndNote is the best, but it is the costly and also paid version available. And mainly that peer review and group collaboration is good. For personal use, we use Zotero very much. So these are the advantages. Also, another advantage is there are different types of citation style languages, CSL. More than 10,000 CSL style like APS style, Vancouver style, Chicago style. These 10,000 variety of reference style is present in Zotero. Zotero has lots of citation style. So these are the advantages. So we will start with installation of Zotero. This is very much easy. Go to First of everything, I am increasing the resolution so that you could see it. No, it's font blue. Yeah. So for Mac and Windows OS, according to your configuration, the Zotero version will appear automatically. So from there, you can download it. Also, nowadays, it has iOS and Android app also. So from here, you need to download it. And not only downloading it, also you need to install the Chrome connector. Here, if you install the Chrome connector on your desktop or computer, it will appear like this. This is the Zotero connector sign. With this, in a single click, you can import any journal or its snapshot. If the PDF available, it will be organized. So after installing the software, it will show like you need to sign in. So these are my library. So this is the interface. So this is the interface. These are 3 columns. One for the folder part. Another part is the details of that folder containing publications or articles. And on the right side, there is the metadata of the journal. So journal name, title, authors, publishers, publication year, DOI, digital object identifier, and also if there is PubMed ID available, all the data is available here. So how it is working? So suppose this is the journal you have searched, and by clicking it, so journal main page PubMed article appears. Now from this, you can, by clicking the Zotero plugin, you directly, this journal will be copied in your Zotero account. So I am clicking it. That it is showing that saving to demo 1. Demo 1 is a folder, and it also saved the PubMed entry. Okay. So now I am going to the demo 1. It has saved the article. This is the article. Along with that article, it also saved the article metadata. And these are the tags of the article. Suppose you have lots of journals and you want to search one article like based on PAD, peripheral arterial disease. So it will appear according to that. Also, you can select the tags. Okay. These are the folders. You can make n number of folders. So this is one mode of export of the article to Zotero. Suppose you have the journal name, you want to save the journal in Zotero manually. So you need to click this icon. So one of the advantages of Zotero has, it has lots of type of article you can add. Like mostly use journal article. So you need to type manually. Okay. Okay. So I am typing something like diabetes. author name, anything, first name, last name, anything, publication, publisher name. So it will save the article automatically according to your data. But one drawback is you have to put the data manually and there may be wrong entry. So another thing, adding article by identifier. What are the identifiers you know? Like one is digital object identifiers, DOI. It starts with 10 dot. So this is one type of link. So it is the link which is fixed for each article for its lifetime. Whoever journal it publishes, whoever changes the article content, but it is always throughout the lifetime, it is fixed. DOI is fixed for a journal. So you can also ISBN number if you want to enter any book details. So for that ISBN number, DOI, if there is PubMed ID available, like suppose last article, there is PubMed ID. Also DOI is there, but I am using the PubMed ID. So by copying it, I am going to digital identifier, pasting it, by clicking it, enter, it has came here. So this is very much easy. So not always any article you can download, always there is paid version. So it will be always helpful. Another advantage, if there is article, lots of article you have, now you want to read it. So you need not to download the article separately, or here is one sign, you can see it is the sign of the PDF. So when I clicking that, this is appeared. So Zotero has saved the PDF which is available in their database, and we can read it in future. Also, we can highlight it for future reference. Like this part, I want to use in future. This is the another thing. So we are going back. So next thing is by adding directly any file. You have a file, you want to drag and drop, so it will be done easily. Like I have a file, I want to add it here. So it has saved all the details, also the metadata of the article. Also, abstracts are also organized if it is available separately. Okay. So now, how to use it in our article? This is the article we published last week. So suppose here you want to add one reference. So previously, what you do? You put bracket 1 or 2, anything manually. So I am doing nothing. There is, you can see the difference. If you install Zotero, there is Zotero plugin in Windows, Microsoft Word. So also Zotero has another advantage. We can use it also Google Doc. If you are collaborating with other people, you can use the Google Doc. So when you are clicking Zotero, there is add citation, this thing appear, this ribbon appear, add edit citation, add edit bibliography, and also the different things. But we need to concern two things. One thing is we want to add one citation. So we are clicking it. It appears all the articles. You can search it here like T-cell that we have said just now. You are clicking it and it is automatically taking the line citation. By clicking the right, it will add number. Why it is 2? Because there is already 1. Okay. Suppose you have submitted the journal in a published, so the reviewer have told you to change this citation. So before that, how the bibliography is generated. So like this, there are lots of citations. So this is the references. Okay. We want to add the references according to order. So just click one thing, that is add bibliography. It will be generated automatically. You need not to do anything. Suppose you want to change one citation, like number 2. So what will happen? Any of the citation, okay, number 2, we want to change it. We want to add something else. So add citation. We want to add this. Clicking it. Automatically, it will take the numbering into consideration. Also, if we do the refresh thing, the bibliography will be changed by a single click. So you can say that, what is the style of this citation? How can I change it? Suppose your journal wants it in APA format. So go to the document preference, select APA style, select OK. It will change automatically. You need not to do anything. Okay. Suppose you want a citation which has superscript or bracketed or non-bracketed. So how to change that? You can also do it by the document preference, and you can also search for any number of citations. There are lots of citation styles. So you go to here and Vancouver, citation sequence and bracket. You select OK, and it will be bracketed Vancouver style. Suppose you want to develop a journal and you want a new citation. So you can also develop it using Zotero. So that's all. If you want to know anything about Zotero, you can contact me. I can help with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dhananjay. We are giving just a snapshot about the application of Zotero. Zotero is a free software. You can use it for your publication. For your mainly Zotero use not for publication number 1. Number 2 is a dry journal development. Dry journal development means you can do the meta-analysis easily by the help of Zotero and Raman. These two software are easily available in your Google, so you can download it and do your meta-analysis and systematic review That is the greatest point in your posting and everything. But you can develop in your by help of Jotaro and Raman. Okay, nothing to any original article, original work. ঠিক আছে, এগুলোকে বলা হয় ড্রাই ল্যাব প্রোডাকশন। বাড়িতে বসে চুপচাপ মেটা অ্যানালিসিস করে যাও বাই দ্য হেল্প অফ জোটেরো এন্ড রামেন। ঠিক আছে, দুটোই কিন্তু ফ্রি ইন দ্য সফটওয়্যার। রামেন মেনলিও আছে, রামেন দিয়েও হবে, যেখানে যেটা ভালো পছন্দ বোধ করবে। ঠিক আছে, থ্যাংক ইউ। সো নাও we are ending our GCP today's, and this is your time for the post. আচ্ছা, নিশ্চয়। আমি এখানে জয়েন করার পর 4-5টা ট্রায়াল চেষ্টা করেছি। এই অনলাইন 4-5টা ট্রায়াল চেষ্টা করেছি। ওরা প্রথমেই খোঁজে এয়ারপোর্ট আছে কিনা। আর মেদিনীপুরে এয়ারপোর্ট নেই, কারণ এখনকার যাবতীয় যা কিছু হয় সবই মুম্বাই, আহমেদাবাদ বেসড। যখন ওরা সাইট ইন্সপেকশনে আসবে, ওরা কিন্তু একজন টেকনিক্যাল পার্সন আসবে, তার বাড়ির পাশাপাশি মানে ম্যাক্সিমাম হলে 1 ঘন্টা বেশি সে জার্নি করবে না, সামান্য বর্ধমান যেতে যায় না। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, আমাকে যাই করি আমাকে সিটিআই ইয়ে করতেই হবে। হ্যাঁ, সিটিআই করতেই হবে, সিটিআই কম্পালসারি। হিউম্যান রিলেটেড এনি রিসার্চ, you have to enrollment in CTRI compulsory. কাউকে আনতে পারিনি।
ওইটা শুধু থাক আপনি যখন যাবেন ওরা খুলে দিয়ে দেবে।
Dr. Kaushik Das. 94, Dr. Balaram Das. Professor Mosmi Nandi. 95.
এটা ফ্রিজের মধ্যে রেখে দিতে পারবি? খুলে এটা খুলে নেবে।
ছোট ব্যাগ আমার ব্যাগ কোথায় এই খাবারগুলো এটা অফ করবেন রাখবেন